Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 741. Large families usually did not store their treasures in cosmic rings, as it was too inconvenient. Opening a cosmic ring required a specific person's blood, and if the family encountered an emergency and that person was not present, then it would be troublesome. If that person's blood was stored in the warehouse, then it might cause other problems. There were many strange battle techniques and innate gifts in the universe, and no one could guarantee that no one could influence the owner of that blood. Thus, no family would store their treasures in cosmic rings. They would rather occupy space and hire experts to protect them. King Zishan's palace was huge, but there were only 3 people in it: Lu Yin, Zhao Ran, and Kaze. Gavin and the others had asked Lu Yin many times to add more guards and maids to King Zishan's palace, but Lu Yin had rejected them all. He had many secrets that could not be exposed, and having too many people around would be troublesome. Besides, Zhao Ran was enough, even if she was unreliable. King Zishan's warehouse was located in the northeast corner, and it took up quite a bit of space. There were no guards, and there was no need for any. It was just like the palace, with the 13 imperial squadrons patrolling the perimeter. Lu Yin had no qualms about stealing anything from King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw the inventory list that Zhao Ran had compiled. There were all sorts of precious items, such as antiques, paintings, letters from predecessors, exquisite tools, carvings, and so on. Of course, there were also star crystals and star essence, but there were not many of them, as very few people would directly give them away. What surprised Lu Yin the most was an astral route map that Endless Borders had sent over. It depicted a region in the Eastern Weave that had yet to be developed. If one followed this route from Frostwave Weave to Vast Earth Weave, they would save a lot of time. This astral route map was a priceless treasure, and one should not underestimate the time it saved, as it would save a lot of money. If this route map was auctioned off, countless transportation companies would be willing to pay an astronomical price for it. Endless Borders was truly generous, and Lu Yin directly sent the route map to Gavin for him to use. Endless Borders had given Lu Yin a pleasant surprise, and Shamrock Enterprises was not bad either, as they had sent over 10 glowing natural treasures. Although they could not compare to the natural treasures in the Daosaur sect's ruins, they were still very rare, and they were at least 10,000 years old. The Naylan family was very direct, and they gave Lu Yin a Mavis bank card. Madame Naylan understood Lu Yin too well, and she knew that giving him money would make him happier than anything else. In fact, she wasn't wrong, as Lu Yin was very happy now that he had money. Many forces had sent congratulatory gifts. Some of them were close to the Great Eastern Alliance, while others were hostile. Even the Wei family of Armament Weave had sent congratulatory gifts. Although these gifts weren't particularly precious, they still represented the Wei family's sincerity. Wei Rong was a person with lofty ambitions, and he would never do anything short-sighted. Lu Yin saw the Amethyst Trading Company's name on the list of gifts. They were giving 5% of Xenu Star's profits to King Zishan's palace. This was interesting. Lu Yin looked at the Amethyst Trading Company's logo. This was equivalent to giving him free shares. Looking at the bottom of the Amethyst Trading Company's list of gifts, there was a name, Zi Xianxian. The Amethyst Company was one of the outerverse for major corporations. On the surface, they were a chain of businesses that spanned across the 72 weaves of the outerverse, but in reality, they were the outerverse's largest intelligence organization, and they were not as simple as they appeared to be. Lu Yin did not know why they were giving him free shares, but it seemed that he should find some time to meet this Zi Xianxian. Of the outerverse for major corporations, 3 had sent gifts, and only Aegis had not done anything. Lu Yin did not mind, as he had never interacted with Aegis before. However, Aegis seemed to have a close relationship with Wei Rong, so it was hard to say whether they would be friends or foes in the future. Lu Yin wanted to exchange most of the items in the warehouse for money, but at that moment, Gavin arrived. "Your Highness." Lu Yin grunted and then turned to look at Gavin. "How's the cooperation with the Nayland family going?" Gavin smiled. "Everything is going well. Ever since the Second Imperial Squadron investigated many of the Empire's powerful officials, many of the businesses that we worked with the Nayland family were handed over to private enterprises. This has boosted the Empire's employment rate, and at the same time, we've improved our services and gotten rid of the bad practices. The Empire's economy is now thriving, and we've completely recovered." Lu Yin nodded and smiled. "Then shouldn't the Empire return the money to me?" Gavin looked embarrassed. Your Highness, the Treasury doesn't have that much money right now. Can you wait for a while?" Lu Yin was only joking, but he had not forgotten that the Empire still owed him 50,000 star essence. This was not a small sum, and he had become the Great Yu Empire's biggest creditor. "All right, I've called you here for something else." He then tossed the inventory list over to Gavin. "Sell everything on this list for some money. Convert everything into star essence and then purchase more natural treasures. The more, the better." Gavin glanced at it. "Your Highness, exchanging for star essence is rather difficult. Look for the Mavis Bank. They have some in stock," Lu Yin said. Star essence was almost non-existent in the Outerverse, and everyone traded in star crystals. For example, the 9-stack sect had plenty of star crystals, but very few star essence. The Mavis Bank was an exception. They did not exchange star essence for external transactions, but they did have some. Lu Yin knew that there were very few people who could directly exchange for star essence from the Mavis Bank, and he was one of them. "Your Highness, the Central Weave's Mavis Bank has run into trouble recently. Someone started a rumor that the Mavis Bank's inventory has been depleted, and they can no longer exchange for star crystals. Thus, many people have withdrawn their savings, causing the Central Weave's Mavis Bank to constantly transfer their inventory from the surrounding weaves. Their inventory has also been robbed along the way or met with accidents. The bank is currently in a terrible state." Lu Yin was shocked. "I remember that something similar happened in the Frostwave Weave before. Someone started a rumor, and the Mavis Bank also managed to survive by transferring resources from the various branches. Can they not hold on this time?" Gavin replied, "I'm not sure. The Mavis Bank has a very deep foundation, so they might or might not be able to hold on. This time, it's not just one weave that's facing problems, but rather more than 10 weaves. Furthermore, they've been robbed along the way. News that the Mavis Bank is about to go bankrupt is spreading everywhere, and many people believe it." "The Central Weave." Lu Yin muttered to himself. "It couldn't have been Wei Rong, right? That would be too fast." He had just dealt with the Lockbreaker Society, and now he had to deal with the Mavis Bank. Could he handle it? The Mavis Bank was not the Lockbreaker Society. The Lockbreaker Society's greatest pillar had been Jeffrey, and he had been trapped in the Innerverse, which had led to the collapse of the Lockbreaker Society. If Wei Rong treated the Mavis Bank as the Lockbreaker Society without Jeffrey, then the Lockbreaker Society would be in trouble. However, Lu Yin felt that it might not have been Wei Rong who had acted, as he was not that anxious. "How about this? Contact Shamrock Enterprises and use these items to exchange for their natural treasures," Lu Yin said. Gavin was put in a difficult position. Most of the items on the list were paintings by famous masters and manuscripts by famous people. Would the Lockbreaker Society accept these items? However, Lu Yin had given the order, so he had no choice but to comply. If the Lockbreaker Society did not accept these items, then he would have to think of a way to sell them to collectors and exchange them for money to buy from Shamrock Enterprises. However, Shamrock Enterprises did not seem to sell natural treasures, they only sold medicine. Speaking of natural treasures, Luin thought of Bushtree Planet. It was also this planet that had caused his falling out with Puyu. Bushtree Planet was located in the Wuri Weave, and it was a peculiar planet. All of the planet's water resources were hidden underground, and there were no animals, only plants. There were also many natural treasures, but it was a pity that these natural treasures only had a lifespan of 10 years, and they would wither after 10 years. Thus, to most cultivators, natural treasures that had a lifespan of 10 years were useless. Even if they were taken away, they would still wither after 10 years. Only a few young cultivators could use them, which was why Bushtree Planet had been designated as a training ground by Darkstar Gorge. Ever since Luin had chased Darkstar Gorge away, he had been keeping an eye on Bushtree Planet, and he had not allowed anyone to train there. He had always wanted to find some time to take a look, and now was the time. If he could use the natural treasures of this planet to cultivate, then it would be perfect. A few days later, Luin left Xenu Star and took a spacecraft directly to Wuri Weave. Wuri Weave and Dark Mist Weave shared a common border, but because Wuri Weave did not have any leading powers, if Luin wanted to pull Wuri Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, he would have to pull in all of the hundreds of internal powers. Furthermore, these powers did not have any information that Mafioso Planet could use against them, so it would be rather troublesome. Thus, Luin had initially excluded Wuri Weave. However, Wuri Weave was still a part of the Eastern Weave, and it had to join the Great Eastern Alliance. There were far more than 8 weaves in the Eastern Weaves, and the remaining weaves had to be pulled in one by one. Enya had been dealing with these matters recently, but it was not easy, especially since Wei Rong might cause trouble. Sometimes, things could not be done in the same way, and it took time to find the correct method. Just like the current Great Eastern Alliance, if not for Mafioso Planet secrets, it would have been very difficult for Luin to establish it. This was the method. There were also methods for the remaining weaves, but he had not found them yet. Luin believed that he would find them one day. He recited the Stonewall scriptures for a while and checked the route. There was still an hour before he would reach Bushtree Planet. Luin thought for a moment and then activated his gadget to check Peach and the others' resumes. Luin Zishan's encounter had always been a thorn in Lu Yin's heart. Where had that ball of light come from? It seemed to have its own consciousness, and it should have been forcefully fused with Luin Zishan's body by some powerhouse. Even Luin Zishan herself did not know about it. Luin had a suspicion that it might have been the work of someone from the Yu bloodline. If Luin Zishan had encountered such an encounter, then what about Peach, the blind monk, and the others? Luin had been monitoring the captains over the past few days, but he had not discovered anything similar to what had happened to Luin Zishan. However, he still felt uneasy, and so he casually flipped through the captains' resumes. After a while, he discovered a strange phenomenon. These captains all came from different weaves. He had originally thought that the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were all from Frostwave Weave, as someone had told him this before. However, after using his authority as the Royal Regent to flip through the captains' resumes, he discovered that this was not the case. Peach was from Moda Weave, Shalosh was from Myriad Veil Weave, the Blind Monk was from Grand Forest Weave, and Banjo was from Future Weave. Even the captains who had already died were not from Frostwave Weave. Only Huiqing Shan and Rocky Anna were from Frostwave Weave. This was very strange. Where had Undying Yushan brought these people over? The weaves that these captains had been born in covered nearly half of the eastern weaves, and there were a few that Luin had never heard of before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 742. Luin had assumed that the captain's strength was due to Undying Yushan's teachings, but now it seemed that they were not simple at all. Undying Yushan had the Yu bloodline's battle techniques, so why hadn't he taught them to the cultivators of Frostwave Weave? Lu Yin felt that something was off. There was definitely something wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. He had originally thought that Undying Yushan was just an unlucky genius who had fallen, but after Ku Wei's words and Aiden's words, Lu Yin realized that Undying Yushan was not as simple as he seemed. However, he still couldn't find any proof that Undying Yushan was still alive. Aiden's words and the sourcebox array found in the palace were not enough to prove that Undying Yushan was still alive. At most, they could prove that the Yu bloodline still existed. The Yu bloodline. Lu Yin muttered to himself. This was troublesome. The higher one's status, the closer one could get to certain truths, and the more troubles one would have. However, Lu Yin's eyes were bright, and there were many interesting things to look forward to. Bushtree Planet was not very big and was about the same size as Earth. The only difference was that Earth was blue while Bushtree Planet was pure green, so green that it was strange. The Outerverse Youth Council had sent people to monitor Bushtree Planet. Although the Youth Council had declined and did not have much power, there were still some places that were under their control, and Bushtree Planet was one of those places. Lu Yin revealed his identity before entering. There was a loud thump as the spacecraft crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft, and the fresh air that greeted him made him feel comfortable. However, the smell was not pleasant, as it was too vegetal and had a fishy smell. The soil was moist, as Bushtree Planet's water flow was hidden underground, causing the entire planet's surface to be wet. This planet's surface area was much larger than Earth's. Most of Earth's surface area was ocean, but this planet was completely covered in vegetation. There were carnivorous plants and all sorts of strange plants, and the plants here formed their own ecosystem. Before arriving, Lu Yin had read up on many introductions to Bushtree Planet. He crouched down and touched the soil, using his palm to crush the ground and spray water into the sky. The air was normal, the water was normal, and the soil was normal. Everything was normal, but the plants on this planet were abnormal. Ordinary plants were fine, but natural treasures would wither after 10 years. Lu Yin released his domain, and he saw quite a few natural treasures. The biggest difference between natural treasures and ordinary plants was their ability to absorb star energy. Ordinary plants couldn't absorb star energy, but natural treasures could. Of course, there were also natural treasures that didn't absorb star energy, but any plant that could absorb star energy was a natural treasure and had its own unique effects. Half a day later, Lu Yin exhaled. He had seen no less than 100 natural treasures, but it was a pity that they were all too young. If only they were at least 10,000 years old, then they would be of great use to cultivators below the explorer realm. But if that was the case, this planet would have been snatched up long ago. There was a whoosh as the ground cracked open, and a strange attack enveloped Lu Yin from below. He casually waved his hand, causing a plant underground to shatter and explode, causing green liquid to splatter everywhere. This planet had a lot of aggressive plants, which was one of the reasons why it could become a trial planet. 7th Bro, this planet is useless to you. Natural treasures that are less than 10 years old are no different from weeds. Even if this planet changes, these natural treasures can grow indefinitely, and you don't have that long of a lifespan. Say, these natural treasures can't be more than 10 years old, but what about their medicinal effects? If there's a way to accelerate their growth, will they still wither? Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, probably not. I just saw some natural treasures with medicinal effects that are more than 10 years old. As long as they're less than 10 years old, they should be fine. Lu Yin thought the same, but thinking about it was one thing, he still needed to test it out. He blocked the monkey and raised his hand, causing his die to appear. It had been almost a month since he had last rolled it on Shenwu continent, so he could roll it now. He was afraid that he would roll 6 pips, so he placed his cosmic ring to the side and tapped it. The dice slowly spun before stopping. His luck was extremely good, and he rolled 3 pips. Luin was excited, as his bad luck was about to come to an end. 2 screens appeared, and it was a familiar scene. Luin plucked a natural treasure and tossed it onto the screen, followed by a cube of star essence. Suddenly, he paused, and his expression changed as he stared blankly at the screen. He seemed to have made a mistake. The natural treasures in the Daosor Sect's ruins had been able to produce so much star energy because they had been absorbing it for a long time. Only after they had been burned would they produce a boundless sea of star energy. But what about these natural treasures? His die's 3 pips could only increase the medicinal effects, and as for star energy, that would take time to absorb. Even if he could increase these natural treasures to the point where they could avoid danger, it would be useless, as they would not be able to absorb a huge amount of star energy. Even if they were burned, they would only produce medicinal effects, but not star energy. Luin felt helpless, as shortcuts were not easy to take. Bush Tree Planet could not be used as a cheating tool for his cultivation. His only consolation was that the natural treasures here were just as he had guessed. As long as they were not old enough, they would not wither even if their medicinal effects were more than 10 years old. Even if they could not help him rapidly increase his power, they would still be of great help. After looking around, he found quite a few natural treasures, but he did not know what they were used for. His die's 3 pips were still on, and he could not remove the monkey's barrier. Helpless, he looked for some natural treasures that seemed gentler to increase his strength. The white fruit that had been filled with vitality had been upgraded to the point where it could avoid danger, and the natural treasures that Luin had given Ming Zhaoshu had also consumed 100 star essence. Most of the natural treasures that Luin had given Ming Zhaoshu had consumed 100 star essence as well. Luin upgraded the 22 natural treasures to the point where they could avoid danger, stored them in his cosmic ring, and then left Bush Tree Planet. He would return to this place in the future, and he did not know how many years the 22 natural treasures that he had taken from this place had been growing for. Some of them might even be close to 10 years old, so he had to use them as soon as possible. In the darkness of outer space, meteorites occasionally streaked past. Some smashed into planets, and the friction with the atmosphere caused the meteorites to burn red. Others continued to fly out into the boundless universe, and no one knew how far they would fly. One giant meteorite flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed, and no one knew where it had come from or how it had started flying. The meteorite was very large, even larger than an ordinary planet. At this speed, if it crashed into any planet, that planet would collapse. Suddenly, the giant meteorite split open in the middle and then split into 2. An astral beast let out an eagle's cry as it appeared on the other side of the meteorite. It waved its claws, and the star energy it generated pushed the 2 halves of the meteorite apart, causing them to fly off in opposite directions. This astral beast looked like an eagle, but it had 2 heads. Its eyes were like lightning, and it was extremely fast. Every time its wings flapped, the void would ripple. This was an astral beast with a power level of over 100,000. In the outerverse, there were not many astral beasts with such strength, especially in the eastern weaves. Such strength was enough to dominate an entire region. However, at this moment, this astral beast was in an extremely sorry state. Large amounts of blood flowed from its abdomen, and one of its wings was broken. Several of its sharp claws, which should have been terrifying, had been broken as well. Fear flashed through its eyes as it rushed off in a certain direction. No, don't go there. That's Frostwave Weave. There was a person on the beast's back. His face was pale, and half of his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. The beast let out a cry, as if asking where to go. The person weakly lay on the beast's back. East. Fly east. The giant beast turned around and flew toward the east. After an unknown amount of time, the beast seemed to be unable to withstand its injuries, and it let out a mournful cry before crashing towards a planet. The people on the planet looked up at the sky, only to see a huge object crashing down. It caused a huge panic. The astral beast crashed into the planet's ocean, causing a tsunami that flooded the coastal areas and killed many people. This planet had only just begun to develop its technology, so it had never encountered such a terrifying astral beast before. Fortunately, there was an even more powerful civilization monitoring the planet, and they took the heavily injured astral beast and the person on its back away. All that was left behind on this planet was a legend. In outer space, an Aurora spacecraft headed towards Xenu star. Luin sat in the spacecraft and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures as he pondered his next steps. If he wanted to completely simulate the 99 stars of the Sirius art, then unlocking sourceboxes was the fastest way to do so. Only by perfectly circulating the Sirius art could he increase the speed at which he absorbed star energy. Other than that, there was also battle force, domains, battle techniques, and so on. He seemed to have grasped too many things, and the Great U Empire had many things to do as well. It was no wonder why so many cultivators ignored worldly matters and focused on cultivation. However, because of his innate gift, the more resources he had, the faster he could improve. This was something that could not be helped. He had to earn as much money as he could when he returned, and he had to try his dies in hands frequently. The Sky Beast Claw had given him a taste of its sweetness, and perhaps the next person he fused with would give him an even greater benefit. Right, it was not impossible for him to fuse with a disciple from the Sirius sect. With his strength, the disciple he fused with would definitely not be weak. Even if he did not become a top disciple, he would still be one of the top disciples. Lu Yin was still confident in this. So what if the Neoverse was powerful? He was confident that he would be as close to invincible as he had been when he was a Lemeter. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped. Lu Yin looked over and was surprised to find that it was Tianming. Ever since Tianming had been treated as a puppet and placed in Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect, the two had rarely contacted each other. Tianming would only report to Huan Sha or Enya if something happened, and he would not contact Lu Yin directly. He accepted the call. "What is it?" Lu Yin asked. Tianming's solemn voice came from the other end. "Your Highness, Anfield is currently at the 9-stack sect and is heavily injured." Anfield. Lu Yin felt like he had heard this name before. Anfield is a hunter from the Interverse Beast Tamers Flowzone's 2nd grade hall, and he participated in the Astral Wilderness. He also participated in Iron Blood Weave's battle at Planet P, Tianming reminded him. The top power in the Beast Tamers Flowzone was the Divine Great Hall, and perhaps even Kwang Wang knew more than Anfield. Lu Yin decided not to think about the monkey for now, as he needed to consider North Castle Weave and Aegis. Ding Xing had actually asked Aegis for help, so where had he gotten the money? He must have paid the price with the Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove. That treasure trove had originally been given to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had not helped Ding Xing expel the 2nd Great Hall. Thus, Ding Xing had given up on the Great U Empire and sought out Aegis instead. However, Lu Yin had sent people to monitor Ding Xing and not allow him to leave. This was to prevent him from seeking outside help. Lu Yin contacted Xenu Star and found out that the person who had been monitoring Ding Xing had been injured. His face sank. How bold. Lu Yin felt as if something that belonged to him had been stolen. More importantly, Ding Xing was an important person who had allowed North Castle Weave to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Sword Dynasty was the top power in North Castle Weave, and as long as Liu Yin controlled Ding Xing and helped him restore the Great Sword Dynasty, Liu Yin would not have to worry about North Castle Weave not joining the Great Eastern Alliance. But now, Ding Xing had been intercepted by Aegis. This was not only a loss of wealth, but also a loss to his entire plan. Liu Yin could not allow such a loss to occur. He immediately contacted Yan Yan and ordered the 7th Imperial Squadron to head to North Castle Weave's Great Sword Dynasty and bring Ding Xing back for questioning. Ding Xing's crime was to injure an Imperial cultivator. At the same time, Liu Yin also warned Yan Yan to be on guard, as Aegis' methods were shady. Of course, Liu Yin was not too worried. With Yan Yan's strength, if he could not deal with the people from Aegis in North Castle Weave, then there was no need for him to compete with Aegis. Wei Rong was rather busy during this period. On one hand, he had to think of ways to cause trouble in the Great Eastern Alliance, and on the other, he had to contact a central weave to establish an alliance to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. He also had to prevent Source Peak Weave from being pulled away by Liu Yin. Even with his abilities, he felt overwhelmed. However, he received some good news today. Aegis had actually gone to a weave in the east and had been hired by North Castle Weave's Great Sword Dynasty. Wei Rong was very cautious in his actions. Since he was destined to become Liu Yin's enemy, he had already investigated many things regarding the Great Yu Empire, including the Great Sword Dynasty's request for assistance from the Great Yu Empire. He had taken note of this matter and wanted to use it to make a fuss, but who would have thought that Aegis would actually intervene? Aegis and Liu Yin definitely did not have any enmity, but Aegis was tyrannical in its actions, especially since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, which made Aegis even more unbridled. Liu Yin was just as tyrannical, and he was the type who refused to suffer losses. Aegis had stolen something from the Great Sword Dynasty from Liu Yin's hands, and a conflict had already formed between the two sides. There would be a good show to watch soon. "Young master, should we do something?" A figure appeared behind Wei Rong and asked in a low voice. Wei Rong smiled. "There's no need. Aegis is incompatible with Liu Yin, and there's no need for us to act. They will naturally become enemies." North Castle Weave was located to the north of Frostwave Weave. Before the battle on planet Pyrolite, North Castle Weave had been very prosperous. Anyone from the innerverse or outerverse who wanted to explore the astral wilderness from the east would have to pass through North Castle Weave, and these people had brought great wealth to North Castle Weave. However, after the battle on planet Pyrolite, North Castle Weave had been the first weave of the outerverse to be divided. The Great Sword Dynasty was one of the strongest powers in North Castle Weave, but it had been occupied by the Second Great Hall. Sword Origin Planet was a rather peculiar planet in North Castle Weave. It was not accurate to call it a planet, as Sword Origin Planet was shaped like a broadsword, which was why it had been named Sword Origin. It was more like a floating continent in the universe, and the Great Sword Dynasty had originated from Sword Origin Planet. At its peak, the Great Sword Dynasty had ruled over more than 20 filaments, and it had been the undisputed overlord of North Castle Weave. However, as the successive emperors had become muddle-headed, the dynasty's territory had gradually fragmented. By the time of the battle on planet Pyrolite, only 12 filaments had remained. At that time, the emperor had even been unwilling to interact with Frostwave Weave because of Undying Yushan. At this moment, in the capital of Sword Origin Planet, a group of courtiers were kneeling and trembling within the lofty imperial palace. At the front of the group was a youth dressed in embroidered robes, and beside him was Ding Xing. All around them were mercenaries from Aegis, and it was obvious that they were different from Ding Xing and the others. These mercenaries had come from all over the outerverse, and they all wore Aegis battle suits and wielded technological weapons. They looked mighty and majestic, and most of them looked normal. However, there were also some who had strange appearances. For example, their arms were especially long, their heads were squarish, or their bodies were covered in scales. Different environments gave birth to different people, and although they were all humans, some places had developed over hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions of years, so there were bound to be differences. The mercenaries under Aegis came from all 72 weaves of the outerverse, and there were all sorts of people. Among these people, the leader was a tall and skinny man who was almost 3 meters tall. His legs were especially long and slender, and his legs alone were 2 meters long. He looked very out of place. Ding Xing occasionally looked up in fear, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He had been living well on Xenu Star, waiting for the royal regent to rescue the Great Sword Dynasty. Although he had been very anxious, he had been left with no choice. One day, someone from Aegis had contacted him and asked if he wanted to rescue the Great Sword Dynasty. At the time, he had been very hesitant, but he had not been granted an audience with the royal regent. Aegis had been too ruthless. Not only had they massacred the Second Great Hall, but they had also massacred many of the Great Sword Dynasty's cultivators in the palace. These people did not care about the lives of others, and more importantly, they had no intention of leaving. Ding Xing had originally thought that they would leave after he gave them the Great Sword Dynasty's treasures, as this was the reward that they had agreed upon. However, they had now gone back on their word and wanted to stay in the Great Sword Dynasty just like the Second Great Hall. They had even said that they were going to build a training base on Sword Origin Planet, which made Ding Xing realize that he had been tricked. Aegis wanted to occupy Sword Origin Planet, which was why they had tricked Ding Xing out of Xenu Star. These people's ultimate goal was the Great Sword Dynasty. The tall, thin man sat nearby and looked at the star chart on his gadget. Aegis' target was the Great Sword Dynasty, which was a very important location. Although the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the search for pyrolite had not stopped, and many people had entered the astral wilderness to search for pyrolite. As the price of pyrolite in the black market had risen, the search for pyrolite had become increasingly popular. Before the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Aegis had not dared to target pyrolite. It was not just them, no power in the entire outerverse had dared to target pyrolite. But now that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Aegis was not afraid of anyone, and they naturally set their sights on pyrolite. Controlling North Castle Weave was equivalent to controlling a passage from the astral wilderness to the outerverse. Not only would it be convenient for them to transport and explore, but it would also be convenient for them to plunder. The more pyrolite they obtained, the more powerful their weapons would become, and the stronger they would become. This was the wish of all of Aegis, as they wanted to suppress the outerverse. Ding Xing, where are the treasures you mentioned? The tall, thin man asked slowly. Although their goal was to occupy the Great Sword Dynasty, they could not ignore the reward. Ding Xing's expression changed. If I give you the treasures, will you leave? The tall, thin man sneered. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Ding Xing, and a kick sent him flying 100 meters into a wall. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 744. After being kicked, Ding Xing felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he almost couldn't breathe. The others were even more terrified, especially the youth, who almost wet himself. I think you still don't understand. Remember, we are Aegis, the tall, thin man said coldly. Ding Xing had blood at the corner of his mouth, and he panted heavily with his head lowered. He regretted not staying on Xenu Star. These people from Aegis had tricked him into leaving, which meant that they were afraid of Lu Yin. However, he had still foolishly come out, and he had even exposed his identity as a prince. When he thought about the prince, he looked up at the youth. Coincidentally, the tall, thin man stood up and walked towards the youth. The youth was one of the Great Sword Dynasty's surviving princes. The Second Great Hall had killed many people from the Great Sword Dynasty, and only this youth had managed to escape. It had to be said that Ding Xing was very loyal, and he wholeheartedly wanted to help the Great Sword Dynasty revive. However, in front of absolute power, he was too weak. The tall, thin man squatted down and looked into the youth's eyes. "Tell me, are you willing for us to stay and help you?" The youth was terrified, and his face went pale. "Yes, I'm willing." The tall, thin man smiled and patted the youth's shoulder. He then looked at Ding Xing. "Go and find the treasure. Otherwise, you don't need to live anymore." Ding Xing was bitter. "This is North Castle Weave, which is close to Frostwave Weave. Aren't you afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance?" This sentence caused the tall, thin man's face to darken. Aegis was tyrannical in its ways, and if they wanted to rob the Great Sword Dynasty, they would not even discuss it with them. Just like the Second Great Hall, they would directly slaughter them. But now, they wanted the Great Sword Dynasty's official support. Why? It was because they were afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance and Lu Yin. Although they were not afraid of Lu Yin, they were still worried that Lu Yin would cause trouble for them. That would be very uncomfortable, which was why they needed the Great Sword Dynasty's support to stay. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to stay. This made the tall, thin man very unhappy. Since when had Aegis been so apprehensive of an explorer? What Great Eastern Alliance? They were just a bunch of weaklings. There was a thump as Ding Xing was whipped once more, and he almost spat out his organs. "No one dares to say anything about Aegis's actions," the tall, thin man coldly said. Ding's vision blurred, and his heart sank. The Great Sword Dynasty. Ding Xing touched the ground. It was extremely cold. What was going on? The Sword Origin planet was like spring all year round, so it was impossible for it to freeze. He raised his head and looked around. Could this be the talent of someone in Aegis? After looking around, he didn't see anyone releasing their talent. Ding Xing was puzzled. He looked at the ground and his pupils shrank. The ground was slowly freezing. Not only that, but his feet were also frozen. He tried to pull his feet out, but he found that he could no longer feel them. The extreme cold was gradually spreading. Ding Xing was terrified. He was a cruiser with a power level of 60,000, but he had been silently frozen by someone. Who's there? At this moment, not only Ding Xing, but everyone else also discovered that they were actually frozen by the extreme cold. The tall and skinny man was shocked. The ice under his feet cracked, and with a bang, he floated into the air. He was the only one who wasn't frozen in place. The others, including the mercenaries from Aegis, were all frozen. When the mercenaries realized that they were frozen, they immediately tried various ways to escape, but to no avail. The tall and skinny man suddenly raised his head. Streaks of red meteors smashed down with a loud bang. This was a personal flying ship. Many people had descended, at least 100 of them. The tall and skinny man's heart sank. Who dares to attack Aegis? Ding Xing felt the extreme cold, and a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly thought of someone, the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 7th Imperial Squadron. During his time on Xenu Star, Lu Yin had investigated all of the important people in the Great Yu Empire, so he was no stranger to the captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. This captain had just been appointed not too long ago, and it was rumored that he had almost frozen the entire Anna family. Even Shuashan Anna, a hunter who specialized in the snowstorm palm, had been helpless against him. If it's him. Ding Xing's eyes lit up. Lu Yin had acted. The tall and skinny man felt uneasy, and he looked into the distance where a figure slowly walked over. It was Yen Yen, and as he approached, the chill intensified. However, he didn't freeze everyone, only their lower bodies. Aside from the tall and skinny man, everyone else was unable to move, including the cruisers. Yan Yan was someone that old Guda had been helpless against, and even Shuashan Ana had been helpless against him. He was an expert who could rival Aiden, and he wasn't someone that Aegis could deal with. Yan Yan had heard Lu Yin's warning. Since he was so good at using underhanded methods, then he would immobilize them, which was exactly what Yan Yan was good at. In the sky, figures appeared one after another and surrounded the Great Sword Dynasty's palace. The tall and skinny man stared at Yan Yan. "Who are you?" "We're from Aegis." Yan Yan looked up. "Great Yu Empire, captain of the 7th Imperial Squadron, Yan Yan." The tall and skinny man's pupils shrank. What had to come had finally come. They had expected that the Great Yu Empire would not remain indifferent once they tried to occupy North Castle Weave, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Aegis has been hired by the Great Sword Dynasty to chase away the Second Great Hole. "What is the Great Yu Empire trying to do?" the tall and skinny man shouted. Yan Yan's tone was cold. "Arrest the criminal, Ding Xing. His crime is that he attacked an Empire cultivator." The tall and skinny man's eyes narrowed. "Fine, take him away." Ding Xing shouted, "Captain Yan Yan, I have an agreement with the Royal Regent. I'm requesting the Great Yu Empire to help the Great Sword Dynasty revive. Please fulfill your end of the agreement." The tall and skinny man was furious, and he raised his hands to attack Ding Xing. He did not hold back this time, as he had intended to kill Ding Xing. However, the attack was blocked by a chill. Yan Yan stared at the tall and skinny man. The Great Yu Empire will confirm Ding Xing's crimes. He has an agreement with His Highness, and His Highness has already instructed that the moment Ding Xing requests the Great Yu Empire's assistance, the Empire will provide it. The Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove was very pure, and it consisted of star crystals and star essence. There wasn't even a single universal coin or anything like that. 3 billion star crystals and 12,000 star essence were the Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove, which was worth more than 40,000 star essence. This was a considerable amount of wealth. The Great Yu Empire's annual military expenditure was not much, and this amount of wealth was enough to tempt even enlighters. Lu Yin felt like a windfall right in front of him. He ordered Yan Yan to send the star essence to King Zishan's palace. As for the 3 billion star crystals, they would be placed in the Great Yu Empire's treasury. After all, the 7th Imperial Squadron had been mobilized this time, and it was impossible for him to keep all of the spoils of war. Of course, he also silently increased the debt that the Empire owed him to 80,000 star essence. These star crystals would be considered a loan to the Empire. The treasure trove was just a pleasant surprise. What he really needed was the Great Sword Dynasty's influence over North Castle Weave. The various great powers of North Castle Weave had once been fighting over it. The Great Sword Dynasty was still the strongest, and as long as the Great Sword Dynasty joined the Great Eastern Alliance, North Castle Weave would naturally belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 745. As for Aegis, Lu Yin's expression sank. According to Ding Xing, they were actually planning to take over the Great Sword Dynasty, and it wasn't as simple as he had thought. It seemed that the Aegis shield had become arrogant and wanted to imitate the inner verse in seizing Pyrolite. They were truly courting death. If Lu Yin had been able to do so, he would have attacked the Pyrolite a long time ago. Elder Lohar had once said that Pyrolite was a strategic resource, and anyone who touched it would die. Lu Yin did not dare to cross that line. Now that the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, Aegis was confident, and they also had enlighters who dared to act against anyone. It was very troublesome for a force that was already domineering to begin with to expand. They feared nothing. Lu Yin was already prepared to wage war against Aegis, as he would not give up on North Castle Weave. Although he had been prepared for battle, he hadn't expected Aegis to act so quickly. 2 days later, on a desolate planet not too far away from Xenius Star, Luin was currently unlocking his source box. Xenius Star was densely populated, and the source box that he needed to unlock was already at the perceptive intermediate level. He was also worried that the danger of the source box being leaked would cause other people to die, so he could only come to this desolate planet. This planet had already been isolated by Luin, and it would become an important place for him to unlock source boxes in the future. Even if an accident occurred, it would not implicate anyone else. Many space-exploring cultivators would choose to cultivate in places where there was no one around. This was because if an accident were to occur while they were cultivating, the repercussions would be too wide. Wendy Yushan had reminded him of this when he had been practicing the Sky Beast Claw, and he had decided to leave Xenius Star to train. The source box in front of Luin had come from the Lockbreaker Society. Phelan had moved the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters to planet Hydrodink, and the treasures from Source Peak Planet had been moved over as well. The treasures from the Hall of Insight had been stolen, but fortunately, these source boxes had not been stored in the Hall of Insight. Luin did not know exactly how many source boxes the Lockbreaker Society had, but as long as he wanted to unlock a source box, he could just send someone to planet Hydrodink to purchase them. 1-star perceptive intermediate source boxes cost at least 500 star essence, and the one that Luin had bought cost 300 star essence, which wasn't considered expensive. Unlocking a perceptive intermediate source box was a very long process, and even though Luin had experience unlocking perceptive intermediate source boxes, the one in front of him was still rather difficult. This was because this source box was not harmless, and it constantly emitted a suffocating stench. Luin was speechless, as he felt that Phelan was doing this on purpose. This source box didn't have any special killing intent, and it just smelled so bad that it was unbearable. Even if one didn't breathe in it, the stench would still rush into one's brain, and there was no way to get rid of it. It was precisely because of this stench that no lockbreaker was willing to come into contact with this source box, even though it did not contain any killing intent. Phelan had finally found an opportunity to get rid of it. Luin was very curious about what was inside this source box. The stench had already taken on a visible color and form, and it was extremely pungent. Luin was surrounded by the stench at such a close distance, and he felt like vomiting at every moment. He was sure that Phelan was doing this on purpose to disgust him. While he was trying to unlock the seal, Luin suddenly felt his heart palpitate. It was as if he was being watched by something. He released his domain, but it wasn't for observation. Instead, it swept across his surroundings. He trusted his instincts even though there were no rune lines approaching him. The next moment, a pale white light flashed past, and Luin saw several blades descending from above. It was an assassin. He didn't even think about stopping his lock-breaking, but the blades in front of him chased after him. It was a Hunter Realm assassin. Luin's eyes trembled, and he retreated step by step. The assassin was extremely fast, and countless blades suddenly appeared all around him. They tore through the void, slicing through the ground, air, and everything else that could be seen. Black spatial cracks spread out in all directions. This was a lightning-fast attack, and the assassin did not intend to give Luin any time to catch his breath. In particular, one of the blades constantly slashed at Luin's right hand to prevent him from retrieving anything from his cosmic ring. External items were not invincible, as once they could not be retrieved, there would be no difference whether or not one had an external item. That was exactly what Luin was feeling at this moment. He had the universal armor, but it was very difficult to retrieve it. There was no time for him to put it on, as this assassin was very experienced. However, Luin had no intention of retrieving the universal armor at all. If he wanted to, this assassin would not be able to stop him. But why should he? Luin lightly tapped his feet and used the secret sidestep technique. He raised a hand and punched out at a place where no one was around. His spiritual force swept out in all directions, and there was a muffled groan as a figure appeared not too far away. This person had been lying on the ground all this time, and the surrounding blades were not his attacks. Instead, they had appeared out of nowhere. This was an innate gift. Although Lu Yin did not know much about spiritual force attacks, the day-night fist was enough to unleash his spiritual force, which was comparable to that of the 10 arbiters. The assassin could not block it at all, and he had been caught off guard and forced to reveal himself. Lu Yin raised a finger and tapped out. The assassin's head was dizzy, as he could not understand how Lu Yin could unleash such a terrifying spiritual force attack. However, as an assassin, his willpower was firm to begin with, and he also had the strength of a hunter, which allowed him to resist fainting. There was a thump as Lu Yin's finger tapped the assassin's body, but it felt as if he had struck a weapon. His fingertip did not touch flesh, but rather an ice-cold weapon. There was a whoosh as the assassin retreated, and all of his killing intent receded like a tide. If one's attack did not succeed, they would flee 1,000 kilometers away. This was the standard practice for assassins. However, Lu Yin would not let the assassin leave just like that. He aimed a sky beast claw in the direction that the assassin had fled, and an ancient beast's roar traveled across time. The claw descended, covering an area of 100 kilometers and shaking the planet. The terrifying attack caused the planet to crack open, and magma to erupt from the sky as high temperatures scorched the void. However, the assassin had disappeared, as Lu Yin's large-scale attack had not been able to capture any trace of him. Lu Yin's face sank. Where were his rune lines? Since this person was a hunter, he should have had rune lines, but why hadn't he? This was more serious than the assassin himself. Lu Yin could predict many things in advance based on his rune lines, but if someone could completely conceal their rune lines, then it would be disadvantageous to Lu Yin, as he was already used to having rune lines. The universe was filled with mysteries, and there would always be things that surpassed one's knowledge. However, Lu Yin had not expected them to arrive so quickly. However, there had not been any rune lines in the Daosaur Sex ruins, so there could be some sort of connection between the two. Lu Yin immediately contacted Phantom Sting and described what had just happened. On the screen, Phantom Sting said, Feng Zi, 9th on the Outerverse assassin rankings. He should be the one who tried to assassinate you. Where did this person come from? Lu Yin asked. Phantom Sting answered, I don't know, but according to rumors, he's related to Aegis. 6 of the top 10 assassins in the Outerverse are from Aegis, and this person is one of them. Lu Yin had already guessed that there were not many people who wanted to kill him and had the ability to hire such an assassin, so Aegis was the most likely candidate. He had not expected Aegis' revenge to come so quickly. This was no longer a warning, but rather a declaration of war. Aegis was too tyrannical, and they had not even discussed things with Lu Yin before sending assassins. Lu Yin had not experienced such a feeling in a long time. Ever since he had killed several Enlighters and returned from Iron Blood Weave, aside from the Daosaur Sex ruins, he had almost reached the peak of the universe. Aegis' actions made him relive what the Day-Night clan had done to him. It was a completely uncaring attitude that overlooked everything. How did Aegis train so many assassins? Also, what's your ranking? Lu Yin asked curiously. Phantom Sting answered, 12th. That low? Lu Yin was shocked. Your innate gift is not bad. You're a hunter and have comprehended a domain, but you're not even in the top 10. The ranking of assassins is based on efficiency, not strength. My innate gift gives me a lot of survivability, but in terms of efficiency, I'm not in the top 10. As for Aegis, it's rumored that all of their top assassins have the ability to completely conceal their aura. I don't know the specifics, but their success rate far surpasses that of other assassin organizations. After countless years, Aegis has become the largest assassin organization in the Outerverse, and even the Innerverse is wary of them. Luin fell into deep thought as he completely concealed his aura. No wonder he could not see any rune lines, this Aegis was a little troublesome. Luin finally managed to unlock the stinky source box, but there was only something that looked like a fruit inside. He casually put it away and then left the desolate planet. Luin had just returned to Xenu Star when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. He was puzzled, as not many people knew his contact details, so he answered the call. "Your Excellency Luin, do you like our gift to you?" The cold voice sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Who are you? You should know that we're from Aegis." The voice laughed strangely. Lu Yin indifferently asked, "Feng Zi is your gift to me. We do not wish to become enemies with your Excellency. As long as your Excellency does not interfere with North Castle Weave, Aegis is willing to compensate your Excellency. Throughout history, very few people have earned our respect. Your Excellency Lu Yin, are you willing to accept our good intentions?" The voice laughed, sounding pleased with itself and a little arrogant. "If I almost succeeded in my assassination because of Aegis' good intentions, then it's not easy to accept," Lu Yin sneered. "Your Excellency has experienced the Innerverse and Outerverse, so you're not a superficial person. There's no need to be so calculative. Your Excellency was able to survive our assassination attempt, which is enough to earn our respect. But to be blunt, Feng Zi is only the 9th-ranked assassin, and there are many more who are more powerful than him. You should have heard of Aegis' strength. Just because Feng Zi couldn't succeed doesn't mean that other assassins can't." Lu Yin's face darkened. "Are you threatening me? If your Excellency thinks so, then it's not wrong. Lord Egret sent me to greet you," the voice said with an indifferent smile. Lu Yin fell silent. The assassins controlled by Aegis and the Enlighter Lord Egret were very powerful forces. They had kept a low profile when the Innerverse and Outerverse had been connected, but now, they were finally revealing their fangs. "Why do you want North Castle Weave?" Lu Yin asked. "That has nothing to do with your Excellency. Please give us an answer, as the higher-ups do not like to wait." Lu Yin coldly replied, "Let your leader speak to me. I can do that. If your Excellency has anything to say, feel free to say it." Lu Yin's voice was icy. "You don't have the right to speak to me." The voice fell silent for a moment. "Your Excellency Lu Yin, it seems that you do not understand the current Outerverse. We'll speak again after you do. I hope that you can still be so arrogant then." He then hung up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 746. Lu Yin put down his gadget and returned to King Zishan's palace. There, he summoned Phantom Sting and inquired about the locations of all of Aegis' bases. Phantom Sting could only name a few, and these were the few bases that Mafioso Planet controlled. However, Aegis wasn't just an assassination organization, they also accepted bodyguard missions. Just the Eastern Weaves alone had over 1,000 Aegis bodyguard companies, and there were also countless secret organizations that accepted assassination missions. Lu Yin didn't hide the fact that he had been assassinated by Aegis, and he immediately announced that the Great Eastern Alliance was purging Aegis. Regardless of whether it was a bodyguard company or a secret organization that accepted assassination missions, anything related to Aegis would be purged. This was the Great Eastern Alliance's largest operation since its establishment, and the entire Eastern Weaves were mobilized. In just a few days, everything related to Aegis within the Great Eastern Alliance was purged. All of the company's personnel were arrested, and Aegis assassins were either killed or captured. Aegis had suffered great losses in the Great Eastern Alliance. However, the greatest losses were Aegis training bases. They had many training bases in the Outerverse that specialized in training mercenaries, assassins, bodyguards, and so on. The establishment of each training base cost an astronomical amount of money and time. Destroying any one of these bases was a huge loss to Aegis. Over the past few days, the Great Eastern Alliance had destroyed more than 10 of Aegis' training bases, and most of them had been dug up through Aegis's superficial strength. It was precisely because of these bases that many people in the Eastern Weaves realized that Aegis wasn't just a bodyguard company, but also an assassin organization. The vast Earth Sept, Even Ground Palace, Six-Fingered Tribe, and others all contacted Lu Yin to ask about the situation. Lu Yin didn't hide anything, and he told them about Aegis. However, he didn't tell them about Aegis's true strength to prevent them from betraying him out of fear. After all, the Great Eastern Alliance was still unstable. In most people's minds, Aegis was one of the wealthiest corporations in the Outerverse, but they had never considered how powerful they actually were. Lu Yin believed that once Aegis's true strength was exposed, Green Peak Gorge, the vast Earth Sept, and the other powers would most likely not participate in the operation against Aegis. Lu Yin couldn't do this alone. Of course, even if Lu Yin did not say anything, Aegis would not remain silent. In order to prevent Aegis from threatening the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin had blamed many of the assassinations that had occurred over the countless years on Aegis. Regardless of whether or not some of the assassins had been killed, Lu Yin had blamed Aegis. Even the assassination attempt on Mafioso Planet had been blamed on Aegis, which had caused countless people in the Eastern Weaves to denounce Aegis. Many large factions and families had people assassinated. Now, they had finally found the culprit. Although the person who hired the assassins was the real culprit, Aegis was also the executor. Suddenly, the calls for the Great Eastern Alliance to purge Aegis grew louder and louder. Countless people were begging for Aegis to be destroyed. Lu Yin was the type of person who would either not do anything at all or go all the way to the end. He would not take things slowly, and with Aegis's attitude, they would not be able to tolerate each other. Thus, he would go all the way and treat Aegis as a trial for the Great Eastern Alliance. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin activated his gadget, and a screen appeared before him. Suddenly, a call came from his gadget. Lu Yin tapped it open, and Huan Sha appeared on his screen. She had a serious expression on her face, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and indignation. Your Highness, something has happened. Dozens of planets in the Empire have been attacked, and the initial estimates put the death toll at close to 10 million. 3 important military bases have been completely destroyed, and more than 10 ministers have mysteriously died. Thousands of companies have declared bankruptcy, and demonstrations have suddenly appeared all over the Empire to protest Your Highness' establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance and the introduction of outsiders into the Empire. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Aegis had made a move, and their methods were truly vicious. Following Huan Sha's report, Enya also reported that the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance had suffered losses. More than 100 of the vast Earth Sect's disciples who had gone out to train had died, and the Six-Fingered Tribe, Tri-Banner Federation, and Green Peak Gorge had all been assassinated. Mu Nikhang, the palace master of Even Ground Palace, had also been assassinated and had suffered minor injuries. Lu Yin had still underestimated Aegis' power, as they had actually launched a direct retaliation against the entire Great Eastern Alliance. Their strength now covered the entire Eastern Weave. Your Highness, people in North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave, and other weaves have been spreading rumors about the Great Eastern Alliance. Many of those weaves' powers have already sworn not to join the Great Eastern Alliance, the cabinet minister, Garop, reported. Your Highness, the resources that the Empire was transporting have been destroyed by an unknown power. Not only did they destroy the resources, but they also killed all of the people who were transporting the resources. Their methods were cruel, Gavin reported. More and more bad news arrived, which fully demonstrated Aegis' enormous influence. Aegis could not have done this alone. They had been in the Outerverse for so many years, and they had connections with many powers that could influence countless people. They did not even need to take action, as there were countless people willing to risk their lives for them. Mafioso Planet alone had grasped the top secrets of many of the Eastern Weave's powers, not to mention the largest assassin organization, Aegis. The Great Eastern Alliance had started a war with Aegis, which was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. The Great Eastern Alliance was a power on the surface, while Aegis was hidden in the shadows. No matter how they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Meng Tianlong had already contacted Enya, hoping that Lu Yin would think of a solution as soon as possible. He felt like he had been implicated, as the vast Earth sect clearly did not have any connections with Aegis, yet they had been targeted for no reason. They had also sensed that Aegis was not to be trifled with and would bring about a lot of trouble. It was not just Meng Tianlong, Mu Nikhang, Feng Shu, Bok Shamus, and the others were also in the same situation. They frequently contacted Enya, hoping that Lu Yin would resolve the matter with Aegis as soon as possible. Lu Yin ended the call with Enya. The Great Eastern Alliance's drawbacks were that it had been established too quickly. The people's hearts were not united, and they were even suspicious of each other. The moment there was trouble, the alliance would quickly break apart. These people all wanted to protect themselves, and they did not care about the alliance's image at all. This was indeed a trial that targeted the entire Great Eastern Alliance. If he succeeded, the Great Eastern Alliance would become as stable as a rock, and they would gradually take control of the entire Eastern Weaves. If he failed, the Great Eastern Alliance would cease to exist, and Lu Yin would become the laughingstock of the Outerverse. He would not allow such a thing to happen, so he left King Zishan's palace. Xinyu Star was the capital star of the Great Yu Empire, and it was exceptionally prosperous. Practically all of the well-known companies in the universe had branches here, and after the Great Yu Empire had unified the Frostwave Weave, its reputation had grown even more. Even a large company like Shamrock Enterprises, which dominated the Innerverse and Outerverse, had set up a branch here. The Amethyst Trading Company had also set up an extremely large trading center on Xinyu Star. It took up an entire street, and it was also the most prosperous street on the entire star. Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, various large spacecraft companies, and so on were all gathered here. It was the economic center of the Great Yu Empire, and anyone who could set up an office here had influence that could cover an entire solar system or even an entire domain. The Amethyst Trading Company's trading centers covered all aspects of the empire, and there were many people entering and exiting every day. There were also many visitors. Lu Yin followed the flow of people and entered the Amethyst Trading Company. When he looked around, he was rather surprised. This place really did have everything. The shopping center's layout was humane, and there were powerful cultivators guarding it. There were also products that stretched as far as the eye could see. As long as it was a well-known brand in the universe, one could basically find it here. This was the Amethyst Trading Company. Those who could afford to shop here were all people from the upper middle class of the empire. What made him especially happy was that there were all sorts of beautiful women around him. They were youthful, beautiful, and full of vitality. Lu Yin relaxed a little when he saw them. These people were under the protection of the Great Yu Empire, and he would not let their smiles disappear. "Sister Ya, look at that country bumpkin. He's smiling at us," a few young girls whispered as they stared at Lu Yin. Their bell-like giggles attracted quite a few people's attention. Lu Yin's face turned red. Country bumpkin. Was he really that country bumpkin? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 747. Lu Yin looked at his own clothes and sweated a little. He only wore a few styles of clothes, and they were all outdated. But then again, why hadn't Zhao Ran prepared something decent for him? He recalled her blank expression and sighed. It was time to find a female housekeeper for the Zishan Palace. Look, he's embarrassed, the girl giggled. He looks familiar, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He looks ordinary, but he's pleasing to the eye and has a different temperament. Sisters, who wants to go flirt with him? A girl in revealing clothes asked eagerly. Little girl, don't be lustful, or your man will see. There are only pretentious hypocrites around, this kind of country bumpkin isn't common. Sister Ya, come and take a look, the girl called out. The woman who had been addressed as Sister Ya was looking at the catalogue of the trading company, and she looked up helplessly. Don't make fun of others. She subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin, but when she did, she froze up. The girls noticed that something was wrong and quickly pushed her. Sister Ya, what's wrong? Sister Ya froze for a moment, but then retracted the shock in her eyes. It's nothing. Right, what were you talking about? We said we wanted to flirt with that country bumpkin. Sister Ya, are you coming? The girl in revealing clothes giggled. Sister Ya's expression changed and she shouted, don't talk nonsense. The girls were shocked, they had never seen Sister Ya so angry before. She was their boss and they were all from a very influential media company, so they usually had a good relationship with her. What was wrong with her? However, the girls didn't dare to refute her anger and just lowered their heads, not knowing what was going on. Lu Yin was still looking around curiously, wondering where Zi Xianxian was. Forget it, I'll just go to the top floor. The person in charge is usually there. Not far away, the girls felt wronged. Sister Ya took a deep breath, stand here and don't move. She swallowed and walked towards Lu Yin. The girls looked at each other in shock. Did Sister Ya fall for a country bumpkin? Was she in love? Big news. Hello, I'm Xiaoye from the Empire Morning Post. It's an honor to meet you. Sister Ya walked up to Lu Yin and bowed respectfully with a solemn expression. Behind her, the girls were surprised and looked at each other. They were not stupid. Sister Ya's attitude just now combined with her current behavior, there was only one possibility. That country bumpkin was a big shot, and not just an ordinary big shot. Their empire's morning post was very influential, and they could even meet the upper echelons of the empire. Sister Ya was even more influential, and it was said that she could meet the cabinet ministers. At this moment, Sister Ya was so respectful, that person's identity might be very terrifying. The women's expressions changed and they didn't dare to speak carelessly. Lu Yin turned around and asked in surprise, you know me? Before he came, he had made some minor adjustments to his face to prevent anyone from recognizing him. Sister Ya respectfully said, you are the royal regent. Lu Yin was shocked. How did you recognize me? Sister Ya took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. She replied, all cultivators, especially those with higher status and greater influence, will disguise themselves when they go out. We have already simulated many of the higher-ups of the empire and simulated their appearance after disguising themselves. Your Highness, your current appearance after disguising yourself is in our simulation results. Sister Ya took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. Lu Yin nodded and muttered to himself, it looks like I won't be able to make minor adjustments to my disguise in the future. I'll have to make major changes. Zi Xianxian was also very helpless, as she had not known that something like this would happen. However, her eldest brother's scolding had angered her, and she had decided to stand up to him. Regardless of whether or not she would inherit the trading company in the future, she wanted her eldest brother to know that she was not someone to be trifled with. In order to prevent her eldest brother from causing trouble for her in the future, she had decided to cause him some trouble to deal with. Because of this, she had decided to give Lu Yin 5% of Xenia Star's Amethyst Trading Company's shares. She wanted to use this opportunity to attract Lu Yin's attention, as this person was very good at causing trouble. However, Lu Yin had not come looking for her after such a long time, which was very strange. However, he would definitely come looking for her in the near future, as Aegis would allow him to do so. That crazy organization of assassins would definitely give him a hard time. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers' reward, I'll give it to you. Have you been hiding all this time, or did you really suddenly obtain an opportunity? Lu Yin looked up. What does this have to do with our cooperation? If you want to cooperate, you need to have some understanding of your partner. Our Amethyst Trading Company is confident that we can investigate anyone's background in the Outerverse, but we're very surprised by your sudden rise to prominence. What's even more surprising is that we can't find any reason why you can kill Enlighters. Where did you get those external items, how did you obtain those secret techniques, and even how did you leave the pirate port alive? We don't know any of this. Lu Yin smiled. I'm here to buy information, not to provide it. Zi Xianxian casually took out a chip from her cosmic ring and placed it on the coffee table. This records all the powers that are connected to the Great Eastern Alliance and Aegis. As long as you tell me, this chip will be yours. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then tapped the table with a single finger. Those who knew him well knew that this was a habit of his. After looking at the chip, Lu Yin said, back then, the Interverse Sun family and the Day-Night clan worked together to deal with me and obstruct the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance. Not only did the Sun family personally interfere, but they even filed a lawsuit against me to the Hall of Honor. Do you know about this? Zi Xianxian nodded. I do. The Sun family was abandoned by the Hall of Honor, and the Day-Night clan didn't try to deal with you. They're even more low-key now. Lu Yin nodded. Do you know how Darkstar Gorge was destroyed? Zi Xianxian nodded. I do. Darkstar Gorge colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance and was destroyed by the Hall of Honor. The Day-Night clan, Sun family, and Darkstar Gorge all tried to obstruct me from establishing the Great Eastern Alliance, but they all failed. There's a common point. At this point, Lu Yin paused and didn't say anything else. He just looked at Zi Xianxian with a strange smile. Zi Xianxian's expression changed. The Hall of Honor. The common point here was the Hall of Honor. She looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Could it be that you're... Lu Yin raised a hand to stop her. I didn't say anything to you, and I can't say anything. Zi Xianxian finally understood. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been able to obtain so many opportunities and establish the Great Eastern Alliance so quickly. Even the Amethyst Trading Company couldn't find any information about him. This person was definitely someone from the Hall of Honor. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the Hall of Honor supported him so much. Even the Sun family and the Day-Night clan had been abandoned. The Hall of Honor's support for him was too great. Those external items that could kill Enlighters must have also come from the Hall of Honor. Otherwise, how could a puny Lemeter have obtained an external item that could kill an Enlighter? Even the Amethyst Trading Company couldn't possibly have such a powerful external item, only the Hall of Honor had it. The number of organizations recorded in the chip was just enough for the Alliance army to deal with. If there were any more, not only would the various weaves not attack them, but they might even notify Aegis in advance to do them a favor. Lu Yin didn't hold much hope for those organizations, so he stood up. We had a pleasant chat today. Miss Zi Xianxian, thank you for your gift. Zi Xianxian hurriedly denied it. It's not a gift. It's an exchange of equal value. Lu Yin smiled. It seemed that the Amethyst Trading Company's principle of neutrality was deeply ingrained in their bones. They clearly knew that he had the Hall of Honor as his backer, but they were still unwilling to support him. That was fine, since at least they wouldn't support Aegis. Aegis alone was already so troublesome, and he couldn't afford to offend the other corporations for the time being. In a corner of vast earth weave, 3 planets were connected together and orbiting a giant star. Spacecraft occasionally took off or landed on one of the planets. Outside of the planets, the fluctuations of detection spread throughout the surrounding space. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 749. This was one of Aegis' secret training bases in vast earth weave, and it was also the largest training base in vast earth weave. Every year, at least 10,000 mercenaries, assassins, and bodyguards would be sent out from this place. The cruel yet dull training continued day after day. To the trainees, the days here were endless. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded, and dozens of light beams shot towards the 3 planets from afar. This was an attack from a warship. Aegis activated its defensive shield, and one after another, the spacecraft shot into the void, only to be shot down by the light beams. Light beams shot from all directions, and Aegis base did not have any time to react. They did not even have time to speak. Several figures stepped into the void from the planet and attacked in a single direction. They were cruisers who were in charge of guarding this base. At some point in time, a figure had appeared in outer space and was standing there quietly. 4 cruisers rushed out from the planet and faced the figure directly. "This is Aegis base. Who are you people?" The figure grinned. "The Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces." The cruisers were aghast, and their faces paled. They looked at each other and then gritted their teeth and attacked at the same time. The person in front of them was a hunter, and they had no confidence in defeating him. During this period of time, the Great Eastern Alliance had been at war with Aegis, and they all knew that once they encountered the Great Eastern Alliance's army, there would be no need for discussion. It would be a battle to the death. This hunter did not come from one of the 8 weaves' great powers, but rather from one of the eastern weaves. He was a wandering cultivator, and he faced the 4 cruisers. He wielded a long sword and slashed through outer space. One of the cruisers died on the spot, and the other 3 used their own battle techniques. However, the difference between a cruiser and a hunter was too great. Even if these people had undergone training, they were still just ordinary cruisers. At most, their concealment abilities were slightly better, but they were quickly reduced to pools of blood under the hunter's blade. Suddenly, the hunter's long sword flew out, and the blade transformed into a dazzling white light that slashed out in all directions. It tore through outer space and forced one of the figures out. His Highness was right, there really is a hidden assassin. The hunter's blade slashed down from above. The figure that had been forced out was also a cruiser, but he was unable to resist this terrifying blade and was split in half. 5 cruisers were guarding the base, which was the strength of Aegis. Back when Undying Yushan had been in the Great Yu Empire, only the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons had been at the cruiser realm or above. There had been less than 20 cruisers in the entire empire, but there were 5 of them in this base, and this was only one of Aegis' bases in the Eastern Weaves. With the death of the 5 cruisers, Aegis' base was quickly destroyed. At the same time, the Allied army began to clear out the other 14 secret bases in the Eastern Weaves. Not every base had 5 cruisers standing guard, but there was at least one. Lu Yin had even sent the 13 Imperial squadrons to participate in the battle, and only then were all of the secret bases destroyed at the same time. Not only these secret bases, but also some forces that had deep cooperation with Aegis were wiped out by the coalition forces. The Allied forces even went to North Castle Weave and other places to clear out some of the local forces. This single operation shocked the entire Eastern Weaves. Not only were they shocked by the Great Eastern Alliance's strength, but they were also shocked by Aegis' strength. Who would have thought that a mere bodyguard company would actually have such enormous battle potential? All of the mercenaries that had been wiped out by the Great Eastern Alliance were enough to start a war for hegemony over an entire weave. The vast Earth sect and the other powers were even more aware of Aegis' strength, and they were both afraid and relieved. Such a terrifying monster had been hiding right beside them, and they had not even noticed it. This time, even Aegis had been caught off guard. They could allow some of the bases and powers to be wiped out, but the previous round of wiping out was different. Those were hidden bases and powers, and even the upper echelons of Aegis were not aware of their locations. How had the Great Eastern Alliance found out about them? The only possibility was the Amethyst Trading Company. Even with Aegis' arrogance and tyranny, they did not dare to claim that they could hide all of their operations from the Amethyst Trading Company. Aegis protested against the Amethyst Trading Company. Although they were tyrannical, they did not dare to force the Amethyst Trading Company too much. As one of the 4 major corporations, they had a similarly deep foundation. They did not care about a loose organization like the Great Eastern Alliance on the surface, but they were wary of a power like the Amethyst Trading Company that was hidden deeply. There was a loud bang as a young man angrily smashed a table in a luxurious office at the top of a skyscraper. What is she trying to do? Does she want us to go to war with Aegis? That bitch, that idiot. The young man's name was Zifang, and he was the first successor to the Amethyst Trading Company. He was also the future chairman of the trading company. The Amethyst Trading Company had been developing normally, and no matter what happened in the outside world, it had nothing to do with them. However, a call had disrupted his peaceful life. The board of directors had contacted him and asked him to investigate who had leaked the location of Aegis base to the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no need to investigate. It had to be that bitch Xi Xianxian, as she was the only one in the Great Eastern Alliance. As he thought about it, Zifang immediately contacted Xi Xianxian. After waiting for a long time, Xi Xianxian's image finally appeared on the screen. She had a lazy expression, and it was obvious that she had just slept. She was even chewing on some fruit, and she appeared to be very relaxed. Zifang grew angry when he saw her. Did you sell the location of Aegis base to Lu Yin? Xi Xianxian blinked and then swallowed the fruit. Bro, when did you become the chairman? Congratulations. Zifang was furious. Xi Xianxian, don't test my patience. You should know how serious this matter is. Aegis has never had any enmity with us, and your actions will destroy the relationship that we've maintained for countless years. It will also cause the trading company to suffer losses. Xi Xianxian played with her hair. Bro, are you saying that our Amethyst Trading Company is afraid of Aegis? It's not a matter of fear. There's no need to provoke Aegis. They're a bunch of lunatics, and you wouldn't want to be targeted by a bunch of lunatics while you're doing well, right? Zifang said, his tone softening slightly. Xi Xianxian thought about it. Right, it wouldn't be good to be targeted by lunatics. Alright, if Lu Yin comes again, I won't sell to him anymore. Zifang relaxed, and his gaze softened as he looked at Xi Xianxian. That's good. You have to understand how serious this matter is. None of the 4 major corporations are easy to provoke. If we provoke Aegis, our trading company will suffer great losses as well. Then what about this matter? Xi Xianxian was puzzled. Zifang replied, I'll take care of it. Don't have any dealings with Lu Yin in the future. You should know that. He then hung up. Xi Xianxian watched the screen disappear and smiled happily. Dear bro, I said that I wouldn't sell to Lu Yin, but I didn't say that I wouldn't give it to him. The trouble has only just begun. Who told you to scold me? Zifang did not understand women at all. Sometimes, women did not need to be rational, they just needed to be happy. After wiping out the majority of Aegis forces in the Eastern Weaves, Lu Yin did not relax. Instead, He ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to be on full alert, as Aegis would definitely retaliate. During his trip to the Amethyst Trading Company, Luin had a deep impression of Sister Ye, especially when she had said, "The media's responsibility is to tell the public the truth." Luin felt that he should give the outerverse a chance to get to know him. Kai Jinxiang, Phelan, Wei Rong, and many others did not know him. They had only heard about him through the internet and rumors, and none of them had a high opinion of him. This made Luin very uncomfortable, and it also made him realize something important: he had allowed the media to promote him too freely. Many media outlets had a very low opinion of him, and Luin checked the internet himself. The Eastern weaves were still fine, as no media outlets dared to offend him. However, the further west he went, the worse the media's opinions of him became. They said that he was shrewd, ambitious, ruthless, and disregarded the lives of others. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched as he read. Was he such a person? Definitely not, as these people were slandering him. Was being smart called shrewd? Was not being ambitious because he did not want his fate to be controlled by others? Was killing one's enemies ruthless? The universe adhered to the law of the jungle, where the strong were respected. If he did not act this way, then he would be trampled underfoot by others sooner or later. The media's greatest use was to spread the word. In other words, it was to increase one's reputation. Lu Yin could not allow others to slander his reputation, as it would not be beneficial to his recruitment of talents and his future development. He pondered for a moment and then called for Sister Ye from the Empire Morning Post. Sister Ye's name was Ai, and she had originally planned to interview an important person. However, she had not expected to receive an invitation from King Zishan's palace. She recalled Lu Yin's face and hurriedly packed her luggage before following the soldiers to the palace. "Miss Ai, please take a seat," Lu Yin smiled. Ai was nervous, as this was not the Amethyst Trading Company. The person in front of her was speaking to her as the royal regent, which made it difficult for her to breathe. Lu Yin smiled and had Zhao Ran pour her a glass of fruit juice. Girls did not necessarily like tea. "Miss Ai, I called you here because I have some questions for you," Lu Yin said. Ai respectfully replied, "Please speak, Your Highness." "Have you seen the descriptions of me on the internet?" Lu Yin asked. Ai thought about it and then nodded. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 750. Ai thought about it and then said, "Actually, it's not like there's no other way. With a single word from Your Highness, the entire Great Eastern Alliance will support you. In that case, the larger the Great Eastern Alliance is, the greater its influence will be. The media can only follow the Empire's lead. Otherwise, any news will be sealed." After chatting with Aya for a while, Lu Yin allowed her to leave. The media's responsibility was indeed to publicize the truth, but was that truth really the truth? Lu Yin laughed. If the outside world could not influence him, then he would just temporarily influence the Great Eastern Alliance. He contacted Gavin and had him issue an order to all the media in the Great Eastern Alliance to praise him. He only had 2 words, and that was enough. He did not care about what the outside world thought, but at the very least, the entire Great Eastern Alliance had to be filled with praises for him. Fame was something that could not be seen or touched, but it was much more useful than one could imagine. Ever since old Guda had died, Hai Chi had gone to the Astral River to explore again. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Wendy, and he wondered how her injuries had been. He then headed to the 5th Princess residence, but he found that Wendy was not there. She had not gone into seclusion, but had instead left with a young man. "Eloped? 7th bro, your woman eloped with someone else," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin blocked the monkey and used his star energy to outline Ku Wei's face in the void. "Is it him?" The guard from the princess residence hurriedly replied, yes. This person requested to see the princess a few days ago, and then the princess left with him. They haven't returned since. Did they say where they went? Lu Yin asked with a frown. The guard shook his head. Lu Yin had ordered the empire to pay attention to Ku Wei's whereabouts. If Wendy Yushan had left with him, then did that mean that he had discovered traces of the Yu bloodline? This made Lu Yin feel uneasy. If the Yu bloodline really did come out, then who would be in charge of the great Yu empire? If Undying Yushan was still alive, then would he still be able to act as the royal regent? Not long after, Banjiu contacted Lu Yin and informed him that the 200 androids had been successfully created. Lu Yin arrived at the technology department and saw the 200 androids quietly standing there. Their rune lines were close to the cruiser realm, and he was ecstatic. He immediately assigned these androids to the Imperial Court's first squadron. 200 peak explorers was a terrifying force, and if they were released, it would shock many people. Even Aegis was unable to mobilize so many peak explorers in such a short period of time. Currently, the entire First Imperial Squadron was made up of Lu Yin's people. Kays, Yu Xianzi, and Xiaohua, and Ah Fan had joined early on, while Li Zimo and Bei Qing had joined later on. These people were all gifted, and with the addition of the 200 androids and himself, the First Imperial Squadron's strength completely surpassed that of the other 12 squadrons. Even if Undying Yushan was still alive, unless Lu Yin's strength was too great to resist, Lu Yin would be able to protect himself with his own strength. However, there might be some old monsters in the Yu bloodline. That was the most terrifying part. Beep! A call came in, and Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Aegis revenge was coming soon. He had eradicated more than half of Aegis forces within the Great Eastern Alliance. Aegis was unable to cause chaos within the Great Eastern Alliance, so they could only prepare for a direct battle. The news had come from the bespectacled Mistchild. Aegis had released a message to the world of assassins, and they were gathering all of their assassins to prepare for a surprise attack on Xenu Star. They were going to eliminate the entire upper echelon of the Great Yu Empire. Many weaves in the Outerverse had been cut off from the outside world, but even so, Aegis was still able to gather a large number of assassins and mercenaries. In addition, there was also an enlighter like Lord Egret. If Aegis really launched a surprise attack on Xenu Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yin did not doubt that Aegis had the ability to stealthily infiltrate Frostwave Weave. These assassins and mercenaries had all been trained, and they were not people that the Empire's soldiers could discover. Aegis' revenge was within Lu Yin's expectations, but he was not worried about Aegis at the moment. Instead, he was worried about Wei Rong. Aegis was powerful, but in reality, they were nothing to be afraid of. Wei Rong was the hidden viper, and if he could hide behind the scenes and dismantle the Lockbreaker Society, then he could use Aegis to dismantle the Great Eastern Alliance as well. Lu Yin did not doubt that Wei Rong had the ability to do so. As he thought about it, he immediately contacted Phelan. President Phelan, how are things going with Source Peak Weave? Phelan was in a difficult position on her screen. Source Peak Weave is very far from the Great Eastern Alliance, and there are also several weaves in between. They are not willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin solemnly said, raise the price. President Phelan, I hope that you can help me complete this task. I can guarantee that you will not be mistreated. I already have a rough idea of Deng Pu's whereabouts, and he has true insight. If you can help me pull Source Peak Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, I will give you a share of true insight. Phelan's eyes lit up. You know Deng Pu's whereabouts? Lu Yin smiled and nodded. That's right. My people discovered him in the astral wilderness, but unfortunately, he managed to slip away. However, he won't be able to escape, and it won't be long before we capture him. I hope that you can give me a reason to give you true insight by then. He then hung up. He had been investigating Deng Pu's whereabouts all this time, but unfortunately, he had not been able to find any traces of him. However, this did not stop him from tempting Phelan. There was no lockbreaker who did not care about true insight, as it was a lockbreaker's supreme treasure. On Source Peak Planet, Lu Yin was not the only one who had seen the Corpse King being disintegrated by true insight. Phelan had also seen it. She understood how terrifying a sourcebox array was, and true insight was very attractive to her. Lu Yin had never hoped that she would be able to pull Source Peak Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, as he had only wanted to tie down Wei Rong's energy. Lu Yin's actions were correct, as regardless of the results, Wei Rong's energy had been tied down. Although Phelan had left Wei Xian as an escape route and had occasionally given Wei Rong some information, the allure of true insight was too great, and she had been unable to refuse it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 751. Now that he had the bracers, he could double his strength, and a single punch would be enough to blow apart a peak hunter. His upper limit should be around 300,000 in Lighter's physical strength. Lu Yin wondered if he could destroy Aiden's thunder shield with a single punch. He was really looking forward to it. With over 50,000 star essence left, Lu Yin took out a box without hesitation. Within the box was a transparent bead that was about the size of a palm. He did not know what this thing was called, but it was also from Old Gouda's collection. It was a power vessel. Old Gouda did not care much about it, as this bead's function was to absorb an opponent's strength and then reflect it back. Unfortunately, it could only absorb the strength of an explorer at most. To Old Gouda, it was useless to him, but it would be a waste to discard it. This was why he had not mentioned it to Lu Yin back then. Fortunately, Lu Yin had noticed this bead when he had people clean up Old Gouda's belongings. It was useless to Old Gouda, but it was very useful to Lu Yin. It could absorb attacks and then reflect them back, which was a wonderful use. He named the bead the Rebound Bead, which was simple and straightforward, and then he began to rapidly upgrade it. He liked this bead more than the bracers or the pike. If he used it well, he could beat his enemies until they started to doubt themselves. Thus, Lu Yin did not hesitate to upgrade it 11 times, which cost him 35,000 star essence. If he wanted to upgrade it again, he would need another 20,000 star essence. He only had 20,000 left, so he could not upgrade it any further. However, the Rebound Bead that had been upgraded 11 times should be able to reflect 200,000 in Lighter's attacks. Even if he upgraded it again, he would only be able to absorb 20,000 power levels at most, which would not make much of a difference. Once he had enough money, he could upgrade the Rebound Bead to the point where it could absorb 300,000 power levels. At that point, he would be able to move unhindered in the Outerverse. Lu Yin decided to leave it at that for now, as there was still one more good item that he needed to upgrade. Super Flash Accelerator. Lu Yin looked at the teardrop bomb in his hand, as this was the item that he urgently needed to upgrade. Super Flash Accelerator teardrop bombs were generally weapons used by ordinary people, and no matter how effective they were useless against cultivators. However, when they had been clearing out an Aegis base, the Allied forces had suffered losses. Aegis base had gone crazy and forcefully upgraded their flash bombs to the point where they could temporarily blind even explorers. A single attack had caused the Allied forces to lose several explorers. This incident had attracted Lu Yin's attention, and he felt that this idea was very good. He then had Banjo use Polarium Essence as the raw material for the Super Flash Accelerator. Teardrop bombs were used to save one's life, and because they were ordinary weapons, they did not require too many star essences. Lu Yin began to improve. Although these flashbangs weren't power vessels and didn't require a lot of star essence to upgrade them, they still needed to be upgraded many times in order to be effective against hunters or even enlighters. Lu Yin upgraded a single stun grenade 22 times, which cost him a total of 6,000 star essence. From what he could tell, this stun grenade's effects were enough to temporarily blind a peak hunter or even cause him to cry. He only had enough money left to upgrade 2 more stun grenades, which meant that he had upgraded a total of 3 stun grenades. There weren't many tier bombs, but they could play a miraculous role at critical moments. He was out of money again. Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring, which was now completely empty. At his peak, he had nearly 200,000 star essence, but he had used up more than half of his die's 6 pips. Now, he only had around 2,000 star essence left. He couldn't help but want to collect his debt from the Great Yu Empire, as the Empire still owed him 80,000 star essence. He sighed, as he still had 2 days left in the time-stop space. He rested for a while and silently circulated his Sirius to absorb star energy. In Source Peak Weave, a giant spacecraft floated in outer space. 5 screens appeared in front of Wei Rong, and 5 figures appeared on each of the screens. There were both men and women, and although they were all humans, there were still some subtle differences. These 5 people each represented one of the central weaves, and 5 of the weaves were at the helm of the central weaves. Even with Wei Rong's arrogant attitude, he did not dare to be too impudent in front of these 5 people. The arrogance in his eyes vanished, replaced by humility and indignation. "Are you saying that the Great Eastern Alliance is targeting one of our weaves?" one of them asked in a low voice. Wei Rong nodded and angrily replied, "You should know about Lu Yin. He's always been arrogant and conceited, and he even dared to provoke the Day-Night clan in the Interverse. Now, he's formed the Great Eastern Alliance with the goal of unifying the Outerverse, and one of our weaves is his next target." Someone sneered. "Unify the Outerverse? What a joke. Even an enormous power like the Day-Night clan and the Interverse can't do that, let alone Lu Yin. You overestimate him. In the end, he's still a young man who thinks too much." "Hee hee." Wei Rong replied, "What if he has the support of the Hall of Honor?" The group's expressions changed. "He has the support of the Hall of Honor. I'm not sure at the moment, but during the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, this person was taken care of by the Hall of Honor many times. The Hall of Honor's attitude towards him could not be more obvious. Perhaps unifying the Outerverse is also the Hall of Honor's intention," Wei Rong said. The group fell silent. So what if it's the Hall of Honor? Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, the Hall of Honor's strength is not as terrifying as imagined. Furthermore, the Great Eastern Alliance is currently facing Aegis, and the Eastern Weaves are remote. They might not know much about Aegis, but how can we not? Aegis' strength is extraordinary, someone said. That's right. We'll see if the Great Eastern Alliance can stop Aegis, but I don't think so. Aegis has enlighters. Wei Rong did not interrupt and instead quietly listened to their discussion. This was within his expectations, as if alliances were so easy to establish, then the Outerverse 72 weaves would not have been divided for so many years. Wei Rong felt that the Hall of Honor's words in support of Lu Yin were highly credible, and as long as there was even a sliver of credibility, he would plan for the worst. The Central Weaves were not the Eastern Weaves, as Iron Blood Weave's situation was special. No one else had noticed this, and it was also possible that the person who had attacked Luing Zishan was afraid of Lu Yin, which was why they had not appeared again. Lu Yin had always kept this matter in mind. However, as time went on, it became increasingly impossible for him to monitor Luing Zishan. Luing Zishan was the commander of the Allied armies, and it was impossible for her to remain on Xenu Star. Now that Liu Zishan had become the commander of the Allied armies, the position of captain of the 13th Imperial Squadron had become vacant. Liu Yin had thought about Lan Wu from the Nine Stacks sect, but he was not satisfied. His ideal captain was at least at the level of Hu Qingshan or the blind monk. Even if they were not at the level of Aiden and the others, they should not be too far off. Lan Wu was just an ordinary hunter, and she was far from being Hu Qingshan's opponent, let alone Aiden and the others. Aegis had been very quiet during this time, so quiet that it was frightening. The quieter it was, the more they were plotting something, which made Liu Yin rather uneasy. The information that the bespectacled Mistchild had sent to him had made him constantly vigilant against Aegis, but Aegis had a method to conceal their rune lines, which was the source of Liu Yin's greatest unease. If even he could not detect the traces of Aegis assassins, then there was no need to mention anyone else. If one was constantly on guard against assassins, then one's energy would not be able to keep up. Liu Yin wanted to take the initiative to attack, but he could not think of a way to do so. He had also visited the Amethyst Trading Company once, but Zi Xianxian had told him that Aegis' remaining bases in the Great Eastern Alliance had all been removed, and the powers that they had cooperated with were gradually moving away. This made it impossible for him to find a target even if he wanted to. Aegis' complete relocation could only mean that they were preparing for a thunderous attack. This attack would definitely not be comparable to Feng Zi's assassination attempt. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 752. After half a month of peace, one day, a piece of news shook the Outerverse, and even Liu Yin was shocked. The Mavis Bank had been attacked, and not just one, but more than 100 banks scattered throughout the Outerverse. Nearly half of them had been destroyed. This attack had been premeditated for a long time, and its target had been the Mavis Bank. Liu Yin could not believe it when he heard the news. Someone had actually attacked the Mavis Bank so quickly, and it had even been a large-scale attack. Every branch of the Mavis Bank had powerful defenses, and even a hunter might not be able to break through them. However, nearly half of them had been destroyed, which proved that the attackers were terrifyingly strong. Gavin had personally seen a hunter being torn apart by the Mavis Bank's giant tree. Even a normal branch had the power to kill a hunter. Could it be that the Mavis Bank had been attacked by more than 100 hunters? That was impossible. Liu Yin immediately headed to the Amethyst Trading Company to meet with Zi Xianxian. At this moment, she was sitting on a pink sofa and looking at the 3 rings of land in the sky, deep in thought. She was still in a daze when Liu Yin arrived. "I want to buy all the information on the attack on the Mavis Bank," Liu Yin said. Zi Xianxian looked at him. "Cheng Hui, 5-star essence." Liu Yin's eyes flashed. This was his first time dealing with the Amethyst Trading Company, and he had to admit that the price was too high. 5-star essence was equivalent to 500,000 star crystals. "Don't look at me like that." The Mavis Bank was immediately sealed after the attack, so no one knows what happened except for us. "It's up to you whether you want it or not," Zi Xianxian said. Liu Yin gave Zi Xianxian 5-star essence, and she tossed him a chip. Liu Yin plugged it into his gadget and studied it carefully. The chip recorded detailed information on the attack on the Mavis Bank, as well as some videos. Most of the attackers were explorers, and there were less than 20 cruisers. There were even fewer hunters. The Mavis Bank that had been attacked had been very strong at first, and almost half of the attackers had been killed in an instant. Just as Liu Yin had expected, it had been the giant tree that had killed all of the attackers. The attackers had not been able to resist at all, and that tree was powerful enough to instantly kill a hunter. But all of a sudden, the tree rapidly withered, and the Mavis Bank's defenses were instantly obliterated. Nearly half of the bank was destroyed, and even if the remaining banks weren't destroyed, they were robbed. Lu Yin carefully read through Amethyst Trading Company's analysis. These attackers definitely came from different powers, and most of them were independent cultivators. They were basically trash. Lu Yin compared the 200 androids that he had brought with him would have been enough to wipe out all of them, but these trash had actually managed to rob the Mavis Bank and even succeed in doing so. It was very strange. The entire process was very strange, especially when the tree guarding the Mavis Bank actually withered. He didn't see anyone destroying the tree. Lu Yin looked at Zi Xianxian in confusion, but before he could say anything, Zi Xianxian said, "Don't ask. The Amethyst Trading Company has already told you everything they know. What you don't know, we don't know either." "Like that big tree?" Lu Yin asked. Zi Xianxian looked at Lu Yin seriously. The Mavis Bank dominates the universe's economy, and no one knows exactly how powerful they are. Any one of their branches has the ability to kill a hunter. This is common knowledge, but now, this common knowledge has been shattered. To be honest, we don't know why either, and we want to know the reason even more than you do. Who are the attackers? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yin looked over and saw a man carrying a large blade facing Kai Jinqiang. His sturdy muscles were bulging, and a faint halo flowed around him. It was obvious that his body was powerful, and the ground beneath his feet had been completely shattered, but he had condensed it with his star energy. "Brother Kai, it's been more than 10 years since we last met, and you're still as strong as ever. Even though I've cultivated the 1,000 army / to its current level, I'm still not your opponent. Ha 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 ha, you're truly the number one of our generation." The man laughed heartily, and then he suddenly looked up and glared at Lu Yin with a sharp gaze. He casually slashed out with his blade. Where did this rascal come from? Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he raised a hand to compress his star energy layer by layer. It then transformed into overlaying stacks and was instantly released. He used the Sky Beast Claw to grab at the Blade of Light, and with a bang, the Blade of Light shattered and dissipated into specks of light. The man below was astonished. Although he had casually unleashed that attack, it still contained the power of a hunter. Lu Yin was only an explorer, but he had actually been able to block it and even shatter the Blade of Light. Interesting. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 753. Kai Jinqiang's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yin shatter the blade. "Brother Z, he's Lu Yin, the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader." The man was surprised. "He's Lu Yin." Lu Yin landed and stood between Kai Jinqiang and the man. He nodded at Kai Jinqiang and then looked at the man. "I'm Lu Yin. May I know who you are?" Kai Jinqiang introduced himself. "He's Zi Rong, the second young master of the Amethyst Company." Lu Yin was astonished, and he carefully sized up Zi Rong. He had heard of this person before. Zi Rong was the second young master of the Amethyst Company, and he was not willing to participate in the company's affairs. He only liked to cultivate and fight, and he was a true battle maniac. When Lu Yin had first heard of this person, he had been curious, but he had not paid much attention to him. After all, a battle maniac did not have much influence on the Amethyst Company. Lu Yin had not expected to meet him here. Zi Rong faced Lu Yin and grinned. "So you're Lu Yin. I heard that you have a nickname, the Enlighter's Nemesis. Let me see it. You can use any external item, and I don't mind." He then lowered his blade and spat out blade light that distorted the void. He really was a battle maniac. Lu Yin replied, "I'm not here to fight. Brother Z, I've heard a lot about you." Zi Rong sneered. "I don't have a good reputation, so what's there to hear about?" You, on the other hand, have killed quite a few Enlighters, and they were all Enlighters from the Innerverse. How powerful! Try my 1,000 army slash. Lu Yin's expression changed. This guy must be crazy. At this moment, Kai Jinqiang stepped in front of Lu Yin and spoke rudely to Zirong. Alliance leader Lu is just an explorer, and you're not embarrassed to attack him. You're even older than him. Zirong laughed heartily and sheathed his blade. Age is nothing. The current 10 arbiters have taken turns picking on us old fellows, and I didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Let alone age, the world has changed. Kai Jinqiang growled, no matter what, Alliance leader Lu is an explorer, and you're a hunter. This battle is not fair. Lu Yin's brows rose. So they still had to fight. Kai Jinqiang turned around and whispered to Lu Yin, Alliance leader Lu, there's something wrong with Zirong's brain every time he meets a powerful opponent. Lu Yin nodded and walked past Kai Jinqiang to face Zirong. Do you really want to fight? Zirong tightened his grip on his saber. Are you afraid? All right, I can suppress my power to the explorer realm. Lu Yin shook his head. That would be too boring. That attack of yours seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times. I want to take it on. Kai Jinqiang's expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, don't be careless. Zirong's attack is comparable to an Enlighter's attack, and he swings his blade every day without slacking off. That attack is far more powerful than you can imagine. Birds of a feather flock together. If one did not reach this level, they would never be able to come into contact with certain people. Regardless of whether it was Kai Jinqiang, Aiden, or Yen Yen, they were all geniuses who possessed the ability to fight across realms. Lu Yin naturally knew this, as he was looking at rune lines. Once upon a time, almighty Enlighters had seemed unreachable to him. Now that he had stepped into this realm, Enlighters were not that rare anymore, and they had appeared in droves. This was his level, and it could also be said that he had the qualifications to frequently come into contact with Enlighters. Don't worry, I really want to experience the power of this boulder's blade. He did not want to subdue Zirong, but rather, that attack had made him feel something different. What was cultivation? It was perseverance and perseverance. Although he was very powerful and had been invincible as a Lemiter and could even challenge a hunter with his current strength as an explorer, he had always felt that he was missing something. His strength had been built on his die and his luck. The only thing he lacked was perseverance. He did not recite the Stonewall scriptures every day, and he did not constantly circulate his serious art. His battle force had improved by leaps and bounds, and there was no need to mention his domain. Even he himself did not know why it was constantly improving. In short, all of his strength had nothing to do with perseverance. However, Zirong's attack had made him feel an extraordinary perseverance. He wanted to directly experience his own path of cultivation and see how he should go about it. Zirong looked at Lu Yin in admiration. You're courageous. I've heard that you have a secret technique that can even divert an Enlighter's attack. It won't be impossible for you to take my attack head-on. Lu Yin shook his head. If I use a secret technique, then what's the point of taking your attack? Come on. Zirong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Kai Jinqiang. No wonder you're willing to protect planet Hydrodink for him. I, Zirong, acknowledge your courage. Kai Jinqiang wanted to say that he had not stayed behind because of Lu Yin, but because of his experience as a lockbreaker. However, he could not bring himself to say it, as Lu Yin's performance had convinced him. Not everyone had the courage to take Zirong's attack head-on, let alone an explorer. Kai Jinqiang's gaze towards Lu Yin changed once again. The rumors from the outside world could not be trusted. As Zirong raised his blade, the layers of phantoms froze and then slowly dissipated. It was clearly not very fast, but it was impossible for Kai Jinchang to discern it with the naked eye. The next moment, a shocking blade light descended, accompanied by an indescribable aura. No matter how powerful this attack was, it would definitely be able to split open the heavens and open up a path for Lu Yin. This was what Lu Yin could feel. The moment the blade light descended, Lu Yin could feel Zirong's spirit. He could feel Zirong's persistence in wielding his blade day and night. He could feel Zirong's willpower, and it made Lu Yin feel as if he was facing a boulder that could not be worn down by time. He could not win. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to put on his universal armor and use the Yu's secret art. This had already become a habit, but when he sensed Zirong's willpower, he resisted the urge. The rune lines from the blade light before him did not belong to an enlighter, so Zirong had not used his full strength. However, each of his attacks was serious, and although they were not as powerful as when he had fought against Kai Jinchang, his willpower, spirit, and persistence were still displayed. Lu Yin's eyes widened and his domain erupted, sweeping out in all directions. 8-lined battle force imprint covered his body, and visible shockwaves blasted out in all directions. He raised a hand, and his palm transformed into a claw as an ancient beast's roar rang out. At this moment, he released his comprehension of the sky beast claw with the support of his 8-line battle force and domain, clawing at the shocking blade light. With a bang, the ground split apart as countless invisible forces tore through the atmosphere and rushed into outer space. The spacecraft that was monitoring the planet shook, and layers of ripples spread out into the distance. Lu Yin was viciously slammed into the ground by the blade light. Although the sky beast claw had blocked the attack, it still dissipated. In terms of true power, he could fight against a hunter, but that only applied to ordinary hunters. Zirong was a hunter who had the qualifications to challenge an enlighter. Even if he was not a peak hunter, Lu Yin would not be able to easily withstand a single attack from him. Realms were not the only criteria for determining strength. Kong Shi was a peak hunter, but in terms of power, she could not compare to Zirong. Up until now, Lu Yin had always used the Yu's secret art to divert attacks from opponents who were stronger than him. He had never faced Yen Yen, Gemini Ghost, or even the enlighters from before with his true power. Those people were far stronger than him, so there was no shame in that. However, now that he was facing Zirong, he did not want to retreat. Cultivate, and refine one's body. What he cultivated was strength, and what he cultivated was his heart. Without the heart of a powerhouse, he would not be able to reach the peak no matter how strong he was. Zirong only had one attack, but it had opened up Lu Yin's heart that had been sealed away for a long time. He growled and once again used the sky beast claw to meet the attack head-on. He attacked again and again in a futile attempt to destroy the blade light. Kai Jinchang looked at the ground in amazement. There were very few explorers who could survive Zirong's attack and even resist. Even when the 10 arbiters had been explorers, they might not have been able to do as well as this person. Zirong still maintained his posture of slashing downwards as he stared at the ground. Inexplicably, the void froze, and a strange power reverberated, causing both Kai Jinchang and Zirong's hearts to palpitate. Underground, Lu Yin raised a hand and pointed at his finger. With a bang, the blade light finally shattered, and blood flowed out. Lu Yin's finger had almost been shattered. The effects of finger tap had appeared. If he had not practiced finger tap before, then even if he could have shattered the blade light, he would have lost his finger. Crack! In the distance, the mountain range was split open, and invisible attacks constantly sliced through the ground. Ordinary cultivators could not even approach this area, and the void was filled with blade light. Lu Yin panted heavily, but his lips curled up. He had caught it, and he had managed to catch it. This was the first time he had truly clashed with a Hunter Realm genius. Although his opponent had not used his full strength, neither had Lu Yin. The Yu's secret art could have easily diverted the blade light, but Lu Yin had not used it because he wanted to feel Zirong's willpower. Now, he finally felt it, and Lu Yin would not change his mindset in battle. In the future, if he fought against an enemy like Zirong, he would still use the Yu's secret art and other external items. However, his cultivation was no longer lost. He had a feeling that he had gained a lot today, and it would have a great impact on his future. It was not an increase in his cultivation, but rather a sublimation of his heart. Clap! Clap! Kai Jinqiang looked down at Lu Yin from the ground and clapped. Alliance leader Lu, I, Kai Jinqiang, rarely admire anyone. You are one of them. Zirong also walked to the side of the crater and looked down at Lu Yin. I, Zirong, rarely admire anyone either. You are one of them. Lu Yin smiled and simply bandaged his finger. With Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine, his finger would quickly recover. He leaped back to the ground and looked around. Countless rune lines lingered in the void, which meant that the remaining power of Zirong's attack was still present. Lu Yin was a little afraid. If Zirong's attack had been just a little stronger, then it would not have been as simple as an injury to his finger. You didn't use your full strength. Lu Yin smiled at Zirong. Zirong shrugged. I just wanted to see the power of the Outerverse's famous Lu Yin. It's not like I wanted to kill you. Why? Do you want to give me a taste of your own medicine? Lu Yin replied, no need. My attacks are useless against you. His strongest attacks were the Dream Finger and the Sky Beast Claw, but those combined attacks had only been able to break through Zirong's blade light. They had not been able to injure Zirong. As for his spiritual force, Lu Yin's spiritual force was indeed very strong, and he estimated that it could rival the 10 arbiters. However, Zirong's willpower was extremely firm, and it was hard to say if it would be effective. Zirong grinned, as he thought so as well. This guy is really asking for a beating. 7th bro, you too. You almost died, the monkey taunted mercilessly. He was also afraid. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 754. Lu Yin looked at Zirong and then at Kai Jinqiang. You two know each other. Kai Jinqiang nodded. I've met him a few times when I was young, and we can be considered to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Zirong grumbled, that bastard beat our generation into submission. Even the 10 arbiters back then, no, the 10 arbiters didn't exist back then. Even the youth council members weren't his match. I was just unlucky, as I was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, and I was beaten up by him. You're a member of your generation's youth council. He's a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, Zirong corrected. Do you know Kong Shi? Lu Yin asked. Zirong replied, I've heard of it, but I'm one generation older than Kong Shi. I'm from the same generation as Kai Jinqiang, and Kong Shi is from the younger generation. Then why is her power level higher than yours? Zirong's mouth twitched, and he looked away. This guy didn't know how to chat. Kai Jinqiang laughed. Kong Shi is a member of the previous generation's Outerverse Youth Council, and Lu Yin is just a member of the previous generation's Outerverse Youth Council. It's just like the difference between Wendy Yushan and the 10 arbiters. Although it's not that exaggerated, there's still a difference. However, the difference is only in terms of power level. If they really fought, Kong Shi might not be his match. Zirong rolled his eyes. Don't talk about the difference in status. Our generation of youth council members were all about the same level of strength, unlike now. Any one of the 10 arbiters can sweep away the previous generations of youth council members. Someone like me doesn't even have the qualifications to make one of the 10 arbiters act. Yes, the times have changed. Even I can't deal with those monsters from the 10 arbiters, Kai Jinchang sighed. Lu Yin looked at Kai Jinchang curiously. Come to think of it, I've never seen you use your full strength before. You're synonymous with invincibility in this generation. Kai Jinchang waved his hand. I'm about the same as this guy, and there's not much of a difference between us. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Compared to cultivation, I'm more interested in lockbreaking. Zirong snorted. Alliance Master Lu, don't be fooled by this guy. His true strength is enough to scare a bunch of people to death. It's not like he hasn't beaten up an enlighter before. Don't spout nonsense. Kai Jinchang glared at Zirong. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. Lu Yin had actually beaten up an enlighter, which meant that Lu Yin hadn't relied on any external objects. If that was already amazing, then how strong would Lu Yin be once he broke through to the enlighter realm? Now that he thought about it, this person might be similar to the 10 arbiters, and he might even be a benchmark. If he could fight against Kai Jinchang, then Lu Yin's strength might be close to the 10 arbiters. When he thought about this, Lu Yin grew excited. Lu Yin had always been uncertain about the 10 arbiters' strength. During the chaotic battle in the Daosaur Sect's ruins, Lu Yin had either been beaten up or rescued by the 10 arbiters, and he hadn't been able to retaliate against Night King Jinwu at all. Now that there was a benchmark in front of him, Lu Yin would look for this benchmark to verify his strength once he grew stronger. Kai Jinchang took out 3 jars of wine from his cosmic ring, which were actually jars. It's been a long time since I've drunk to my heart's content. Cheers. This is a cup. Zirong's eyes widened. Kai Jinchang happily drank a mouthful and wiped the corner of his mouth. Don't be ignorant. This is the best wine I've obtained from a planet that had just broken free from slavery. You can't buy it anywhere else. It's because he's lazy, Kai Jinchang mocked mercilessly. Zirong retorted, don't spout nonsense. He definitely has willpower. Otherwise, how could he have persisted for dozens of years? Lu Yin was speechless. He felt like his worldview had been flipped upside down. Everything was inevitable and had a cause and effect. Zirong had been training the 1,000 Army / for dozens of years, and even if he was lazy, he still had great willpower. It was just that this motivation was annoying. Lu Yin had almost worshipped Zirong's willpower, and his blood had turned cold. There were some things that couldn't be said out loud, as they weren't true at all. One could only imagine. Alliance Leader Lu, I know why you're here, but I'll tell you clearly that I can't represent the Amethyst Company. I can't help you with your matters with Aegis, Zirong said. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as he knew that this was inevitable the moment he saw the 1,000 Army / It's fine. Your sister has helped me quite a bit. Zirong suddenly approached Lu Yin and glared at him. Don't even think about my sister. She's going to marry a scholar in the future. Lu Yin blinked. I'm a scholar. Just because you can read doesn't mean you're a scholar, Zirong said in a low voice. Lu Yin didn't know how to respond. Was he supposed to compose a poem on the spot? It didn't take long for the 3 of them to finish all 3 jugs of wine. None of them used star energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, and it was obvious that they were drunk. Kai Jinchang hugged a jug of wine as he tried to lockbreak, crying and complaining about something. Zirong slashed out again and again with his blade. Lu Yin didn't know if he was drunk or sleepwalking. Lu Yin collapsed to the ground and tried to recall the past, but he couldn't remember anything that had happened 9 years ago. He only had memories of the past 9 years. He had spent a year with Big Sis and the others, and he had lived peacefully on Earth for more than a year. In addition, he had cultivated for nearly 7 years. These were the only memories he had. He was like a rootless duckweed, and earth could barely be considered his root. The next day, in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin rubbed his head. He had drunk too much yesterday, but fortunately, he knew how to return. Star energy circulated around his body, clearing his mind and making him feel much more comfortable. He didn't know how those two were doing, but one was frantically lock-breaking while the other was crazily swinging his blade. They wouldn't randomly start fighting, right? Fortunately, he had left first. When he reached the courtyard, Gavin requested an audience with an anxious and excited expression. "Good news, Your Highness. Goddess Luo has come to Xenu Star. Would you like to meet her?" Gavin asked excitedly with a strange look in his eyes. Lu Yin was puzzled. Goddess Luo? Who? Gavin was shocked. You don't know Goddess Luo? She's the most popular celebrity in the Outerverse, the Jade Goddess. She's famous throughout half of the Outerverse. Haven't you heard of her? Lu Yin shook his head. What does a celebrity have to do with me? Gavin lowered his voice. Goddess Luo wishes to meet a friend on Xenu Star. If Your Highness is interested, I can invite her to perform a private dance for Your Highness. With Your Highness' current status in the Outerverse, I believe that Goddess Luo will not refuse. Lu Yin looked at Gavin in astonishment. There was something wrong with the old man's expression. Was he trying to force Lu Yin to take advantage of him? Lu Yin laughed. Is she that beautiful? Even Sir Gavin can't control himself. Gavin smiled. You must be joking, Your Highness. I don't have the fortune to see Goddess Luo's dance alone. Right. He then activated his gadget and a girl appeared on the screen. Please take a look, Your Highness. This is Goddess Luo, the Jade Goddess chosen by the Amethyst Trading Company. Lu Yin looked over and was astonished. He was truly stunned by her beauty. The girl on the screen looked to be in her 20s. Her blonde hair reached her waist, and she was gentle but not dazzling. Her appearance was refined and pure, and she had an indescribable charm. She had a faint smile on her face that made her seem like an angel. Even Lu Yin, who had seen beauties like Ming Yan, Bai Shui, and Madame Nalan, felt that Goddess Luo's beauty was rare. She was different from any other beauty he had seen before. This girl had an intoxicating appearance and a healing smile. Her smile seemed to be able to illuminate even the darkest corners. Gavin looked at Lu Yin carefully and saw that his eyes were bright. He whispered, Your Highness, would you like to meet her alone? Lu Yin looked away. Can I meet her alone? Gavin replied, Of course not, but with Your Highness's status, I can invite her. He then opened up the other pictures of Goddess Luo. Lu Yin had only been looking at her appearance and had been stunned by her beauty. He hadn't paid much attention to her figure, but it had to be said that all beauties had good figures. This Goddess Luo was no different. Her pure appearance did not match her chest. Her breasts were huge. Suddenly, another enormous pressure descended, condensing into a radius of 1 meter that viciously slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he moved to dissolve the pressure. Zirong's figure appeared in front of him, and he was glaring at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, what are you trying to do? Lu Yin took a deep breath. Sorry, I lost my composure. Zirong stared at Lu Yin, and his eyes narrowed as he looked at Zi Xianxian. What is it? Zi Xianxian explained what had just happened. Zirong was astonished, and he said to Lu Yin, Alliance Master Lu, I can assure you that violet snow is violet snow, not Bai Shui. You've got the wrong person. Her memories have not been lost, nor have they been tampered with. Lu Yin and Zi Rong looked at each other for a moment, and then he looked at Zi Xue and apologized. I think I really did get the wrong person. My apologies, Brother Zi. He then left absent-mindedly. Zi Xianxian was indignant. What kind of person is he? I thought he wasn't bad, but he tried to hit on her just because she was pretty. He even tried to use force. Zi Rong replied, don't spout nonsense. Alliance leader Lu isn't that kind of person. What, are you familiar with him? Zi Xianxian rolled her eyes. Zi Rong sighed. He's a genius, and I even drank with him yesterday. I'm pretty good at judging people, so he really did get the wrong person. Xianxian, don't mind him. Zi Xianxian snorted. Zi Rong nodded at Luoxin and then walked over to Zi Xue. Sorry for startling you. Zi Xue indifferently replied, it's fine. Don't mind him. Alliance leader Lu probably got the wrong person. Zi Xue was indifferent. It doesn't matter. Zi Rong looked at Zi Xue's beautiful face, and his gaze burned. He had liked this girl for many years, and he had been deeply attracted to her ever since he had first met her. Zi Xue, Zi Xianxian interrupted him before he could finish. Second brother, we're all here. Be careful what you say, and don't disgust us. Zi Rong turned around and glared at Zi Xianxian, but he didn't say anything else. Hui Qingshan had admitted that the Hidden Earth Society had taken Zhang Dingtian and the others to the Innerverse, which meant that Bai Shuai was most likely in the Innerverse. As for Zi Xue, he had just done some research and found that she had been adopted by the chairman of the Amethyst Company, Zi Tianchuan. She had been in the Outerverse for a few years now, but no one knew anything about her past. Lu Yin still didn't believe that this girl wasn't Bai Shuai, and he had to investigate thoroughly. How could there be two people who looked so similar? Right, Luoxin and Luoxing. Although they weren't the same person, Bai Shuai's title back on Earth was Luoxing, which was very similar to this Luoxin title. Zi Rong had come to Xinyu Star to protect Zi Xue and Luoxin. In just 2 days, the Amethyst firm had finished setting up the stage for Luoxin's performance. This was a habit of the Amethyst firm, they would perform on an outdoor stage within the firm. As for publicity, they had already done so a month ago, and many people had come to Xinyu Star for Luoxin's performance. Lu Yin didn't disturb Zi Xue for the next 2 days, as he was researching the Amethyst firm. That night, Luoxin's performance began in front of everyone's eyes. Lu Yin sat in the front row, and beside him were a few important figures from the Great Eastern Alliance. Some of the merchants who had worked with the Amethyst firm were seated in the second row. Luoxin's name had spread throughout half of the Outerverse. Aside from her appearance, her dance was also the reason why she attracted so much attention. Her dance was so mesmerizing. Lu Yin had originally come to observe Zi Xue, but as Luoxin's dance unfolded, he was drawn in. Luoxin turned around and smiled. She had a jade flute, white clothes, and blonde hair. There was only one person on the stage, but her dance was like a celestial melody. Everything around her seemed to disappear as a beam of light illuminated Luoxin and Lu Yin. He felt as if only he and Luoxin existed in this world, there was no one else. This wasn't a trading firm stage, but rather a heavenly palace. The pearls spun, the constellations swayed, and the vines of the flowers swayed. Her bright eyes shone through her long white sleeves, revealing a trace of gentleness and shock that reverberated in the depths of one's soul. Lu Yin's finger was about to hit the magistrate, but a smile flashed through the magistrate's cold eyes. They had tried to assassinate Lu Yin, so how could they not have investigated the matter? The magistrate was the main force against Lu Yin because of his speed. Just as the finger was about to hit Lu Yin, the magistrate's body flickered. Even though his finger had frozen the void, he was still moving further and further away from Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin's lips curled up. He bent his finger and formed a fist, using the Day-Night Punch. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques could unleash spiritual force attacks, and Lu Yin estimated that his spiritual force was comparable to that of the 10 arbiters. White and black intertwined with each other in this punch, causing the magistrate's expression to change. His entire body sank into a state of endless spiritual conflict. He spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. Lu Yin tapped out with another finger, and this time, he froze the void. The magistrate was unable to dodge, and his heart was pierced through. There was a thump as his entire body crashed into the layer of ice, causing it to crack. The scene of Lu Yin injuring the magistrate shocked Zirong. The magistrate was a peak hunter, but his attack had been redirected. This was the might of a secret technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. But could that punch have been a battle technique from the Day-Night clan? After injuring the magistrate, Lu Yin did not give him any time to catch his breath. He attacked once more. This sort of assassin excelled at preserving their own lives, so Lu Yin had to finish him off immediately. Lu Yin's guess was correct, but he had still underestimated the magistrate. As one of the top assassins on the hitman rankings, his survival techniques were extraordinary. The magistrate had long since buried his hair into the ground, and the moment Lu Yin had injured him, he had used his hair to absorb everyone's vitality. However, at this moment, the Aegis assassins were determined to establish their dominance, and they had no intention of giving Lu Yin any time to catch his breath. Feng Zi appeared again, and Lu Yin turned around and swatted out with his sky beast claw, shattering Feng Zi's blade. Cold blades appeared from all directions and enveloped him. Lu Yin was puzzled. The judge's attack had not killed him, so Feng Zi should have known about his defensive capabilities. Why had he still attacked? Unless there were other hidden assassins. Just as he thought about this, Lu Yin's mind went blank, and everything in front of him changed. He appeared in a spacecraft in outer space, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. He saw a familiar scene. This was the border of the Astral River. In the distance, the giant ark had yet to arrive, and all sorts of powerful enemies had appeared around him. Big Sis and the others were fighting with all their might, but they had left him alone in the spacecraft. One familiar figure after another fell into a pool of blood in outer space. Some had been torn to pieces, and not even a corpse remained. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared as he tried to escape. He was very strong now, and he could fight in lighters. He could help Big Sis and the others, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. His strength had completely disappeared, and he had returned to being a normal person who had never cultivated. He once again experienced the feeling of helplessness and despair. His mind suddenly became clear, and the voice of the Stonewall Scriptures echoed in his mind. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Not good, it was an illusion. There were still other top assassins. His vision went blank again, and he returned to the trading company. Everything that had just happened seemed like a second, but in front of him, there were strands of hair imprinted with 9-line battle force and countless cold blades. There was also an even more terrifying stream of air. 3 attacks descended and viciously struck Lu Yin. The Poison Master, the Judge, and Feng Zi had joined forces to attack Lu Yin under the cover of an illusion. This attack was difficult for even an enlighter to withstand, and Lu Yin was once again blasted into the ground. Zirong saw this, and his expression changed. Lilac Snow saw this, and she clenched her fists. Luo Shen, the blind monk, and many others had also seen this. Would Lu Yin still be alive after facing the combined attack of 3 top assassins? At this moment, Phantom Stinger, who had been hiding all this time, finally discovered the Poison Master's tracks. His dagger transformed into a white lotus that flashed past the Poison Master, leaving behind a trail of blood. The Poison Master then disappeared again. Phantom Stinger's piercing cold light also disappeared. He did not know what had happened to the Poison Master, and he did not even know where his attack had landed. The Poison Master was indeed worthy of being the number 2 assassin. He had not been ranked solely based on the number of people he had killed, and his ability to preserve his life was also top-notch. The judge and Feng Zi did not linger, and they both disappeared at the same time as they chased Lu Yin underground. They did not know what had happened to Lu Yin, and if possible, it would be best to cripple him instead of kill him. After all, death was not the most terrifying punishment. Hurry up and help him. Lilac Snow shouted as she looked at Zirong anxiously. Zirong's eyes flashed, but before he could move, a powerful light flickered from underground. This light had come too suddenly, and it was so bright that it caused ripples in the void. It illuminated the trading company, the entire Xenu star, and even the heavens, which attracted Lord Egret's attention. The next moment, a beam of light shot out from Xenu's star into outer space, causing it to tremble and the void to crack. Lord Egret was shocked. With this record, even though they had not reached the peak of the Hunter realm and their assassination techniques were not as powerful as the infernal judges, they were still ranked second. Aegis was unscrupulous. Since that was the case, there was no need for Lu Yin to follow the rules. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Phantom Sting. Phantom Sting appeared behind Lu Yin. Your Excellency. Contact the old smoker, Lu Yin said. Phantom Sting was shocked. Your Excellency, the old smoker has to pay a high price for his actions. I know, but I have everything he needs. Feel free to contact him, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Phantom Sting nodded and disappeared. No one knew the old smoker's name or background, and no one knew whether he was a man or a woman. The only information that had been leaked was that he had assassinated the Blaze Realm's master and escaped unscathed. He was the number 1 assassin on the Outerverse assassin list. The Blaze Realm was the leading power of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, one of the Innerverse's 8 great flow zones. No one knew how many experts there were in the Blaze Realm or how powerful the Blaze Realm's master was, but one thing was for certain, the Blaze Realm had more than one enlighter. The old smoker had been able to infiltrate the Blaze Realm and assassinate the Blaze Realm's master. Even though he had failed in the end, he had still managed to escape unscathed. This assassination had shaken the entire Innerverse and Outerverse, and it was because of this that the old smoker had become the number 1 assassin on the Outerverse assassin list, a position that no one had been able to shake for many years. The old smoker's price was not star crystals or star essence, nor was it a weapon, a battle technique, or a power vessel. Instead, it was something that could help him avoid danger, a natural treasure. After his confrontation with Aegis, Lu Yin had looked up the Outerverse assassin list and was especially interested in the old smoker. What the old smoker needed was exactly what Lu Yin had. He could say without exaggeration that no one in the Outerverse was more suitable than him to request the old smoker's help because he had many natural treasures. Hiring an assassin to deal with another assassin was Lu Yin's bottom line, and Aegis had violated it. Lu Yin did not intend to play by the rules, and he wanted the Outerverse number 1 assassin to panic once more. Not long after, Phantom Sting appeared. Your Excellency, the old smoker has agreed to help. He wishes to speak with you personally. Lu Yin looked at the screen in front of him. It was pitch black, and faint white smoke would occasionally drift past to form two words, target. The second assassin, the poisoner, Lu Yin said. 5 natural treasures that can help you avoid danger. The white smoke formed words again. Alright, but I have to say that the natural treasures I gave you must be used up as soon as possible. They were all obtained from unlocking source boxes, so they cannot be left outside for too long. Otherwise, they will dissipate. The white smoke drifted for a while before forming words again. Alright, but if you go back on your word, you will not be able to live, the old smoker warned Lu Yin. The words then disappeared along with the screen. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Do you think the old smoker can kill the poisoner? The poisoner killed 100 billion people in the past and caused panic in the outerverse. Even the innerverse sent experts after him, but they still couldn't deal with him. Yes, Phantom Sting replied with certainty. Lu Yin smiled. That's good. The old smoker's price was indeed high. It would take at least 100,000 or even 200,000 years for a natural treasure to reach a level where it could avoid danger. No one would sell such a natural treasure, and it would be very difficult to obtain 5 of them. This was probably why no one had asked the old smoker to assassinate the poison master. Of course, the large organizations wouldn't pay such a price for the sake of ordinary people. In their eyes, it didn't matter how many ordinary people died. Lu Yin didn't have much, but he had plenty of natural treasures. If he didn't have enough, Bushtree Planet still had some. However, these natural treasures had to be used up as soon as possible, as they would dissipate after 10 years. He had 22 of these natural treasures in his cosmic ring, enough to hire the old smoker 4 or 5 times. Aegis, if you want to play, then I'll play with you. Have you checked Foam Z's body? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Phantom Sting replied, yes, but I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. What about the power vessel that can avoid detection? This was what Lu Yin was most concerned about. He needed to know what method the Aegis had used to avoid rune lines. Phantom Sting replied, I didn't find it. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but he wasn't disappointed. If it was so easy to find, then it wouldn't be one of the top 10 assassins. A few days later, Minister Garop requested an audience. Garop didn't look too well. He had been dealing with the aftermath and hadn't rested much. Alright, Luotian agreed readily, and she looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Lu Yin felt embarrassed under her gaze. This girl's eyes were very pure and bright, and she didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. Perhaps only someone like her could perform such a beautiful and pure dance that even he was mesmerized. Your dance was very beautiful, Lu Yin said. Luotian smiled happily, and then her face turned red again. She lowered her head. Thank you. 7th bro, I've fallen in love. I've decided that this girl will be part of my harem. Don't fight with me over her. The ghost monkey cried out excitedly. Lu Yin immediately blocked the monkey, it was too noisy. Right, can you help me make an appointment with Zixue? I'd like to talk to her, Lu Yin said. Luotian nodded, feeling a little down. Alright, please wait a moment, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Zirong had been trying to stop him from meeting Zixue, and Lu Yin hoped that Zirong wouldn't stop him this time. Lan Bing was solid evidence, and Zixue was definitely by Shui. Not long after, Zixue and Lu Yin met up with Zirong following behind them, his eyes fixed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt helpless, he had been a little impulsive during their first meeting. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. You're Zixue. Lu Yin looked at the girl who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Zishua looked at him coldly. I've been called Zishua since I was young. Alliance leader Lu, you've got the wrong person. Then what's with your innate gift? Bai Shui also has an innate gift of blue ice. Zishua frowned. There are many coincidences in the universe. Just because you haven't seen one doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Now that you've seen it, I look very similar to this Bai Shui you're talking about, and even our innate gifts are the same. This is just a coincidence, and there's no need to explain. Lu Yin looked at her seriously. Is there something you can't tell me? Tell me, and I can handle it with my current abilities. I have the Hall of Honor and Master behind me. There's nothing in the outerverse that I can't handle. Zishua stood up. Alliance leader Lu, I've already said everything that needs to be said. I'm not Bai Shui, and I'll say it one last time. I'm not. She then turned and left. Lu Yin didn't chase after her, as Zishua's attitude was firm. He wasn't that familiar with Bai Shui, so there was no point in chasing after her. Zirong sat across from Lu Yin. You can give up now. She really is Zishua, and she's been like this since the moment we met. Lu Yin didn't harp on the matter of Zishua any longer. She wasn't his wife, and he had already confirmed it multiple times. He had already done his best, and there was nothing he could do if she didn't want to admit it. Brother Z, this accident is my responsibility. I wasn't able to protect you, and I formally apologize, Lu Yin said solemnly. Zirong raised a hand. There's no need for that. No one would have thought that Aegis would dare to make a move during Amethyst Company's performance. There were those who didn't care, like the Nalan family, and there were also those who were tied to Aegis for good or ill. These powers were frantically promoting Aegis while belittling the Great Yu Empire. For a moment, two types of rumors were rampant. The rumors that were unfavorable to the Great Yu Empire easily gained the upper hand because many photos had been exposed on Xenu Star. Hundreds of thousands of people had been killed or injured in that battle, and a significant portion of these people had come from other weaves. Furthermore, those who could come to Xenu Star to watch Luotian's performance had to have a high status. The families and connections behind these people all spoke out together, which was quite unfavorable to Lu Yin. Lu Yin couldn't control these people. Under these circumstances, Wei Rong contacted Lu Yin. Brother Lu, it seems like you've been in a lot of trouble recently. There's news about you every day, Wei Rong said in a relaxed tone. Lu Yin smiled. Brother Wei, just enjoy the show. I believe that I'll be able to see a good show soon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 761. Wei Rong laughed. I don't have anything good to show Brother Lu. You'll be disappointed. Brother Wei, don't tell me that you only want to protect your own territory. With how tyrannical Aegis is, you'll be restricted the moment you leave Armament Weave. If they can do that to me, then they can naturally do the same to Brother Wei. I know that Brother Wei is connected to Aegis, but in the face of benefits, whether or not this connection is reliable is something we'll talk about later, Lu Yin said. Wei Rong laughed. Brother Lu, are you trying to sow discord? That's right. I'm trying to sow discord between Brother Wei and Aegis. I believe that Brother Wei will put on a good show sooner or later, and it won't be too late. Lu Yin smiled confidently. Wei Rong smiled. Then we'll wait and see. But before that, I hope that Brother Lu will be safe. I'll be counting on Brother Wei's auspicious words. Lu Yin smiled and then ended the call. It had already been a few days, but there had been no news of the Poison Master attacking Frostwave Weave, nor had there been any news of the old smoker assassinating the Poison Master. This made Lu Yin feel rather uneasy. The Poison Master was a huge threat, and it was not easy to find him. Once he was targeted, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Lu Yin had not rested for a few days. That night, he stood in the courtyard of King Zishan's palace and looked into the distance. The sky was covered by the enormous projection of 3 continents, but it still could not hide the bright lights of the capital. The small tavern was still open. The owner should have saved up enough money to open a proper store, but he had not and continued to maintain the tavern. Lu Yin suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold behind him. His eyes trembled as he saw terrifying rune lines extend to the soles of his feet. He had experienced this familiar feeling once before. He Wuxian of the 7 sky gods had come. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had learned about the terror of the 7 sky gods from Ku Wei, and they were the rulers of the Neo-Human Alliance. They were terrifying powerhouses whose strength could not be estimated. Lu Yin did not know why such a ruler had appeared in the Outerverse or why they were looking for a puny explorer like him. However, he could not deny that he was afraid. Anyone who faced such a powerhouse would feel fear. No one was unafraid of death, and Lu Yin was no exception. Mr. Mu had said that the person he had encountered was not He Wuxian himself, but just a strand of his spiritual force. Even so, he had not been able to resist. Fortunately, Mr. Mu had given him a jade stone to protect. Sir Lu Yin, we meet again. The cold voice was like metal scraping against metal, causing one to shudder. You're not Blacklist God. It's impossible for him to appear in the Outerverse. It looks like Sir Lu Yin understands the 7 sky gods. I'm Blacklist God, but I'm also not Blacklist God. I'm here to ask if Sir Lu Yin has changed your mind. As long as Sir Lu Yin agrees, Aegis will immediately be destroyed, and we will allow Sir Lu Yin to easily unify the Outerverse. Lu Yin sneered, I'll say it again. If everyone turns into zombies, so what if I unify the universe? Then, the despair will continue. Sir Lu Yin, I look forward to our next meeting. With that, the gloomy feeling disappeared, and the clamor of the city entered his ears once more. Lu Yin exhaled and looked around, but he couldn't find any rune lines from Black Wuxian. Aegis and Black Wuxian had shown him that rune lines were not omnipotent, and some people could hide. What exactly did the Neo-Human Alliance see in him? Was there really no one else in the Outerverse who was more suitable than Lu Yin to unify the Outerverse? Lu Yin was puzzled. The current situation was giving him a headache. Aegis, the Yu bloodline, the Neo-Human Alliance, Wei Rong, the Central Weave, and so on. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, the situation was still not that simple. It could only be said that the Astral River had isolated the Innerverse's complicated situation while releasing the Outerverse. The Outerverse had never been simple, and it had only been suppressed by the Innerverse. Right, he had no money. Lu Yin thought of a very serious problem. Without money, he would not be able to increase his power, which was not good. He had to find a way to earn money. 10 days quickly passed, and during this time, the rumors in the outside world never stopped, especially in the Central Weave. Countless people said that Lu Yin was afraid of Aegis and that he had not even dared to speak after being attacked by Aegis. Lu Yin had indeed not shown himself, which allowed these rumors to spread. There were even many places within the Great Eastern Alliance that were slandering Lu Yin, and there were even demonstrations in some places that demanded that Lu Yin step down from his position as alliance leader. These demonstrations were quickly suppressed, but this also showed that Lu Yin's reputation within the Great Eastern Alliance had taken a hit. Aegis wanted to use this method to establish its might. As long as Lu Yin did not admit defeat, they would not rest. Lu Yin's unification of the Great Eastern Alliance had allowed his reputation to reach an extremely high level in the Outerverse. This kind of person was exactly what Aegis needed, and only by suppressing such a person would they be able to show the Outerverse how powerful Aegis was. During this time, the various powers did not make any moves. Even the Amethyst Trading Company did not make any moves, and they quietly observed the situation. Luin had been anxiously waiting for news from the old smoker, as he was afraid that he would receive news that the Poison Master had poisoned the Great Yu Empire's commoners. This continued until that afternoon, when a piece of news quickly spread throughout the Outerverse, shocking countless people. The Poison Master had died. The Poison Master was a legend, and even though he was infamous, he had set the record for killing the most people in the shortest amount of time. 100 billion people, a number that caused one's scalp to tingle, had all died at the Poison Master's hands. For this reason, the Innerverse and Outerverse had specifically searched for the Poison Master to kill him, and even the Hall of Honor had made a move. However, they had not been able to find the Poison Master. The Poison Master might not have been as strong as other assassins when it came to direct combat, but his ability to hide and preserve his life was too high. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Poison Master had not dared to show his face for several decades. It was only when the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated that the Poison Master was reactivated by the Aegis. The Great Yu Empire was where the Poison Master had once again set the record. The Aegis had not been trying to scare Luin, as they had truly intended for the Poison Master to make a move in the Great Yu Empire. They should have done so long ago, but the Poison Master had been targeted by the old smoker. He had used all sorts of methods to escape, but in the end, he had not been able to escape and had died in outer space. The news and photos of the Poison Master's death had shaken the Outerverse, and countless people had seen the Poison Master's appearance. He had been a very ordinary short old man, but no one doubted his identity as the person who had killed him had been the #1 assassin, the old smoker. When news of the Poison Master's death reached Lu Yin's ears, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was not worried about the other assassins, as no matter how powerful they were, they could only kill a limited number of people. The Poison Master was the most ruthless of them all. Now that the Poison Master had died, Lu Yin could finally relax. The Poison Master's death caused countless people to speculate about who had hired the old smoker. The Aegis was furious, and they did everything they could to contact the old smoker. Lu Yin immediately ordered someone to secretly spread the news that he had hired the old smoker. Hiring an assassin to deal with another assassin was rather embarrassing, and Lu Yin did not want to spread the news. However, he had to let others know, so he could only do so in secret. Not long after, the old smoker contacted Lu Yin and asked for some natural treasures. Lu Yin sent the old smoker an address, where he had already placed 12 natural treasures that could help him avoid danger. The price for killing the Poison Master was 5 baht, and the other 5 baht was the price for killing the judge. The remaining 2 were Lu Yin's goodwill. Just like how the various great powers had tried to join the second management of the Aegis in order to avoid being assassinated by the Aegis, Lu Yin also wanted to avoid being assassinated by the old smoker. Lu Yin did not want to be targeted by a fierce person who had dared to assassinate the master of the Blaze Realm. Who knew what method such a person had? The fact that this person was able to participate in the Outerverse assassin rankings meant that he was not an enlighter. The fact that he had been able to escape from the Blaze Realm meant that he had some mysterious methods. Lu Yin was not confident that he could defend himself against this person, and he could not keep wearing his universal armor. That's enough. The white smoke formed 2 words on the screen. Lu Yin said, "Next target, the judge. The remaining 2 are for you." The white smoke drifted around the screen for a while before forming words. "Are you a member?" Lu Yin blinked and then rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? A member? A member? What's that? The monkey was confused. Lu Yin was confused. What member? The white smoke drifted around the screen. Topping up 10 natural treasures that can help you avoid danger will allow you to enjoy my services. I will issue missions and complete them as quickly as possible. Priority will be given to members. In the world of assassins, if someone places a bounty on a member, I will notify the member and also provide anti-assassination services. If a member is in danger and is within a certain distance, I will act according to my discretion. The list of benefits dazzled Luin, and so much white smoke formed words that he was stunned. This old smoker had a good head for business, and he even provided membership services. How many members do you have? Luin asked. The white smoke drifted around for a while before finally forming a number. 0. Luin was speechless, as the old smoker didn't even have a single member. It made sense, as not everyone had natural treasures that could help them avoid danger, let alone topping up 10 at once. Any organization with that many natural treasures wouldn't need the protection of an assassin. Speaking of which, this thing suited him well. He didn't have many things, but these natural treasures were the most abundant. Alright, I've topped up. I have 10 left. Luin was very generous, as he felt that there was no need to be so serious when talking to the old smoker. Thank you, boss. The white smoke formed 4 words. Get rid of the judge as soon as possible. Don't worry, it won't be long. The screen disappeared, leaving Luin in a good mood. Assassins weren't as old-fashioned as they seemed, and this old smoker could be of use to him for a long time. The news that Luin had hired the old smoker to assassinate the poison master gradually spread. Many people sought out Luin for confirmation, but Luin neither admitted nor denied it. Aegis contacted the old smoker and told him not to act against their assassins, but the old smoker's reply left Aegis helpless. Assassins were paid to eliminate disasters, and Aegis understood this principle. If possible, they would have liked to recruit or eliminate the old smoker, but they didn't have the ability to do so. Just as Aegis was thinking of a solution, news of the judge's death spread a few days later. A large number of photos of the judge's death appeared on the Outerverse network, and the killer was still the old smoker. The news of the judge's death was even more shocking than the poison master's death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 762. Although poison masters were ranked higher, that was only because they had killed a terrifying number of people. They hadn't been active for many years, so most people didn't know how terrifying poison masters were. However, judges were different. They had always been active in the assassin world and were ranked 4th. They were definitely powerful and had never failed in their assassinations. The deaths of such experts sent chills down the spines of countless people. If even a judge and a poison master could be killed, then how powerful was the old smoker? Could it be that as long as one could hire him, they could kill anyone they wanted to kill? This question sent chills down the spines of many, and even more people asked about the price of hiring the old smoker. When they learned that the price was a natural treasure that could help them avoid danger, they had no choice but to give up. Aegis was furious, and they contacted the old smoker again to ask him to stop, but the old smoker ignored them completely. Countless eyes focused on Luin once more. Had he hired the old smoker? The price of killing 2 top assassins was definitely not as simple as 1 or 2 natural treasures. How many more did he have? How many more times could he hire the old smoker? This was a question that countless people wanted to know, and it was also what Aegis wanted to know the most. Most of the reason why Aegis was able to intimidate the Outerverse was because of the 6 assassins in the top 10. Now, 2 of them had died at Lu Yin's hands, while the other 2 had died at the old smoker's hands. Aegis only had 2 top assassins left, and their threat had decreased significantly. If Lu Yin continued to hire the old smoker to snipe their assassins, they would be in trouble. Even a sea of mercenaries couldn't compare to a single top assassin. Aegis wouldn't allow any more top assassins to die, so they had no choice but to contact Luin. It was still the same person, but his voice was no longer as arrogant as before. Your Excellency Luin, you hired the old smoker, right? A cold voice asked. Luin had heard too many similar voices recently from the world of darkness, and he was already numb to it. So what if I did? Does your Excellency want to start an all-out war with Aegis? Luin sneered, then let's start a war. The next target might not be an assassin. It might be you or Star Fox. It seems that your Excellency knows a lot about Aegis, but what you know is only the surface. Aegis was able to survive the catastrophe that wiped out the assassins tens of thousands of years ago. We didn't just rely on a few assassins. I hope your Excellency can think clearly. From the moment you dared to threaten me, you'll have to bear the consequences. I, Luin, will not be threatened by anyone. I'm not even afraid of the Day-Night clan, let alone your Aegis. I hope that the security at your headquarters is even tighter than the Blaze Realms. Otherwise, it won't be much of a challenge for that old smoker. After the call ended, the people from Aegis immediately hung up. They were obviously very angry. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Evil people needed to be dealt with by evil people. Let's see how long you can last. He contacted Old Smoker once more. His next target was Black Tiger, who was ranked 10th on the assassin ranking and one of Aegis' assassins. Over the next few days, the Great Eastern Alliance was embroiled in a bitter tug-of-war. Due to the deaths of several top assassins, Aegis crazily sent countless assassins and mercenaries to the various weaves of the Great Eastern Alliance to assassinate various important figures and instigate wars. Many of the weaves were thrown into chaos, and the various weaves organizations could only grit their teeth and fight against Aegis. Luin was not surprised. Then, what's your answer? Your Excellency can join Aegis, and you can also make some suggestions. However, I cannot guarantee that your suggestions will be accepted. If Aegis encounters a problem that we cannot resolve, I hope that your Excellency can help us. Is that possible? Star Fox asked. Luin agreed. No problem. He then ended the call. He had only thought of joining Aegis a few days ago. He could use the old smoker to threaten Aegis, but it was impossible for him to eliminate them. Aegis' hidden influence was too great, and even now, he did not know how many other powers in the Great Eastern Alliance were affected by Aegis. When Wei Rong had attacked Source Peak Planet, he had joined forces with Aegis, and Luin was worried that Wei Rong would gradually influence Aegis or even control it. Since he was not confident that he could eliminate Aegis, this was the only way. At the very least, he had to ensure that Aegis would not help Wei Rong deal with him. If they had to choose between him and Wei Rong, Luin believed that Aegis would rather give up on Wei Rong than become enemies with him. After this tug-of-war, Luin had made the entire universe recognize him. Even Aegis had been forced to leave the Great Eastern Alliance. Countless people were shocked by Lu Yin's methods and ruthlessness, as well as his determination. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 763. The countless people who had slandered Luin within the Great Eastern Alliance seemed to have disappeared overnight. Everywhere was filled with people singing his praises, and the various weaves immediately expressed their goodwill, wanting to praise Luin to the heavens. Luin took the opportunity to purge the powers that had always opposed the Great Eastern Alliance, and at the same time, he increased his efforts in consolidating resources. His prestige was at its peak, and no one dared to oppose anything he did. This was especially true after many powers from North Castle Weave joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and Lu Yin's reputation grew even more. The Great Eastern Alliance now had 9 weaves, and the remaining weaves would not be too far away. After the attack on Xenia Star, the compensation for those who had died had already been paid out. Lu Yin increased it a little and distributed it all. Amethyst Trading Company's compensation was also handled by Aegis. It was just a trading company, and while it seemed quite large, it was nothing to Aegis. Luotian wanted to hold another performance on Xenia Star, but she had not obtained the approval of the upper echelons of Amethyst Trading Company. Her performance plans were very strict, so she could only return to Xenia Star in the future. Lu Yin sent Zi Rong and the rest off. He was concerned about Zi Shua's identity, but since she did not want to acknowledge him, there was nothing he could do. Luotian's reluctant gaze made him feel a little strange. 7th bro, my woman left. The monkey was dejected. Lu Yin was speechless. In Source Peak Weave, in outer space, Wei Rong dismissed everyone and turned on his gadget. Soon after, a cold voice was heard. What's the matter? Are you admitting defeat? Wei Rong asked. The cold voice contained a bone-chilling intent. Be careful with your attitude. Wei Rong sneered. Fully withdrawing from the Great Eastern Alliance. It looks like you're really afraid of Lu Yin. We can't deal with him for now, but it won't be difficult to destroy the Wei family. Wei Rong did not mind. Actually, Lu Yin was only able to hire Old Smoker because of the entire Great Eastern Alliance's support. Otherwise, where would he have gotten the resources to hire Old Smoker? How about this? Let's work together. You provide me with mercenaries, and I'll help you deal with Lu Yin. With just you? Wei Rong replied, of course not. I can form an alliance with a central weave, just like the Great Eastern Alliance. We'll talk about that after you form an alliance. Wei Rong then hung up. Wei Rong exhaled and looked at the sky in amusement. The Great Aegis is actually afraid of being beaten up. Lu Yin, you're ruthless enough. But I'm curious as to who's attacking the Mavis Bank. That's a real big move. After Aegis withdrew from the Great Eastern Alliance, the Eastern Weaves immediately quieted down. Lu Yin found some time to attend a court meeting, but when he looked at the ministers present, he felt a little embarrassed. It had been a long time since he'd attended a court meeting. Lu Yin hoped that he would be able to increase the number of androids in the future. He took some time to visit the Third Ring Continent and saw Yu Xianzi and Xiaohua, and the others training at Yu Academy. Beiqing was nowhere to be seen the whole day. No one knew where he went. Li Zimo had always wanted to challenge Case, but Case had completely ignored him. Ever since this dire barbarian clan member had been brought to Xenia Star by Lu Yin, he had become extremely well-behaved, to the point that Lu Yin even thought that he had been replaced. He was most concerned about Wendy Yushan and Ku Wei. He still couldn't find them, and he didn't know where they had gone. The bespectacled Mistchild contacted Lu Yin and sent him a series of words of admiration. This reminded Lu Yin of Top Mist, and he immediately contacted the Mistchild. What's up? Top Mist asked. Lu Yin asked, do you know anything about Aegis? Top Mist was puzzled. Didn't you reconcile with Aegis? I'm curious. Do you know how strong those old assassins from Aegis who have been sealed in ice all this time are? Lu Yin asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. The Poison Master, the Magistrate, and the others were all current assassins, but the old assassins who had founded Aegis were the greatest threat. Those who had been able to survive the disaster that had besieged the assassin world were definitely not ordinary people. Top Mist answered, I don't know their exact strength, but there are definitely enlighters among them. Lu Yin raised his brows. Are you sure? Even if a person is sealed in ice, there's a time limit to how long they can remain sealed in ice. Only space-exploring powerhouses can remain sealed in ice for tens of thousands of years without dying. Hunters can even remain sealed in ice for tens of thousands of years, and there are even more enlighters. Since they were able to survive the disaster of the assassin world tens of thousands of years ago and remain sealed in ice until now, there are definitely enlighters among them. Otherwise, Aegis wouldn't have been able to exist. How do they compare to you? Luwine asked. Topmist indifferently replied, we haven't. Although Mafioso Planet and Aegis have dealings, they aren't subordinate to each other. Furthermore, Mafioso Planet has a much longer history than Aegis. Aegis is just an amalgamation, and it isn't an inherited power. What's the price for hiring you? Luwine suddenly asked. Topmist fell silent for a moment. Very expensive. He only said 2 words before hanging up. Luwine still wanted to ask about Granny Chan's situation, hoping that he could hire this old man to deal with her. However, the old man didn't seem to want to chat with him. It made sense, as they had once been enemies. Even if they weren't enemies now, they weren't friends either. Lu Yin's peaceful days lasted for more than half a month. It had been more than 2 years since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and many of the outerverse isolated weaves were gradually recovering. Lu Yin took some time to ask Madame Naylan, and he learned that tyrannical weave would soon be unobstructed again. When that time came, the enlighters that the Naylan family had consecrated would appear, and they would no longer need Lu Yin's protection. Many of the areas in the eastern weaves that had been isolated also gradually recovered. Lu Yin was looking through his star chart when he received a piece of news that caught him off guard. Peach had been captured. Peach was the captain of the 6th Squadron of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial Squadrons. Even though Lu Yin wanted to replace her, he hadn't done so yet. Peach was still the captain, and she held a lot of authority in her hands. The blind monk nodded and said, I don't know the specifics, but I do know that Peach once said that if she disappeared one day, it would be the Temple of Tai Mo's doing. Lu Yin stared at the blind monk. What else? The blind monk met Lu Yin's gaze. I really don't know. I only know that Peach once said that the Temple of Tai Mo would not let her off. There's also one more thing. Peach is actually only 22 years old. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you say? Peach is only 22 years old. The blind monk nodded. Lu Yin was stunned. He remembered someone saying that Peach was more than 100 years old, and that she had only been able to maintain her youthful appearance because she had eaten some sort of natural treasure. Didn't her resume say that she was more than 100 years old? The blind monk shook his head. His Majesty helped Peach change her appearance. Peach has always pretended to be older than 100 years old, and her body has always been that large in order to avoid being captured by the Temple of Tai Mo. I never expected that they would still be able to find her this time. Lu Yin recalled Peach's every move and realized that he had been too careless. Peach did not seem like someone who was more than 100 years old. She loved snacks, apologized whenever she made a mistake, treated people sincerely, and even treated them as friends. Weren't these the characteristics of a child? He had actually thought that she was more than 100 years old. What a joke. Wait, if Peach was only 22 years old, then that meant that when he had first met her, she had only been around 15. How had she become a cruiser? Lu Yin looked at the blind monk in disbelief, but the monk seemed to know Lu Yin's doubts and shook his head. I really don't know the specifics. I hope that Your Highness can save Peach. She has always treated you as a friend. Even though most of the Interverse powers did not have any old freaks with power levels over 300,000, the Temple of Tai Mo had been able to kill such a powerhouse. This was their foundation. Peach knew that the Temple of Taimo had 3 enlighters and that they had the ability to kill an old freak with a power level over 300,000. That was the true strength of the Temple of Taimo. Shayazisong sneered when he saw Peach's expression change. He grabbed her hair and stared at her. It'll be fine if that Luin doesn't come, but if he does, my master can just destroy him. What great Eastern alliance! In the eyes of the Temple of Taimo, they're just a bunch of trash. Peach's face paled, and she gradually despaired. The Temple of Taimo could rival the Universe's great powers. The Great Yu Empire might be able to withstand 1 or 2 enlighters, but they could not withstand the Temple of Taimo's foundation, let alone rescue her. In this part of the universe, there was no one who could rescue her from the Temple of Taimo. In the Eastern Weaves, the arrow-shaped spacecraft was the symbol of the Temple of Taimo. No matter where it went, it could go as it pleased, and no one dared to stop it. But today, the Temple of Taimo's sword-shaped spacecraft had been intercepted at the vast Earth sect. Shayazisong was furious. What's going on? A disciple from the Temple of Taimo reported, Senior Brother Song, the vast Earth sect's elder Hua Qiao intercepted the spacecraft. He said. What did he say? Shayazisong's tone was cold. The disciple's expression turned ugly. He said that he wants to search the spacecraft. Shayazisong slammed his hand down on the table, shattering it. The vast Earth sect sure has guts. How dare they search the Temple of Taimo's spacecraft? After saying that, he suddenly looked at Peach and saw the hope in her eyes. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly slapped her again, tearing her mouth open. Damn girl, you'd better pray that the Great Eastern Alliance doesn't cause trouble for the Hall of Taimo, otherwise, I'll ask Master to destroy them. With that, he coldly snorted and walked out. Peach glared at Shayazisong's departing figure with a complicated expression. The vast Earth sect could not have intercepted the Temple of Taimo's spacecraft for no reason. Had His Highness really taken action? The Temple of Taimo was not Aegis, and they had the resources to kill a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000. Outside the spacecraft, the vast Earth sect spacecraft was lined up in a row, blocking the arrow-shaped spacecraft. Elder Hua Qiao stood in space, looking at the arrow-shaped spacecraft in front of him with fear. The Temple of Taimo was a terrifying power that dominated the Eastern Weaves, and it was one of the top powers in the entire Outerverse. No one had expected that they would be reconnected so quickly. If they had been a step earlier, the Great Eastern Alliance might not have been established so smoothly. Fortunately, this power was isolated from the rest of the world and had not participated in the Outerverse power struggles for countless years. If possible, Hua Qiao did not want to provoke this power, but he had received orders from his superiors, so he could only brace himself and stop them. Shayazisong walked out of the spacecraft and saw Hua Qiao. He sneered, and his body flickered as he appeared in front of Hua Qiao. Elder Hua, long time no see. Hua Qiao frowned when he saw Shayazisong. You are Temple of Taimo, Elder of Technique imparting Elder, disciple of Grand Master Bei, Shayazisong. His voice reverberated throughout space, causing the vast Earth sect disciples to feel apprehensive. Hua Qiao remembered and solemnly said, so it's Peking Teacher's eldest disciple. We've met once before. Shayazisong stared at Hua Qiao coldly. Elder Hua, how did my Temple of Taimo offend your vast Earth sect? Why did you stop us? Hua Qiao hesitated and then said awkwardly, to be honest, Peach, the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 6th Imperial Squadron, has gone missing. Alliance Master Lu suspects that you have taken her away, which is why he stopped you. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. Shayazisong's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? Can the Temple of Taimo be blamed for the disappearance of someone from the Great Yu Empire? It seems like the Eastern Weaves have forgotten about our Temple of Taimo after a few years. Do they really think that the Great Eastern Alliance can suppress us? Hua Qiao did not answer. He had naturally heard of the legends of the Temple of Taimo. Even an inner-verse powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 had been instantly killed. The Temple of Taimo had a background that surpassed the outerverse, and it was completely different from Aegis. Xie Zisong coldly said, "Get out of the way. I have urgent matters to report back to the Temple of Taimo. If I'm delayed, will your vast earth sect be able to bear the consequences?" Hua Qiao apologized, "I'm really sorry, but please wait for a moment. Alliance Master Lu will be here shortly." Xie Zisong was furious. What a joke. My Temple of Taimo has traveled the universe and has never been stopped before. You actually dare to make us wait for that, Luin? How bold of you. Hua Qiao's expression did not change, and he allowed Xie Zisong to yell and shout. He did not respond, as he was only responsible for stopping Xie Zisong's group and handing them over to Luin. If there was any trouble, the Great Yu Empire would naturally take care of it. Of course, he did not intend to conduct the search that he had mentioned earlier, as Xie Zisong's status did not allow him to do so. Doing so would be equivalent to slapping Bei Bei in the face. Bei Bei was one of the enlighters in the Temple of Taimo, and the vast earth sect did not want to offend him. Xie Zisong angrily questioned and tried to force Elder Hua Qiao to back off, but the elder remained indifferent. Xie Zisong even wanted to attack, but in the end, he did not. After all, this was the vast earth sect, and it was impossible for him to charge through on his own. Fine, I'll wait here and see if your Alliance Master dares to search my Temple of Taimo's spacecraft. Think about the consequences. Xie Zisong then turned around and returned to his spacecraft. Hua Qiao sighed, as Lu Yin really was as troublesome as the rumors said. He had just provoked Aegis, and now, he was provoking the Temple of Taimo. The Temple of Taimo was different from Aegis, and it was not something that could be intimidated by an old smoker. Once the Temple of Taimo was provoked, they could activate a power level that could instantly kill powerhouses with power levels of 300,000, and the Great Yu Empire would be finished. Lu Yin naturally knew how terrifying the Temple of Taimo was, which was why he had ordered the vast earth sect to intercept Xie Zisong's group. He wanted to rescue Peach outside of the motor weave. Once they entered the motor weave and entered the Temple of Taimo's sphere of influence, it would be hard to say what would happen. One day later, Hua Qiao anxiously waited for Lu Yin's arrival with Aiden and the blind monk. Alliance Master. Hua Qiao bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the arrow-shaped spacecraft that was not too far away, and his eyes narrowed as he saw quite a few rune lines. In order to search for Peach, he had directly enveloped the spacecraft with his domain. Within the spacecraft, Xie Zisong sensed the domain, and his face turned cold. How dare you spy on my Temple of Taimo? He then took out a bow from his cosmic ring and fired an arrow in Lu Yin's direction. Xie Zisong had a power level of 130,000, and he was a hunter. Logically speaking, his attack should not have been very strong, and it was far weaker than an infernal judge or an assassin. However, this arrow shocked Lu Yin, as it did not contain any complicated battle techniques or strange innate gifts. The arrow pierced through the void, and all of Xie Zisong's attacks were concentrated on the arrow. The number of rune lines in this arrow far exceeded 130,000 combat power. It was at least 180,000 combat power. Aiden stepped forward and blocked the arrow with his thunder shield. There was a thump as the arrow was destroyed, as this attack was not even qualified to make him move. Lu Yin was shocked by the arrow intent within Xie Zisong's arrow, but the power of the attack was not very high. Ever since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, a significant portion of the opponents that Lu Yin had faced had been enlighters, and even the weakest had been a peak hunter. Xie Zisong's arrow was not worthy of Lu Yin's attention, but the arrow intent was extraordinary. Shayzisong had not expected his arrow to be blocked so easily. He walked out of outer space and looked around coldly. He saw Aiden and Luyin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 765. During the day that he had been stopped, Shayzisong had read quite a bit about Luyin and gained some understanding of him. He had to admit that Luyin was a legend, but his personality was a little lawless. Although Shayzisong was arrogant and looked down on the Great Eastern Alliance, he was no fool. When faced with someone who was both lawless and capable, he would restrain his temper. Shayzisong forced out a smile and flew towards Luyin. After all, this was the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, and it would be best if they could resolve this peacefully. Shayzisong was thinking about how he could threaten Luyin to not pursue the matter with Peach so that he could smoothly take her away. He thought of many things to say, and he even considered contacting his master and having his master talk to Luyin. However, he never expected that what awaited him would be a slap. No, 2 slaps. Luyin acted quickly, and just as Shayzisong was about to speak with a smile on his face, Luyin slapped him. Shayzisong was stunned, and Elder Huaqiao and the rest were stunned as well. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. However, this was not the end, as another slap landed on Shayzisong's face, causing both sides of his face to swell up. Shayzisong himself was stunned, as someone had actually dared to hit him like this. Even in the face of the universe's great powers, he would still be able to speak with assurance. However, at this moment, his mind was completely blank. The blind monk looked at Luyin in shock. Hadn't His Highness done a lot of research on the Taimo Palace? How could he still dare to do this? Aiden's lips curled up, as he liked Luyin's temper. Luyin moved his wrist and looked at Shayzisong. Does it feel good? Shayzisong sobered up, and his eyes were filled with extreme killing intent and hatred. You're courting death. He attacked Luyin, but Aiden grabbed him. Under the effects of his 9-line battle force, Shayzisong could not even move. Aiden punched Shayzisong in the stomach, causing him to bend over and vomit like a shrimp. It was an extremely miserable sight. The disciples of the Taimo Palace on the arrow-shaped spacecraft were enraged, and they all attacked. The blind monk stepped forward, and his Hunter Realm star energy swept out, causing the disciples to not dare to act rashly. The Taimo Palace was very powerful, but that did not mean that their disciples were not afraid of death. Even the Day-Night clan had been beaten into submission by Luyin, so there was no need to mention them. Elder Huaqiao's face paled. Your Highness, what? Luyin raised a hand to stop Elder Huaqiao from speaking, and then he looked at the blind monk. Go, bring Peach out. The blind monk acknowledged and immediately entered the arrow-shaped spaceship. Shayzisong glared at Luyin. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm a disciple of the Great Teacher Academy. I'm a disciple of the Taimo Palace. Are you trying to scare me? Luyin bent over and looked down at him. Shayzisong's eyes were bloodshot. You're crazy, Luyin. How dare you offend my Taimo Palace? You're dead. My master won't let you off. Your Great Yu Empire is finished, and so is the Great Eastern Alliance. Luyin swung his hand and slapped him again, causing a crisp sound to ring out. Many of the Temple of Taimo disciples on the spacecraft glared at him in anger. You kidnapped my people, and now you're threatening me. I'll just assume that you're telling the truth. If I die, you'll die before me. Do you believe me? Shayzisong did not dare to speak any further, as he had almost forgotten that the person in front of him was a madman who had even dared to deal with the Day-Night clan. The Universe Sun family had also wiped out the Enlighters from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone and the Enlighters from the Dire Barbarian clan. Peach's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly accepted it with a sweet smile. "Thank you." Luin shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he would have to maintain this innocence forever. This girl had gotten used to it. After taking a bite of the snacks, Peach looked up at the sky and slowly said, "According to ancient legends, the ancestors created the Hall of Tiamo because they obtained 3 arrows from the heavens. Each arrow contains unfathomable power, and the Hall of Tiamo's arrow intent is derived from these 3 arrows. It evolved into a divine archery battle technique that seeks to break through all techniques with a single arrow. For countless years, the Hall of Tiamo has been researching these 3 arrows without communicating with the outside world, and their strength has been growing steadily. These 3 arrows have always been guarded by the descendants of the 3 ancestors who created the Hall of Tiamo. Today, one is in the hands of Headmaster Gongling, one is in the hands of Elder Bei, and the last one." She paused and looked at Luin. "I have it." Luin was shocked. "You have an arrow?" Peach nodded. "My master is the descendant of this arrow, so it was naturally passed down to me. It's a pity that our lineage has declined. Master Bei has been coveting our arrow for a long time, and he's doing everything he can to obtain it. If not for His Majesty, Undying Yushan would have died 10 years ago." Luin understood. It was no wonder why the Hall of Tiamo had not given up on it. If it had been him, he would not have given up on it either. Peach looked at Luin with a complicated expression. "Your Highness, I am extremely grateful that you've come to save me. Our friendship has not been in vain, but it ends here. The Hall of Tiamo's foundation is too deep, and you don't understand it. Go back. This is an internal struggle of the Hall of Tiamo, and it has nothing to do with you." Luin asked, "Is your strength related to that arrow?" Peach nodded. "I don't know why, but that arrow suddenly pushed my strength to the cruiser realm. However, that's all. My strength hasn't improved much over the past few years. What will happen to you if you return to the Hall of Tiamo?" Peach munched on her snacks and swung her legs. "If I'm lucky, I'll be able to complain when the headmaster comes out of seclusion. If I'm unlucky, then there's nothing I can do." "Your headmaster is in seclusion?" "Yes, he's been in seclusion for decades. I haven't even seen him." "Can he guarantee your safety once he leaves seclusion?" Peach nodded. "Master said that the headmaster is fair. If he wanted to steal our arrow, he would have done so long ago. Master Bei wouldn't even have a chance. It's because the headmaster is in seclusion that he dares to make a move. Master told me to endure until the headmaster comes out." Luin smiled bitterly. "As long as he's in seclusion, forget a few decades, even a few centuries might be possible. If he can't endure it, then wake him up." Peach was shocked. "Wake him up." Luin placed a hand on her head. "You're mine, and I won't let anything happen to you. Let's go to the Hall of Tiamo together." Peach's mouth fell open, and then she was overjoyed. "Really? You're willing to accompany me to the Hall of Tiamo?" Luin smiled. "Of course. You're the captain of the 6th Imperial Squadron." Peach cheered, but then she became conflicted. "No, it's too dangerous. The Hall of Tiamo once instantly killed an old freak with a power level of over 300,000. It's too dangerous for your highness to go. Many things are dangerous. Flying through the heavens can cause one to be wiped out by the stars. This is the fate of cultivators." "Don't worry, I'm confident," Luin said. If things really did not work out, then he still had Mr. Mu. He wasn't even afraid of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods, so why would he be afraid of the Hall of Taimo? He would not watch Peach die, not only because they were friends, but also because no one would want to rely on him in the future if he did not care about her. Whether it was out of friendship or other considerations, he had to save Peach as much as possible. The Hall of Taimo would not give up on that arrow, and if Peach was willing to give it up, then she would not have to suffer. In that case, he could only go to the Hall of Taimo to face it. Xiaozi Song had not expected Lu Yin to actually dare to go to the Hall of Taimo, and he was delighted. But then, he was slapped again, this time by the blind monk. Xiaozi Song had the best relationship with Peach, and he had wanted to slap Lu Yin for a long time. However, he had not been able to find a reason to do so until now. Xiaozi Song spat out a mouthful of blood and viciously glanced at Lu Yin and the others. Just wait, as long as they reached the Hall of Taimo, he would make these people suffer. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 766. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to go to Taimo Temple. Since he was already in the Vast Earth Weave, he naturally had to pay a visit to the Vast Earth Sect. The first time he had heard of the Vast Earth Sect was because of Meng Yu. Lu Yin's deepest impression of the Vast Earth Sect was actually the Desolate Palm. Back then, he had been shocked by the Desolate Palm and thought that it could directly absorb vitality. The outside world had also heard that a single palm strike could cause all living creatures within a certain range to wither. However, as his cultivation deepened, he gradually felt that this was impossible. How could vitality be absorbed so easily? The Desolate Palm did not absorb vitality, but instead, accelerated the consumption of water in a living creature's body. Of course, even if it did not absorb vitality, its power could not be underestimated. The Vast Earth Sect was the dominant power in the Vast Earth Weave, and it was established on a continent with dozens of planets floating in space. It was a spectacular sight. Lu Yin's arrival shook the Vast Earth Sect, and everyone from Sect Master Meng Tianlong to the lowest disciples all welcomed him. Lu Yin could feel the Vast Earth Sect's respect. Although the Vast Earth Sect had caused him quite a bit of trouble in the past, they had not betrayed him ever since he had joined the Great Eastern Alliance. Aegis had threatened the Great Eastern Alliance, but the Vast Earth Sect had withstood the threat and had not embarrassed him. Lu Yin's impression of the Vast Earth Sect was quite good. The only thing he had noticed was that Meng Tianlong often stayed outside the Vast Earth Sect's elder Meng Qing's seclusion room, waiting for him to emerge. Lu Yin was very concerned about this, as Meng Qing was an enlighter who had not appeared since his seclusion. Although his appearance would not affect the overall situation, and he would not be able to force the Vast Earth Sect to leave the Great Eastern Alliance, he would still be able to restrict Lu Yin to a certain extent. This was the main reason why Lu Yin had come to the Vast Earth Sect. He wanted to see Meng Qing's situation. The results made his heart sink, as he saw Meng Qing's rune lines. The others could not see them, and only Lu Yin could see them. Although those suppressed rune lines had not erupted, they were definitely the rune lines of an enlighter. Meng Qing was still alive. Alliance Master Lu, let me show you around, Meng Tianlong said politely. This was the first time that he had met this youth, and they had only contacted each other through communications. He had never felt the shock of meeting Lu Yin in person. No wonder he could make Aegis submit and not fear the Hall of Taimo. Lu Yin smiled and nodded as he followed Meng Tianlong around the Vast Earth Sect. During this time, they happened to see the Vast Earth Sect's disciple recruitment trial. Millions of elite cultivators from all over the Vast Earth Weave had emerged from their own planets to participate in the Vast Earth Sect's trial, all for the sake of joining the Vast Earth Sect. Lu Yin had gone through Astral 10's entrance exam, and his identity was that of a trial taker, not a spectator. He had watched from the perspective of a spectator as millions of youths fought to the death for a spot, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. These youths were the elites of their home planets and had high hopes for them. The more outstanding ones had reached the Sentinel realm and could even fly, just like the 7 sages of Earth who were called Realm of Sky powerhouses. They were gods in the eyes of ordinary people, but that was only the beginning of cultivation. In the eyes of the Great U Empire, they were nothing more than roaming soldiers and cannon fodder. There were a few who cultivated using formcast models and had decent aptitudes that had attracted the praise of some of the seniors in the Vast Earth sect. However, when placed in the perspective of Vast Earth Weave, they were very ordinary. Vast Earth Weave was also very ordinary when placed in the perspective of the Outerverse, and when placed in the perspective of the entire universe, the Outerverse was even more ordinary. This was not a difference in cultivation, but rather a difference in level. Now that he thought about it, Lu Yin did not even know how he had gotten to this point. He had only been cultivating for 7 years. This was also why he was regarded as a legend. These brats are too ignorant and their cultivation is too shallow. They've embarrassed themselves in front of the Alliance leader, Meng Tianlong said. Lu Yin looked at the screen and saw the disciples fighting to the death. Indeed, these people were indeed ignorant and thought that the Vast Earth sect was the heavens of the universe. But wasn't he the same? Most people in this universe were frogs in a well, and they did not know that they were in the fusion of 5 collapsed mainlands. There was still a 6th mainland outside, and there was also the astral wilderness. There was also a boundless and powerful civilization that might even suppress the human civilization. When he had gone to the erudite Flowzone's border, he had seen the scene of a higher civilization looking down on a lower civilization. Was he sure that they were a higher civilization? Was there a pair of eyes above his head that were constantly observing him? When he thought of this, the arrogance in Lu Yin's eyes disappeared. To look down on others, one had to first stand at the top, and he was far from standing at the top. Sect leader Meng, can I go to Taimao Temple with you? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Meng Tianlong was shocked. The Alliance leader wants me to go. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Meng Tianlong. I'm paying an official visit as the Vast Earth sect leader. Meng Tianlong was put in a difficult position, as he did not want to go. This was originally a conflict between Lu Yin and Taimao Temple, and if he went, it would be the same as dragging the Vast Earth sect into it. Just as he was about to refuse, Lu Yin continued, Sect leader Meng, the Great Eastern Alliance is paying an official visit to Taimao Temple. As one of their allies, it is only right for you to go along. If I go alone, I will not be able to keep up appearances, and people will mock my Great Eastern Alliance for not being united. Meng Tianlong was put in a difficult position. Alliance leader, Taimao Temple is not like the other powers, and they are not easy to get along with. Lu Yin smiled. Do you think they would dare to make a move against you or me? We're paying a visit in the name of the Great Eastern Alliance. Even when 2 armies are at war, envoys cannot be killed, let alone Taimao Temple, which spans across 2 weaves. It's settled then. We'll immediately set off from Modo Weave. He did not give Meng Tianlong a chance to retort and simply turned to leave. Modo Weave was located southwest of Vast Earth Weave, and it was separated by an asteroid belt and an uninhabited area that was not part of the Weave. After passing through that uninhabited area, one would officially arrive at Modo Weave. Taimao Temple was isolated from the rest of the world and rarely interacted with the outside world. Disciples from Taimao Temple were stationed at the border of Modo Weave, and no one was allowed to enter without the Taimao Temple's permission. Xiao Zisong was a living signboard, and the moment he showed up, the spacecraft smoothly entered Modo Weave. Lu Yin had previously not been sure why Taimao Temple did not interact with the other powers, but after hearing Peach's words, he could somewhat guess the reason. With those 3 arrows, they did not need to learn any battle techniques from the outside world, and they had their own set of techniques. Furthermore, they were probably afraid that those 3 arrows would be exposed and attract the attention of the universe's great powers. No matter how strong Taima Temple was, they could at most rival the dire barbarian clan. Powers like the Frost Moon sect could not possibly be on par with the Day-Night clan or the Sword sect. Otherwise, they would not have sent out an early hunter like Xiao Zisong, but rather an enlighter. This thought persisted until he saw Taima Temple. Lu Yin was shocked. Perhaps the world had underestimated Taima Temple, as the rune lines that were hidden there caused his eyes to hurt. He had experienced this feeling before in the Tempest Flow Zone, in the space of the Golden Ocean, in the Starfall Sea, and in the Sea King's Dome. Although the rune lines hidden within Taima Temple were not as numerous as the rune lines at the Sea King's Dome, which he could not even look at, it still caused his eyes to hurt. These rune lines were not something that could be covered by someone with a power level of 300,000, they definitely exceeded 500,000. Only a powerhouse with a power level above an emissary could possess such a terrifying amount of rune lines, or even more. It was no wonder why Taima Temple could instantly kill a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 with a single arrow. Lu Yin solemnly looked at the distant mountain that towered into the heavens, and he felt a sense of reverence. Peach stood beside Lu Yin with a complicated look in her eyes. I was born here, and I almost died here. Lu Yin looked at Peach and saw the nostalgia in her eyes, as well as a bit of fear. He placed a hand on her head. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Peach looked at Lu Yin. Your Highness, if there's any danger, just leave on your own. Don't worry about me, got it? Lu Yin laughed. Got it. Don't worry. Peach grunted in acknowledgement. Behind them, Xiao Zisong, who was still tied to a pillar, smiled proudly. Once they reached Taima Temple, he would make these people suffer a fate worse than death. There was a loud smack as a crisp slap landed on Xiao Zisong's face. Xiao Zisong was furious, and he glared at the blind monk in front of him. This bastard had slapped him multiple times along the way, more than everyone else combined. Xiao Zisong was determined to make this bastard pay the price. Stop laughing so disgustingly, Peach threatened Xiao Zisong as she turned around to glare at him. Xiao Zisong snorted and lowered his head. His eyes flickered as he tried to think of a way to kill this group of people. The spacecraft landed at the foot of Taima Temple's mountain, and before the group could even exit, they were surrounded by numerous disciples. Countless arrows were aimed at the spacecraft, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Although most of these disciples were sentinels, there were quite a few melders and even lemeters. There were also a few explorers, but Lu Yin was more concerned about the hunter rune lines hidden in the distance. There was more than one of them, which was the true danger. The blind monk grabbed Xiao Zisong by the neck and walked out of the spacecraft. Many of the Taima Temple disciples were furious. Lu Yin led Meng Tianlong, Aiden, and Peach out. Meng Tianlong's expression turned ugly, and he took a few steps forward. Sect leader Meng Tianlong of the Vast Earth sect has come to visit sect leader Gong Ling of Taima Temple. Please report this. The surrounding disciples revealed murderous looks as a youth walked out. He looked quite similar to Xiao Zisong, and his face was gloomy as he stared at Meng Tianlong. Sect leader Meng, your Vast Earth sect sure has guts. Do you want to start a war with Taima Temple? Let go of my brother. Meng Tianlong smiled. You must be one of the Golden Arrow disciples of Taima Temple, Xiao Ziyu. Although I'm from the Vast Earth sect, I've heard of your great name. You once traveled to the Innerverse to challenge the top 100 rankings. You're a young genius. Xiao Ziyu's expression softened when he heard Meng Tianlong's praise, but his tone remained cold. Since sect leader Meng has heard of me, then you should know that I'm a disciple of Master Bei. Currently, all of Taimao Temple's affairs are handled by my master, Master Bei. What are you trying to do by kidnapping my brother? Meng Tianlong helplessly replied, your brother kidnapped someone from the Great Eastern Alliance and blackmailed us. My vast Earth sect wanted to stop him, but we were humiliated by him. We had no choice but to resort to this. Please report to sect leader Gong that Meng Tianlong has come to visit, and if he has offended you in any way, my vast Earth sect will naturally compensate you. Nonsense. I didn't blackmail you. Xiao Song roared. The blind monk placed a hand on Xiao Song's waist, and no one knew what he was doing, but Xiao Song's face contorted in pain, and he remained silent. Xiao Ziyu glanced at Xiao Song and then at Meng Tianlong. Sect leader Meng, the sect leader is in seclusion and will not be seeing any guests. I will report this to Master, so please release my brother first. Meng Tianlong looked at Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 767. Lu Yin walked out and glanced at Xiao Ziyu before looking in the direction of Taimao Hole. He suddenly shouted, Great Eastern Alliance leader, Lu Yin, requests an audience with Headmaster Gong Ling. Great Eastern Alliance leader, Lu Yin, requests an audience with Headmaster Gong Ling. Great Eastern Alliance leader, Lu Yin, requests an audience with Headmaster Gong Ling. A deafening echo echoed throughout Taimao Hall, causing countless disciples to look towards the foot of the mountain. Xiao Ziyu was furious. Shut up. How dare you disturb the headmaster's seclusion? Disciples, kill this person without mercy. As soon as he spoke, all of the Taimao Hall disciples drew their bows and fired a volley of arrows at Lu Yin. There was no room for negotiation. Lu Yin did not move, and Aiden appeared in front of him. His thunder shield enlarged and blocked many of the arrows, especially the hunter's arrows that had been shot from the shadows. Your Highness, there's an expert, Aiden said. Aiden was referring to the two hidden hunters, but Lu Yin looked up at the sky wherein lighter rune lines had appeared. Master Bei had arrived. And in lighter's strength was enough to crush everything. Although Master Bei's star energy was not as violent as Kai Jinqiang's, it still possessed a supreme pressure that was accompanied by a sharp aura. A giant arrow appeared in the sky and headed straight for the foot of the mountain. The arrow was so large that it was like a pillar that supported the heavens, and it pressed down on the crowd. Xiao Ziyu was terrified and hurriedly dodged. Lu Yin's expression changed. This Master Bei did not even care about Xiao Ziyu's life and directly attacked. Did he not want Peach's arrow anymore? Xiao Ziyu watched the arrow descend and shouted in fear, Run! Run! Meng Tianlong's face paled. The Taimao Hall was indeed not easy to get along with. They had not even seen the headmaster before being attacked, and an enlighter had even attacked. Aiden growled as 9-line battle force imprinted itself on his body. He leapt up and used his thunder shield to attack the giant arrow. With a boom, a heavy pressure descended, and the ground at the foot of the mountain caved in. Everyone felt an immense pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe, and Peach almost fainted from the impact. Above them, Aiden roared as his thunder shield continued to fall, unable to withstand the arrows. Countless disciples of the Temple of Tai Mo were both shocked and excited, as Bei had made his move. Just the arrows formed from star energy were already so terrifying that they could sweep through everything. Although Beifong's power level was about the same as Lord Egret's, the difference between their strengths was like heaven and earth. At the same level of power level, Beifong was definitely not weaker than a powerhouse from one of the Interverse's great powers. Aiden's thunder shield cracked open, and he could not hold on any longer. At most, he could block the attacks of ordinary enlighters from the outerverse, but it was already strenuous for him to face Lord Egret, let alone Master Bay. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he took out a loudspeaker from his cosmic ring. Then, he took out another loudspeaker and assembled them one by one. This was something that he had borrowed from An Xiaohua. Back then, An Xiaohua had used this thing to request for reinforcements from the Tower of Resonating Light. Although the request had not been successful, Lu Yin had seen how useful it could be, and he had brought it along with him this time. When he saw that Aiden was stubbornly resisting, Lu Yin had Meng Tianlong and the blind monk attack together while he shouted into the megaphone, Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Lu Yin, requests an audience with Sect Master Gongling. This shout startled many, as it was too loud. Even with Lu Yin's current strength, it caused ripples to appear in the void that swept through the entire temple of Taimo. Everyone could hear it. In the sky, the arrows suddenly revealed their sharpness, and the thunder shield cracked open. Meng Tianlong and the blind monk attacked together, but they were suppressed at the same time. Bei was furious, and he wanted to finish everyone off. Lu Yin shouted again, and this time, many people from the temple of Taimo jumped in fright. Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out as Aiden and the other 2 were smashed into the ground. In the sky, the arrows suddenly shrank and shot towards Lu Yin. Peach's face went pale. Be careful, Your Highness. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he donned his universal armor. A gauntlet appeared on his right arm, and he clenched his fist. Battle force imprinted on it, and 3 grains of fate sand moved around. He raised his head and retracted his right arm as he stared at the arrows. In the distance, countless disciples of the Temple of Taimo watched in astonishment. This person couldn't be thinking of taking Bei's arrow head-on, right? Was he crazy? He was just an explorer. As he watched the arrows descend, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he punched out. The gauntlet glowed, and layers of ripples shook the void. The void then collapsed as an enormous force broke free from everyone's line of sight and slammed into the arrows. Lu Yin had upgraded the gauntlet 7 times, and it could now withstand the physical strength of an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. His physical strength had already surpassed that of a peak hunter, and with the gauntlet's double support, his physical strength had surpassed that of a hunter and reached the level of an enlighter. His punch, coupled with his universal armor, shattered the arrows under everyone's incredulous gazes. The entire ground sank, and a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. Lu Yin had been suppressing this punch for a long time, and he had wanted to use it when Xenu's star had been ambushed by the assassins. However, its destructive power had been too great, and a single punch had wiped out both the assassins and Xenu's star. At this moment, Lu Yin had finally unleashed his full strength. His violent strength was enough to cause a planet to collapse, but it could not cause too much damage to this place. After all, this was the Temple of Taimo. Dust filled the air as everyone stared in shock. That explorer had actually shattered Master Bei's arrow with a single punch. It was too inconceivable. Aiden and the others were shocked as well, as Lu Yin's explosive physical strength was too abnormal. How could an explorer withstand such strength? His physical body should not have been able to withstand it. Xiao Ziyu and the others did not know how to describe what had just happened. Lu Yin was like a berserk beast. Up in the sky, Master Bei was astonished, but then an even more terrifying killing intent condensed. This kid could not be left alive, and he was about to attack when a youth flew over from the distance. He faced Master Bei and respectfully said, "The sect leader requests the elder's presence." Master Bei's eyes flashed. "The sect leader has come out of seclusion." The youth replied, "Yes, he just came out." Master Bei angrily replied, it must be that group of people down there who disturbed his cultivation. Once I've dealt with them, I'll go to the main hall to meet with him. The youth replied, the sect leader has also invited them to the main hall. Elder, please go ahead. Master Bei was unwilling to give up, and he glanced at Lu Yin and the others. His gaze lingered on Peach for a moment before he helplessly said, all right, I'll go now. He then disappeared. The youth watched Master Bei leave with a look of disdain before descending. When the dust settled, Lu Yin flew out of the underground crater and clenched his right fist. Although he had blocked that arrow, his body had not been able to withstand the power of the double explosion, and his muscles had been torn apart. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury. Your Highness, are you all right? Peach hurriedly ran over and asked with concern. Lu Yin shook his head and looked up at the sky. Master Bei's rune lines had disappeared, and in their place was a young explorer. Aiden and the others gathered around. The youth descended from the sky and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You must be the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, Lu Yin. I'm Gong Cho. Lu Yin nodded, as this name sounded familiar. Gong Cho greeted Lu Yin and then looked at Peach with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, little Peach. I've caused you to suffer. Peach stared blankly at Gong Cho with a complicated expression. She did not feel the hatred that she had felt for Xiao Ziyu, but she also did not feel close to him. Gong Cho sighed and looked at Peach. Father has been in seclusion for decades. Back then, I went to the inner verse to travel and was unable to protect you. I'm sorry. Peach lowered her head and did not reply. Lu Yin looked at Gong Cho. You know Peach? Gong Cho nodded. A family friend. I even carried her when she was born. Xiao Ziyu should be a family friend as well, right? Lu Yin asked. Gong Cho nodded. Master Bei is a scheming person, and his methods are vicious. It's our fault that we were unable to protect little Peach. But don't worry, Father has already left seclusion, and he will not allow Master Bei to run amok. He then looked at Peach. Come with me to see Father. He hasn't seen you yet. Peach's eyes reddened, and she silently nodded. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that Gong Cho was ranked 74th on the top 100 rankings. It was no wonder why this name sounded so familiar. This person was the son of Gong Ling, the head of the Tai Mo Palace, and a true powerhouse. There were only a few people in the Outerverse younger generation who could enter the top 100 rankings, and the most dazzling of them all was undoubtedly Moore, a counselor from West San Dios who had been born in the Outerverse. It was said that his birth had been accompanied by the deaths of billions of people, and he was an inauspicious person. After him was Puyu, who was ranked 13th, and then there was Tyler Phineas of the Dark Phoenix clan, who was ranked 14th. These three people were placed together, and Gong Cho had also entered the top 100 rankings. Everyone, please follow me. Father is waiting for you in the main hall, Gong Cho said courteously. Lu Yin nodded, and the group followed Gong Cho to the main hall. As for Xiao Ziyu, he was still being held captive by the blind monk. Gong Cho did not care about him since he was a witness. At this moment, Master Bei appeared in the main hall of the Tai Mo Palace. He immediately saw someone with his back to him and looking at a painting hanging in the main hall. There were 3 arrows on the painting, and although they looked ordinary, they were the ones that had created the current Tai Mo Palace. Master Bei entered the main hall and approached the person. Senior, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. The person turned around. It was a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion and bright eyes. He looked very kind, and he even had a smile on his face. This was Gong Ling, the head of the Tai Mo Palace. I wanted to continue slacking off, but I was woken up. Hee hee. Master Bei replied, "My apologies, senior, for disturbing your seclusion." Gong Ling waved a hand. "It's fine. Sit, junior." Master Bei nodded and sat to Gong Ling's side. Gong Ling sighed. "You've been in seclusion for decades. The outside world must have changed a lot." Master Bei told Gong Ling about the innerverse and outerverse separation, as well as many other things. The only thing he did not mention was Peach. Gong Ling was rather emotional when he heard everything. "I never thought that the situation in the universe would change so quickly." "Right, the brat who woke me up said that he was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance." "What's up with this Great Eastern Alliance?" Master Bei's tone was gloomy as he answered, "Speaking of the Great Eastern Alliance, there's only one person, Lu Yin. He's a legend. He established the Great Eastern Alliance in a vain attempt to unify the Eastern weaves, and he's created endless massacres and incited disputes between the various great powers. He's even made an enemy of the 4 major corporations. He's extremely ambitious, and his methods are ruthless." One belonged to Master Bei, who had just taken action, while the other belonged to Gong Ling, the head of the Tai Mo Temple. In the outerverse, any organization with an enlighter would be able to move unhindered. Frostwave Weave, North Castle Weave, and many other weaves did not even have a single enlighter. However, the Tai Mo Temple had 3 enlighters and an unfathomable ancestor. This was the foundation of a great organization that the Innerverse feared. This time, Lu Yin was paying a visit as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, along with Meng Tianlong, the vast Earth sect master, so it was more formal. However, the moment they stepped into the main hall, Gong Ling ignored them and only stared at Peach. Peach also saw Gong Ling, and her eyes reddened. Gong Ling's figure appeared in front of Lu Yin's group, and he looked at Peach with an apologetic gaze. He reached out and stroked her hair. "I've made you suffer, child." Peach felt wronged, but she did not cry like she had in front of Lu Yin. However, her expression made others feel even more sorry for her. Gong Ling looked at Gong Cho and sternly asked, "Who were the disciples that tried to kill Peach? Have you found out who they were?" Gong Cho solemnly replied, "I've already found out, but Master Gong Cho did not allow us to touch them." Gong Ling looked at Master Bei with a cold gaze. Master Bei stood up and said, "There might have been a misunderstanding back then. I understand those disciples, and they are not evil by nature." Maybe Gong Ling raised a hand to interrupt Master Bei and stared at Gong Cho. "Regardless of the reason, capture all those who tried to harm Peach and throw them to Arrow Mountain as slaves. Everything belonging to Peach's bloodline will be returned to their rightful owners, and anything that is lacking will be compensated by their seniors." "Yes, sir," Gong Cho replied. Master Bei's expression turned ugly. He was an enlighter, but he had been forcefully interrupted. Furthermore, the sir's words were clearly meant for him to hear. "Sir, how should we deal with Shaezisong?" Gong Cho asked. Master Bei looked at Gong Ling. Gong Ling's gaze turned cold. "Throw him to Arrow Mountain as a slave for 10 years. No one is allowed to plead on his behalf." "Yes." Shaezisong's face turned ashen, and he looked at Master Bei for help. Being a slave at Arrow Mountain was not life-threatening, but with such an experience, how would he be able to convince the others in the future? How would he be able to compete for the position of sect master in the future? Master Bei really wanted to plead for leniency, but when he saw Gong Ling's icy glare, he decided not to say anything. Lu Yin watched the master of Tama Palace display his might, but his expression remained calm. Meng Tianlong's expression turned ugly. He was still the vast Earth sect master, but he had been ignored. "Little Peach, are you all right? Come, let Uncle Master take a look." Gong Ling coaxed Peach, his tone gentle and apologetic. Peach shook her head. I'm fine. This disciple has always been living in the Great Yu Empire, and it was all thanks to your highness that I was saved. They've become more and more tyrannical, and they'll suffer losses sooner or later. However, I never expected that they would be defeated by this junior. Although Aegis hasn't been around for long, they still have a strong foundation. They also have the second management level's huge network, but they still lost. This junior has some ability, Gong Ling sighed as he looked at the screen in front of him. The screen showed a picture of the attack on Xenia Star. Gong Cho said, Lu Yin was able to challenge the experts on the top 100 rankings when he was just a Lemeter. He once defeated Zhe Lin from the Divine Great Hall at Planet P, and he's unequaled among Lemeters. After breaking through to the Explorer realm, he can even join the Hunters without any external items. He has the power to rival the top of the top 100 rankings. He's a genius, and if he uses external items, he can even join the Enlighters. Gong Ling sighed. He's not just a genius. He's a true freak, and he's only been cultivating for 7 years. Gong Cho was ashamed. Compared to him, everyone else pales in comparison. Gong Ling smiled. If it was just his cultivation talent, then it wouldn't have mattered. However, this kid has an ambition that ordinary cultivators cannot imagine, and he also has methods that match his ambition. This is what's most noteworthy. The establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance is enough to show that this kid has extraordinary courage, and his future is limitless. Does father think highly of him? Gong Cho asked. Gong Ling fell into deep thought and did not answer. Those who comprehend the same arrow intent can easily choose their own master. Lu Yin understood. This meant that when a master created an arrow and left it at the arrow mountain, a disciple would arrive and comprehend an arrow intent similar to the one who had created it and would choose its own master. This meant that the disciple would also be able to choose the arrow that was most suitable for them. This was the difference in their foundations. There were so many arrows on the Arrow Mountain, and they represented the generations of disciples of the Hall of Taimo. The group continued to walk deeper into the Arrow Mountain, and along the way, they encountered quite a few disciples wandering around. They seemed to be searching for the arrows that they wanted, and they also saw quite a few people in ragged clothes walking around numbly. These people were the slaves of the Arrow Mountain, and they were waiting to be summoned by the person who had forged the arrows so that they could help. Brother Gong, what if a disciple accidentally obtains a powerful arrow? Lu Yin asked. Gong Cho replied, that depends on whether or not they have the ability to obtain it. Coincidentally, a disciple from the Hall of Taimo screamed in the distance. His hands were charred, and it was obvious that they had been burned. In front of him was an arrow that was completely red, and the temperature was so high that it seemed to distort the void. Peach's eyes lit up. Your Highness, that arrow is not bad. Lu Yin curiously walked over. Did he dare to say which one was worse? Wouldn't that offend Lu Yin? Peach shouted, that's right. Tell me which one is worse. Gong Cho looked on in amusement, as Xiao Ziyu was reaping what he sowed. Xiao Ziyu sneered, brat, you have a sharp tongue. The headmaster gave you 5 arrows. Let's see what you can pick. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and sighed. Your headmaster gave me 5 arrows out of gratitude for taking care of Peach. I didn't plan on picking them since taking care of Peach is my duty. But since you've said so, I'll have to pick one. Perhaps I can pick a good one. Xiao Ziyu sneered, and a tall girl behind him sneered, "You think you can do it? Don't be all talk and no action." "That's right. Pick one and try." The disciples cheered, and many more came over. Peach tugged at Lu Yin's sleeve. "Your Highness, do you know how to pick? How about I ask the headmaster for help?" Lu Yin patted Peach's head and then casually walked over to a boulder. There was a seemingly ordinary arrow stuck in it, and it was completely different from the other arrows that had even caused abnormal phenomena. It looked like a scrap of material. Lu Yin squatted down and easily picked up the arrow. "I'll take this." When he saw Lu Yin pick up the arrow, Xiao Ziyu laughed loudly, and the disciples behind him also roared with laughter as they mocked Lu Yin. Peach stomped her foot anxiously. Aiden and the other two were very calm, as they understood Lu Yin well. How could they allow these people to laugh at them? Gong Cho was puzzled, as he could not see anything special about the arrow. This person was truly unfathomable. Lu Yin smiled and twirled the arrow in his hand. He looked at Xiao Ziyu with a teasing smile. "Do you believe that even if I sold all of you, you still wouldn't be worth the price of this arrow?" Xiao Ziyu laughed. "As expected of the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. Your words are so magnanimous. You must have trained your ability to misrepresent a deer as a horse from those weaves that you oppressed." Meng Tianlong's face immediately sank. "Shut up, vile creature!" he shouted, causing the sky to tremble. Everyone looked up and saw that Master Bei had appeared at some point. His face was gloomy as he stared at the arrow in Lu Yin's hand. "Boulder arrow. It's indestructible and can withstand a power level of 300,000. It's one of the best arrows in Arrow Mountain." Master Bei's words shocked everyone, including Aiden and the others. They had not expected Lu Yin to obtain one of the best arrows in Arrow Mountain. They knew that Lu Yin would not allow himself to be mocked, but this counterattack was too fierce. Xiao Ziyu was stunned. How was this possible? He had entered and exited Arrow Mountain many times, and he had seen this arrow many times. He had never thought that it would be one of the best arrows in Arrow Mountain. The disciples from Tai Mo Palace were similarly stunned, and they all looked at the arrow in Lu Yin's hand with heated gazes. Peach was overjoyed and skipped over to Lu Yin. She took the boulder arrow and exclaimed, "This is one of the best arrows. Is this for real? That old guy couldn't have seen it wrongly, right?" Master Bei did not care about Peach's rudeness, and he stared at Lu Yin. "Junior, how did you find it?" He did not believe that Lu Yin had such a deep understanding of arrows that he could find the boulder arrow with just a glance. It must have been Headmaster Gong Ling who had told him. Lu Yin shrugged and pointed at Xiao Ziyu. "He told me." Master Bei glared at Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu was stunned. When did I tell you? Don't spout nonsense, you'll kill me." To Tai Mo Palace, arrows were more important than anything else, and the arrows on Arrow Mountain were even more so. They were equivalent to the inherited techniques of various great families. Now that the best arrow had been taken by an outsider, Xiao Ziyu was dead meat. Even if he was Master Bei's disciple, no one would be able to save him. Master Bei stared at Lu Yin again. He naturally did not believe that his disciple had told this person. His disciple was not crazy, and if he had known the value of this boulder arrow, he would have taken it away long ago. Lu Yin said, "I only wanted to randomly pick 5 arrows from the foot of the mountain, but I was angered by you and randomly picked one. I was pretty lucky and picked the best one." Xiao Ziyu's face twitched. Master Bei narrowed his eyes and glanced at Xiao Ziyu coldly. "You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at ruining things." There was no need to guess, Xiao Ziyu knew that he was in big trouble. He had only wanted to mock Lu Yin, But who would have thought that Lu Yin would actually take the boulder arrow? He was doomed. Lu Yin put away the boulder arrow and looked around. How infuriating. You think I don't know anything about archery? Fine, I'll take this seriously. He then walked deeper into Arrow Mountain, and the rest hurriedly followed. Xiao Ziyu's eyes were vicious. He had just been lucky. Master Bei did not leave, and his gaze remained on Lu Yin. He wanted to see just how many good arrows Headmaster Gongling had told Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked around leisurely, but after a short while, he stopped and looked to his right. There was an arrow that had frozen the void, and it seemed to be very good. Many people could feel the cold aura emanating from it. This arrow was imbued with cold energy. Lu Yin walked over. Xiao Ziyu's eyes narrowed, and he gave a look to someone behind him. That person rushed over and pressed a hand on the cold arrow before Lu Yin could. That person had clearly used an ice-related battle technique, and he successfully took the arrow away. Xiao Ziyu was pleased with himself. Master Bei's expression improved significantly. Peach was furious. Your Highness, why are you walking so slowly? Lu Yin was puzzled. What's wrong? Peach pointed at Xiao Ziyu. Those people took the arrow away. It's annoying. Lu Yin asked, what arrow? Oh, you mean the arrow that emitted cold energy. What does it have to do with me? I didn't even plan on taking that arrow. He then walked over to where the arrow had been and squatted down with a bright smile on his face. In the sky, Master Bei's eyes narrowed. Junior, don't move. Lu Yin did not listen to him, and he grabbed the shadow. Only then did everyone realize that something was wrong. The arrow had clearly been taken away, but the shadow was still there. What was going on? Unless it wasn't a shadow, but rather an arrow. Their guess was correct, as Lu Yin grabbed the black shadow arrow and caused it to distort. The world went dark, and everyone was temporarily blinded. Then, they felt as if they had been sucked into a spatial black hole, as if they had been swallowed. The blindness only lasted for a moment, and when they opened their eyes again, they were stunned to see the distorted arrow in Lu Yin's hand. Even an idiot would know that this was no ordinary arrow. Lu Yin sneered, you're still trying to run. Show me your true form. The shadow arrow in his hand suddenly split into two, one black and one white. Two identical arrows appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Ziyu was stunned. What the hell was this? In the sky, Master Bei suddenly reached out to grab Lu Yin. Junior, put down the arrow. Suddenly, another force appeared and pushed Master Bei back. Gong Ling's sect master appeared with a gloomy expression. Master Bei anxiously asked, Senior brother, why did you stop me? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 771. Gong Ling stared at Master Bei. I promised to give him 5 arrows for him to choose from. Since he's already chosen, he can't go back on his word. Do you want my Tai Mo Hall to become a joke? But Master Bei was unwilling to accept this. Gong Ling looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, good move. Everyone has underestimated you. Lu Yin put away the black and white arrows in his hands and looked at Gong Ling. Senior, what do you mean? I only wanted to randomly pick 5 arrows from the foot of the mountain, but your sect's disciples looked down on me. As the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, I had no choice but to choose seriously. Of course, I was also lucky. Gong Ling glanced at Xiao Ziyu. Watch your mouth. Xiao Ziyu wanted to cry, as he had simply wanted to ridicule Lu Yin. Clear arrow, lightless arrow. 10,000 years ago, a sect master forged them from a void black hole. Clear arrow has a devouring ability, and lightless arrow can cause the world to lose its color. Alliance Master Lu being able to find them is admirable, Gong Ling said slowly, his tone full of praise. Gong Cho looked at Lu Yin in shock. What ability did this person have to be able to do this? Picking arrows wasn't like fighting, so how was this possible? Lu Yin humbly replied, it was just luck. I still have to thank your sect's disciples for their encouragement. Xiao Ziyu's face twitched, and he looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Please don't talk about me anymore. Please don't bring me into every sentence. Peach excitedly pulled Lu Yin deeper into the mountain. Master Bei's expression turned ugly, and he looked at Gong Ling, Senior, even my Tai Mo Hall doesn't have many of these arrows. If you give them to an outsider, I'd like to see how you'll explain this to the ancestor. Gong Ling calmly replied, the ancestor is also watching. There's no need to explain. Master Bei snorted and chased after Lu Yin. He wanted to see what Lu Yin had obtained from the last 2 arrows. Since Lu Yin had been able to pick these arrows, it was unlikely that Gong Ling had told him about it. Unless Lu Yin was Gong Ling's illegitimate son, there was no way Gong Ling would have given him 3 arrows. As for luck, that was even more impossible. Master Bei wanted to see how Lu Yin had chosen these arrows. Lu Yin was pleased. Choose. Was that even necessary? The rune lines were clearly there, but these people could not see them. Sometimes, life was as lonely as snow. There were no soulmates. Peach was very proud. She held her head high like a victorious peacock. Lu Yin did not stop and continued walking deeper into the mountain. He had long since seen an arrow in the distance that was releasing rune lines without any concealment. Even the other cultivators would be able to see this power, but that arrow still existed, which piqued his curiosity. Looking at the direction Lu Yin was heading, Gong Ling and Master Bei exchanged glances. Was he planning to take the arrow? Gong Cho seemed to have thought of something as well, and he looked at Lu Yin. When he saw the confident expression on Lu Yin's face, his heart sank. Perhaps it was because of those 3 arrows, but Gong Cho had a feeling that Lu Yin would be able to take that arrow away. Ah, I remember now. There's a battle arrow up ahead. Peach suddenly cried out in alarm, her eyes filled with excitement. Lu Yin and the others were curious. Battle arrows. Peach nodded. That's right. Master once said that the arrow contained the power of a predecessor. It was forged by a certain elder of the Tai Mo Temple who had cultivated his battle force to an extremely high level in the Interverse. That arrow was infused with battle force after it was forged, and it even had 9 lines. It's very powerful. It's a pity that no one has been able to take it away after so many years. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the void, causing the sky beast claw to unleash a beastly roar that seemed to transcend time itself. Many of the Tai Mo Hall's disciples trembled as they watched Lu Yin's right hand grab an arrow from the void. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? How did he grab this arrow? Lu Yin looked at his right hand and saw a faintly discernible arrow. He had actually noticed this arrow the moment he had entered Arrow Mountain, and he had been wandering around the mountain, jumping up and down. He had just happened to pass by, and he had casually grabbed it. Speaking of which, this arrow had the ability to turn invisible. Gong Ling's expression changed when he saw the arrow in Lu Yin's hand. This is a flying owl arrow created by the 5th generation sect master. It was forged from a mysterious ore from outer space, and it can kill without being seen. It's indestructible. Xiaozi, you really wanted to cry. There were nearly 10 divine arrows in Arrow Mountain, but this guy had taken half of them all by himself. How was he supposed to live? Most importantly, this guy had said that he had angered him. Xiao Ziyu was done for. Everyone in the TMO hall would be furious if they found out about this. Xiao Ziyu's fate would be 10,000 times worse than his brother's. Peach and the rest looked at the flying owl arrow in shock. This was the first time they had seen an arrow that could turn invisible. Most importantly, it was indestructible and had the characteristics of a boulder's arrow. No, you can't take it away. Junior, put down the flying owl arrow. Grandmaster Bei grew anxious, and he landed on the ground and stared at Lu Yin. Up in the sky, Gong Ling was in a difficult position. This kid had basically taken away half of the divine arrows from Arrow Mountain, which made it difficult for him to explain himself to the sect. This was especially true for the flying owl arrow, which was worth more than the other 4 divine arrows. It could be considered the most valuable arrow in Arrow Mountain. Thank you. The mountain breeze, thank you for your support, thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 772. Uncle Leader, His Highness personally chose these arrows, and he didn't cheat. You're the one who promised him, so you won't go back on your word, right? Peach asked Gong Ling in a soft voice. Master Bei growled, these divine arrows have their own spirits, so how can they be left untouched? It would be fine if you were good at archery, but none of you are. Giving these divine arrows to you would be a waste. Gong Ling was put in a difficult position. Meng Tianlong looked at Lu Yin enviously. 5 divine arrows were too valuable, and any one of them could pose a threat to an enlighter if used well. This was the foundation of the Temple of Taimo, and Meng Tianlong believed that the Temple of Taimo would never place their best divine arrows in their mountain of arrows. There had to be more hidden treasures, as this sect was too powerful. Peach ran over to Gong Ling and tugged at his sleeve. Uncle Leader, you promised me. At this moment, a few more elders from the Temple of Taimo appeared. They had all learned of the situation and surrounded Lu Yin, not intending to let him take the divine arrows. Aiden and the blind monk stood beside Lu Yin and whispered, "What should we do, Your Highness?" Lu Yin smiled and looked at Gong Ling, Senior Leader. Master Bei is right. I don't know any archery techniques, so it would be a waste to keep them. Gong Ling's eyes lit up, and the people from the Temple of Taimo sighed in relief. This brat was tactful. However, you promised me 5 arrows. If you go back on your word, it won't be good for the Temple of Taimo's reputation if word gets out. Gong Ling's eyes flashed, but before he could speak, an elder beside him barked, "What do you want? Just say it." Lu Yin toyed with the owl arrow. Simple. Of the 5 arrows, I'll keep 2 and return the other 3 to the Temple of Taimo. Of course, I also hope that the Temple of Taimo will compensate me. The elder replied, "Leave all 5 arrows behind." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. "Elder, are you joking with me?" The elder raised his brows. He was an elder of the Temple of Taimo, but someone actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was about to scold Lu Yin, but Gong Ling stopped him. "All right, leave the owl arrow, battle arrow, and boulder arrow behind. You can take the clear arrow and lightless arrow. For each arrow, the Temple of Taimo will compensate you with 10,000 star essence." Since the sect master had spoken, the surrounding elders didn't dare to speak up, and they all stared at Lu Yin threateningly. Lu Yin shook his head. "I want to take the owl arrow and the battle arrow. As for the 3 arrows, I'm actually really short on money." Gong Ling frowned. "Junior, think carefully. No one has ever dared to say no to my Hall of Taimo ever since it was established. No. Lu Yin replied with a single word, angering Peking teacher so much that his face turned red. Gong Ling shook his head and laughed. All right, leave behind the clear arrow, lightless arrow, and boulder arrow. The Temple of Tai Mo will compensate you with 60,000 star essence. Lu Yin was delighted. He hadn't planned on taking the 3 arrows with him since the owl arrow and the battle arrow were the best. Thank you, Senior. They had money again. Although it wasn't much, it still allowed Lu Yin to see the Temple of Tai Mo's foundation. They were just an outerverse sect, but they had been able to take out 60,000 star essence without batting an eyelid. From Master Bei's expression, it seemed like he didn't mind at all. This confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions that the Temple of Tai Mo was rich, very rich, and they couldn't be viewed as an outerverse sect. After the selection of arrows ended, Xiao Xiu was very unlucky. No one knew what punishment he had received, but it was as if his father had died. Just as the group was about to leave Arrow Mountain, all of the arrows in the mountain trembled. Gong Ling and the others looked in a certain direction in surprise. The ancestor had awakened. The Temple of Tai Mo's Arrow Mountain ancestor was a legend who had once killed an innerverse powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. In the outerverse, where even enlighters were rare, the appearance of such a powerhouse was extremely shocking. Even the innerverse knew of the Arrow Mountain ancestor's name. Many great powers would seal their powerhouses in ice so that they could awaken at critical moments, and the Arrow Mountain ancestor was no exception. It was rumored that the Arrow Mountain ancestor had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and had always been sealed in ice. Many disciples of the Temple of Tai Mo would spend their entire lives without being able to see the Arrow Mountain ancestor. But now, the Arrow Mountain ancestor had awakened. All of the Temple of Tai Mo's disciples bowed, including Gong Ling, Master Bei, and the others. Lu Yin stared at the rune lines that covered the sky in shock. These rune lines surpassed Elder Lohar's, and Lu Yin could not even begin to fathom this. This was too terrifying, and it might even be comparable to Northgate Tai Sui. Just as he was thinking about this, the void in front of him split open, and a withered hand reached out to take him and Peach away. Everything returned to normal in an instant. Meng Tianlong's scalp went numb. This was too terrifying. The Temple of Tai Mo actually had such a monster. When the hand had reached out, he had not even been able to move. Aiden and the blind monk were the same, and their faces changed as they looked at Gong Ling. Gong Ling replied, "The ancestor is summoning us." "Don't worry." Aiden's gaze turned solemn. The outerverse had actually given birth to such a powerhouse. The universe was boundless, and some places were truly unfathomable. Master Bei was stunned. The Arrow Mountain ancestor had ignored him and Gong Ling, and he had only taken the 2 juniors away. What was the meaning of this? Lu Yin's vision went dark, and he could not move at all. His entire body had been grabbed by the withered hand, and he could not even retrieve anything from his cosmic ring, let alone retaliate. At this moment, he was like an ant, just like when he had faced Northgate Tai Sui. This feeling of helplessness lasted for less than 2 seconds before light returned to his vision. The glaring sunlight forced him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Beside him, Peach held on to him tightly, feeling a little afraid. Lu Yin looked around and saw that they were in a very ordinary valley with decent scenery and flowing water. Not too far away, an old man with his hands behind his back and a hunched back was looking at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin did not dare to be negligent, and he hurriedly pulled Peach forward. "Junior Lu Yin greets Senior." Peach quickly bowed. "Peach greets the ancestor." The old man beamed and nodded. He glanced at Lu Yin and then at Peach, his eyes flashing. "Little girl, are you this generation's protector?" Peach pursed her lips and grunted. "Yes, my name is Peach." Ancestor, you can call me Little Peach. The old man laughed. What a cute little girl. I've seen many protectors before, but I've never seen a little girl like you. Where's your master? Peach was sorrowful. Master died 10 years ago. The old man sighed. Everything is fate. Little girl, don't be sad. Peach grunted in acknowledgement, appearing very obedient. At this point, the old man looked at Luine. Luine had been looking at him the entire time, not understanding why the old man had brought him here. Peach was a member of the Temple of Tiamo, and she had also kept one of the 3 arrows from the temple's founding. It was normal for her to meet the sect's ancestor, and Luine was just an outsider. Kid, I can sense a powerful arrow intent from your body. It's somewhat familiar. The old man's turbid eyes suddenly became incomparably deep as he slowly spoke. Luine was confused. Senior, I've never learned any archery battle techniques. The old man had a strange look in his eyes, and he circled Luine a few times before making a buzzing sound. That's right. It's a powerful arrow intent, and it's very similar to the 3 arrows from our Temple of Tiamo. Luine was shocked. Was this old man crazy? How could he possibly have arrow intent? Could it be that he had spent too much time with Peach? Peach was confused. Ancestor, His Highness has never learned archery, so how could he possibly have arrow intent? The old man replied, he doesn't necessarily have to learn it. It's possible for him to be contaminated by an expert who has cultivated such arrow intent. The arrow intent on this kid's body is extremely thin, and it's still dissipating. This means that he has unintentionally been contaminated by it. Luine was confused. He had been contaminated by it. 7th Bro, the Daosaur sect's ruins, Night King Jinwu, the monkey cried out. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he recalled that Night King Jinwu had shot an arrow during the final moments of his battle with Wu Tai Bai in the Daosaur sect's ruins. He had even been confident that he could kill Wu Tai Bai. Lu Yin had been inside the furnace at that time, and the power contained within that arrow had swept through the entire furnace. He had definitely been contaminated by the arrow then. Besides that moment, Luine had not come into contact with any archery experts that were too powerful. According to this old man, the arrow intent on Lu Yin's body was very similar to their 3 arrows, which meant that Night King Jinwu's archery technique was very likely related to the arrows that the Temple of Tiamo had obtained when it was first established. Right, he had mentioned that Wu Tai Bai had died to the 6th mainland's battle technique. Did that archery technique originate from the 6th mainland? The old man kept looking at Luine. Do you remember now? Luine respectfully replied, yes, I did encounter an archery expert, but we only exchanged blows once. We didn't fight for too long. The old man nodded. I know. Otherwise, the arrow intent on your body would have been enough to make Arrow Mountain tremble. When I return, I'll definitely look for the person who fought with me and help the Temple of Tiamo find the arrow intent, Luine said. The old man shook his head. Everything has its own destiny, so there's no need to force it. Although the arrow intents are similar, they can't be the same. After all, it's been too long. There's no need to force it. The ancestor just wants to take a closer look. The old man then beamed at Peach and waved his hand. The scene in front of Luine changed again, and he went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on Arrow Mountain, where he had been just moments ago. Everyone looked at him in surprise and envy. He coughed. The ancestor really likes Peach and asked her to stay behind to talk to him. Perhaps he was lonely, so he said that he would give her some things and teach her some battle techniques. He's really kind. The disciples of the Temple of Tiamo were in an uproar, and they were all discussing something enviously. Master Bei's expression turned ugly. That brat wouldn't tell on him, right? 2 days later, Peach cheered as she watched the Temple of Tiamo gradually disappear into the distance. I can finally go home. That's great. Luyin laughed. Actually, Gong Ling did not want to let Peach go. After all, she was tasked with protecting the ancient arrow, and it would be troublesome if she lost it. However, Peach had successfully intimidated Gong Ling with the words of the ancestor of Arrow Mountain. Gong Ling could only watch as she left, but he had also sent a Hunter Realm disciple and a few dozen Lameters to protect her. Peach was vexed, as these people followed her everywhere she went. Luyin, on the other hand, was happy, as another expert had joined them. As long as Peach remained in the Great Yu Empire, the Temple of Tiamo would be her backup. Your Highness, this is for you. Peach looked around and then secretly passed a cosmic ring to Luyin with a solemn expression. Luyin accepted it. What is it? Back then, Mafioso Planet Secret had been a great help to the Great Eastern Alliance, as well as Lu Yin's battle achievements and methods. Wei Rong would definitely use other methods, and he would definitely make use of Lu Yin. The Great Eastern Alliance's existence was a huge threat to the Central Weaves, and Lu Yin's existence could very well have helped Wei Rong promote the Central Weaves Alliance. They had just left Vast Earth Weave and an alarm sounded from their spacecraft. Your Highness, there are interstellar pirates. Peach shouted excitedly as she stared into space. Lu Yin was stunned. Interstellar pirates. Robbing them. That was crazy. Their spacecraft was an Aurora. Right, when they were heading towards Taimao Temple, Lu Yin had erased the Great Yu Empire's insignia from the spacecraft to prevent any accidents from happening. Even so, very few pirates dared to rob an Aurora, as owning an Aurora was a sign of wealth and status. Furthermore, an Aurora's defenses might not be something that pirates could break through, which was strange. In the distance, broken spacecraft lined up in a row, blocking Lu Yin's path back to Frostwave Weave. All sorts of weapons were used to block their path. On one of the broken spacecraft, many people had gathered together and were arguing. Hurry up and let them through. That's a radiant great Aurora, and it can withstand a cruiser's attack. With our current strength, we can't break through its defenses, and we might even provoke a powerful enemy. There's no other way. We're already at the end of our rope. If we don't rob them, we'll starve to death. Someone else shouted. We can't go anywhere right now. Our spacecraft can't fly at all, and there aren't any planets nearby that we can land on. Even if we want to die, we don't have any enemies. We can only rob them and hope that we're lucky enough to scare them off, a ruffian-looking man with stubble on his face helplessly said. Just as the pirates were discussing this, an enormous pressure descended upon them, pressing them all to the ground. The pressure of the star energy made it difficult for them to even breathe. The pirates despaired, as this pressure was the same as a hunter kicking an iron plate. Even the powerful enemies that had chased them into a corner were only cruisers, but they had actually run into a hunter. The blind monk walked out of the void, grabbed two people, and tore through the void to leave. With a thump, the two pirates in front of Lu Yin fell to the ground in a sorry state. The blind monk walked over to Lu Yin's side and stood there quietly. The two pirates looked at each other and then looked up in fear. They immediately saw Lu Yin, the blind monk, and the curious Peach standing next to him. I am sorry, my lord. We were blind to have disturbed you, my lord. We were blind, the ruffian pirate begged for mercy in a panic. Lu Yin looked at him, and the more he looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. His eyes lit up. Little 8. The ruffian-looking pirate was stunned. Little 8. What a distant yet familiar name. Back when he had first embarked on the path of piracy, he had only robbed 5 people before he had run into a lunatic who had insisted that he lead the way to rob other pirates. In the end, they had parted ways at the pirate port. Little 8 was the name that person had given him. He stared at Luin in a daze, but then he became ecstatic. "Boss, is that you? It really is you. Little 8, little 8. Little 8. Little 8. Luin looked at the ruffian-looking pirate who was hugging his leg and kicked him away. "Didn't you say that you didn't want to be a pirate anymore? How did you become a pirate again?" Little 8's face was filled with grief. "Boss, you don't know how hard Little 8's life has been. Back when we parted ways at the pirate port, we were robbed. Those bastards betrayed us and told the other pirates about our whereabouts, causing us to be sold off to black-hearted merchants to do manual labor. If it weren't for our good luck, you wouldn't have been able to meet Little 8. Boss, take me in, boss." He hugged Lu Yin's leg tightly once more. Peach and the others were shocked. "Boss? Pirate?" The other pirate was stunned. "Little 8. Wasn't he called Little 7? Little 7, do you know this lord?" The other pirate asked. Little 8 turned around and snarled, "My name is Little 8. Remember, Little 8. Luin kicked Little 8 away again. "Alright, what's wrong with you guys? Why is your spacecraft so broken?" Little 8 cried, "Boss, you don't know how miserable we are. We were doing well in Dark Mistweave, and we would occasionally rob others. Our methods were more refined, but recently, we offended someone, and all the pirates in Dark Mistweave are being hunted down. It just so happens that the ones who are after us are also pirates. Apparently, they came from the west and chased us away. Boss, Little 8 is suffering." Luin was interested. "Pirates from the west are after you?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 774. Little 8 nodded and told Luin everything that had happened during this period of time. Luin listened for a long time before he raised a hand to interrupt Little 8. "How are you so sure that they came from the west?" Before Little 8 could speak, another pirate hurriedly answered, "Because one of them is from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect." Lu Yin's expression changed. Little 8 turned around and glared fiercely at the pirate. He then tried to curry favor with Lu Yin. "Boss, we pirates are quite knowledgeable. Some of our brothers have traveled extensively and have met all sorts of people. There are experts from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect who are hunting us down. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect is from the Saint Lesser Weave, which is the west. Boss, you have to uphold justice for us. If the west dares to bully us, then where will your face go? Back in the day, you also dominated the pirate world. Back then, you were also a pirate." "Shut up," Luin barked as he stared at Little 8. "Are you sure that those people are pirates?" Little 8 nodded. "I'm absolutely sure. Some of them even met up with some of my brothers at Sheephead Harbor. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect." Luin fell into deep thought. This sword sect reminded him of Wei Rong, and he had been wondering how Wei Rong would act against him. Could that guy be thinking of becoming a pirate? It was not impossible. Although pirates were crude and seemed useless, there were times when they could be quite useful. Furthermore, pirates were well informed and had their own methods of communication. If Wei Rong wanted to infiltrate the Great Eastern Alliance as a pirate, the Great Eastern Alliance might not be able to detect it. Of course, this was just a guess. Perhaps that expert from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect was just a coincidence. Little 8 hugged Lu Yin's thigh tightly. It seemed like he did not intend to let go, as he had suffered too much during this period. Lu Yin was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, and pirates like him had seen the news. Little 8 had wanted to join Lu Yin for a long time, but he had not been able to find him. With his status, he might have been destroyed as soon as he entered the Frostwave Weave, let alone the Great Yu Empire. He was also afraid that Lu Yin would not want others to know about his dark past and would kill him. Now that he had coincidentally run into Lu Yin, he had no choice but to hug him. "Did you just say Sheephead Harbor?" Lu Yin asked. Little 8 replied, "That's where we pirates gather. By the way, boss, do you want to go take a look? Boss Thousand Eyes has been holding a meeting at Sheephead Harbor because of those damned bastards' invasion of Dark Mistweave's pirate world. He wants to deal with this matter." "Alright, then we'll head to Sheephead Harbor." "Lead the way," Lu Yin said. He needed to get a clear picture of what had happened in the pirate world. If Wei Rong had truly made a move against the Great Eastern Alliance from the pirate world, then it would be impossible for them to guard against him. Lu Yin grew even more vigilant. If Wei Rong was truly planning to make a move on the pirate world, then this person was even more sinister than Lu Yin had imagined. Who would have thought that this person would begin to lay down hidden chess pieces before even contacting his central weave? Lu Yin could only say that Wei Rong's vision was too far-sighted, and he would not be limited to one region or region. This sort of person was the most difficult to deal with. Sheephead Harbor was located in the western part of Dark Mistweave. Most people did not know about it, nor could they find it. It was a place that only pirates knew about, and it was rumored that an astral beast skull had formed after its death. Sheephead Port indeed did not have any land, but it was filled with dense white bones, and the area was very large. When Peach learned that they were going to Sheephead Harbor, her face was filled with excitement. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was interested in Qian Yen. Boss Qian Yen is one of the few people in the Outerverse who can contact the Pirate King. He claims to be the Pirate King's representative in the Outerverse, and he greatly admires the Pirate King. His Qian Yen pirates are also one of the largest pirate groups in the Outerverse. Little 8 introduced. The Pirate King. Lu Yin pondered this. Speaking of which, he was also a small pirate, and he would never be able to shake off this identity. "Right, boss, we'll definitely have to pass through Dark Mistweave to get to Sheephead Port. Those pirates who are chasing after us will definitely recognize our spacecraft," Little 8 said worriedly. Lu Yin calmly replied, "Why do you think I'm bringing along your broken spacecraft?" Little 8 was quick-witted. The person in front of him was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, so what was there to be afraid of? He immediately began to flatter, "Boss is wise." Traveling through outer space was not something that one could do as they pleased. Many powers would seal off their own regions and inspect all entrances and exits. The Great Yu Empire was one such example. However, Dark Mistweave did not have such rules. This place was filled with the dark side of the Outerverse, and even the pirate port from the past could be justified. Furthermore, it was so close to the Astral River, so there was no need to mention any spacecraft. Of course, there were many pirates here as well. One had to be prepared to be robbed at any time in Dark Mistweave, and they had to be prepared to be caught in the crossfire of battle. Not long after they arrived in Dark Mistweave, the group was surrounded. Little 8 stared angrily at outer space. "Boss, it's them. They're pirates from the west." Lu Yin moved his finger, and the blind monk and Peach acted. They were afraid that something would happen to Peach, and the people from Taimao Palace also acted. The pirates were quickly defeated, and they even killed a cruiser from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. "We wanted to keep him alive, but he committed suicide," the blind monk said. Lu Yin looked at the corpse of the Ghost Shadow Sword sect expert and casually tossed it away. Continue on to Sheephead Port. Sheephead Port was a dark place, and there were no stars around it that gave off any light. It was like a white bone floating in outer space. Today, Sheephead Port was very lively. In a few days, it would be the day of the gathering that Qian Yen had announced. Pirates from the eastern weaves and the western weaves would be arriving one after another. Everyone here was a pirate, and in the eyes of outsiders, they were scum. Only the interior of Sheephead Port had a hint of light, and all of the spacecraft were parked randomly. There was no space station, and the pirates did not dare park their spacecraft where everyone could find them. Under the guidance of Little Eight and a few other pirates, Lu Yin disguised himself and entered with Peach and Aiden, who wanted to watch the show. There was no soil in Sheephead Port, but this bone was just too big. Could it really be the skull of some astral beast? If it was, then only the ancient centipede's body could compare in size. The universe was vast, and it had given birth to countless things that humans could not even imagine. Lu Yin sometimes admired his ancestors, as if they had not established this astral domain, humans would not have been able to survive safely. Any astral beast could easily devour countless people. Boss, that's the black market, that's the casino, that's the exchange, and that's... Little Eight kept introducing the area, as he was very familiar with it. Lu Yin was puzzled. Do you come here often? Little Eight replied, I came here a few times with the previous pirate leaders, but they're all dead. The group walked along the wide bone, and there were many strangely shaped houses built on top of it. It was a sinister scene that made one panic. Many pirates walked past with their heads lowered, and very few spoke. Everyone here looked like evil spirits, and most of them were in disguise. There were also a few who were curiously looking around like Lu Yin's group. It seemed like this was their first time here. Lu Yin released his domain, which covered an increasing area. He was not worried that someone would discover his domain, as this was a pirate colony, and there should be very few who comprehended domains. If someone could discover his domain, then that person would be enough to pique his interest. Along the way, Little Eight introduced Lu Yin to many of the famous pirate groups in the Outerverse, including a few in the Eastern Weaves. These pirate groups were spread throughout the Outerverse, and although they did not seem very strong and were often surrounded, they were still quite powerful once they joined forces. Lu Yin recalled the time when many pirates had surrounded and attacked the powers that supported Puyu, which had caused quite a stir in the Outerverse. In all of Sheephead Port, the largest number of rune lines was only a hunter, and there were only one or two of them. With the strength of Lu Yin's subordinates, they could easily destroy the entire port. Lu Yin did not reject the dark powers, as he was already a member of the second management level of Aegis. After staying at Sheephead Port for a few days, more pirate groups arrived one after another, and 2 more hunters joined them. Peach was especially interested in the black market, as the people there were all deliberately dressed up strangely to make them look disgusting. Peach's greatest joy was not buying things, but rather observing these people. Sometimes, the people who were deliberately dressed up to sell things would become flustered when Peach looked at them, as if they were her enemies. She was very interested in these people. What made these people feel the most helpless was that Peach was always followed by a few disciples from Taimao Palace, and they all looked like they were not to be trifled with. Lu Yin also walked around the black market, but he did not buy anything. These pirates were not mainstream and could not compare to the pirates of the Innerverse. The items they sold looked ancient, but most of them were deliberately made to look old. There were also some items that were quite good for ordinary cultivators, but they were completely useless to Lu Yin. Boss, the gathering is about to start. We have to think of a way to get an entry token, or else we won't be able to see Boss Qian Yen, Little Eight said. What entry token? Lu Yin asked. There are so many pirates gathered here, and there are at least 800 if not 1,000. Only a very small number of pirate groups are qualified to discuss matters with Boss Qian Yen, and there are also some pirate groups that can watch. Most of the other pirate groups are not qualified to participate, so they can only wait for further notice. Louis nodded and raised his hand, causing a very simple skull to appear. Is this it? Little 8 was shocked. Boss, how did you get it? Louis smiled. He had a domain in the U secret art, so there was nothing that he could not obtain. This is an entry token that allows you to sit down and discuss matters with Boss Chen Yen. Boss, you're amazing. Little 8 cheered. He was just pretending, as the person in front of him was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. A single word from him could wipe out the entire Sheephead port. It had to be said that although Little 8's flattery was very explicit and unrefined, it was very pleasant to listen to. 2 more days passed, and it was finally time for the gathering. Hundreds of thousands of pirates had gathered at Sheephead Port. The meeting location was at Sheep's Horn Port, and Lu Yin's group had already arrived. This time, they were dressed even more like pirates than before. This was especially true for Peach, who had been observing the black market for the past few days. This time, she was dressed exactly like the people in the black market. She looked like a short old witch, and to be honest, her yellow teeth were disgusting to look at. The pirates were not particular, and they were all seated at a very ordinary, rectangular, tattered table. Only the pirate leader with the skull token could sit at the table, while the other pirate leaders could only watch from afar. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 775. Both of his legs were propped up on the table, and a black cloth covered one of his eyes. He held a dagger in one hand, and his hands were full of gold rings as he ate some fruit. The strangely dressed Peach and Aiden were standing behind him, and Little 8 was massaging his shoulders. The hunter from the temple of Taimo, Gong Ku, was looking straight ahead, and he seemed to be the most normal person in the room. Other than him, there were already several pirate leaders sitting around the table. They all looked ferocious and wary of each other. Some of them were familiar with each other and greeted each other. What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome pirate? Be careful, or our one-eyed pirate crew will wipe you out. Peach glared at the pirates in front of her and threatened them ferociously. There was a muscular man sitting across from Luin, but he was one-legged. When he heard Peach's threat, his expression changed, and he glared at Luin ferociously. If you still dare to look, you'll be poisoned to death. Peach threatened again. The people on the other side were furious, but Peach's appearance was quite bewitching. They could tell at a glance that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was obvious that she had something to do with poison. However, Luin was depressed. One-eyed pirates. He covered one eye and called himself the One-Eyed Pirate Crew. This name was too embarrassing. Besides, didn't they already come up with a name? They were called the Seventh Brother Pirate Crew. Forget it. Since they had already called it that, they couldn't change it. The one-legged muscleman looked at Luin with a fake smile. One-eyed pirates. Brother, where did you get rich? Why haven't I heard of it? That's because you're ill-informed. Your eardrums are all muscles, Peach mocked. The one-legged muscleman frowned and stared at Luin. Brother, don't tell me you're from the West. I've always been in the Moto Weave, and I've only recently connected to the outside world. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. The surrounding pirate groups fell silent upon hearing Lu Yin's words and looked at him in shock. Mordor Weave. Brother, you dare to rob in the Hall of Taimo's territory. The one-legged muscular man did not believe it. Behind him, Peach pushed Gong Ku forward. Use this action to prove that you robbed the Hall of Taimo. Gong Ku was taken aback, and he was very reluctant. However, under Peach's fierce gaze, he retrieved a bow from his cosmic ring, which was engraved with the insignia of the Hall of Taimo. Suddenly, the surrounding pirates sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lu Yin's group with both admiration and bewilderment. This was a group that didn't care about their own lives, and they even dared to rob the temple of Taimo. "Brother, I admire you," the one-legged muscular man hurriedly said. Peach was pleased with herself. Lu Yin waved a hand. "It's nothing. Next time, we'll rob Xenia Star." The people around him were speechless, and they all looked at him as if he was an idiot. No one believed him. Robbing Xenia Star. What a joke. Even Aegis was terrified. Those assassins were much more ruthless than them. The one-legged muscular man felt that this one-eyed pirate group was very unreliable. They might have some strength, but they were also a little simple-minded. He did not want to get involved with them. It was the same for the others. Lu Yin had successfully intimidated this group of people, but he was also worried that he would reveal too much and scare them to death. Little 8 pinched Lu Yin even more enthusiastically. Boss was indeed the boss. His aura was awesome, and Little 8 had never been so impressive before. More and more pirate groups arrived, and from time to time, there would be discussions among the pirate groups. Their gazes would sweep over Lu Yin's group, but no one spoke to them. Pirates were very good at preserving their lives, and no one wanted to get involved with a group that even Xenia Star and the Temple of Taimo wanted to rob. Not long after, Little 8 whispered, "Boss, Qian Yen is here." Lu Yin looked at the door, and the others followed suit. A middle-aged man appeared in front of them. He wore a black felt hat, and the thick dark circles under his eyes made it seem like he was wearing smoky makeup. He had a mouthful of large golden teeth, and he wore a mess of rings on his hands. He wore slippers, and the most shocking thing was that he even had a cosmic ring on his toe that made a soft sound as he walked. His walking posture was also very strange. How should one describe it? It was a little effeminate. His eyes swept over everyone as soon as he entered, and everyone felt as if his gaze had stopped on them, but it also felt like it had not. This person was Qian Yen, one of the Outerverse's most powerful pirates. He worshipped the Pirate King and did things both righteously and evilly. If one were to talk about principles, then it would be that he would never kill the innocent. If one were to talk about principles, then it would be that he would steal from a child. In short, he was a very contradictory person. The reason why he was called Qian Yen was because, according to Little 8, he had spies all over the Outerverse. Sometimes, even the Amethyst Trading Company would look for him to verify information. He was a very powerful character. Qian Yen smiled brilliantly, and his golden teeth glistened under the light. "Dear brothers and sisters, we meet again. I'm very happy to be alive to see all of you again." Many of the pirates looked at Qian Yen solemnly. Even without the Pirate King's support, this person was still enough to strike fear into the hearts of all pirates. Qian Yen walked step by step to the head of the long, tattered table and smiled at the crowd again. What followed was half an hour of boring chatter about the various Weaves pirate market. Some pirates even asked for information, but they were all misled by Qian Yen's jesting. Lu Yin watched Qian Yen the entire time. This person was one of the few hunters in Sheephead Harbor, and he was also one of the most powerful. Although his rune lines could not compare to Aiden's, they surpassed Hua Qingshan's and the blind monk's rune lines. In the entire Great Yu Empire, Qian Yen could be ranked in the top 5. This was just what Lu Yin saw on the surface. Lu Yin believed that Qian Yan's ability to survive until now was definitely impressive, and he was not any worse than a top assassin. "Boss Qian Yen, you should know the reason why we invited you to hold this meeting. The pirates from the Western Weaves have invaded our Eastern Weaves, and many of our brothers have been forced into a corner. Boss Qian Yen, please help us," one of the pirate leaders said impatiently. The other pirate leaders all echoed his words. Qian Yen smiled. Are there any pirate groups from the Western Weaves? If we work together, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Qian Yen laughed. Forget it. I'm just a small pirate, and I don't have much ambition. I just said that since you're playing around like this, then we can only retreat. In any case, I'm planning to retreat. Pockmark sneered. You can retreat, but you have to hand over your information network. The depths of Qian Yan's eyes turned cold, and his thick, dark circles shrank. Pockmark's I, Qian Yan, have been able to survive until now. I've been surrounded by various weaves, and I'm fine. Does the person behind you really think that they can force me? Boss Qian Yan, just tell us who's behind Pockmarks. We've all lived our lives on the edge, and we've long since had enough. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll go all out. It's better than being chased away like dogs, the one-legged muscleman shouted. The surrounding pirates howled, and the hunter directly reached out to grab Pockmarks. Pockmarks was terrified, and he hurriedly retreated. Space was suddenly sliced apart as a black blade slashed towards the hunter realm pirate. At the same time, a petite figure appeared from behind Pockmarked. Her hands danced as star energy transformed into strange flowers that bloomed on the hunter realm pirate's body. The hunter was simultaneously attacked by two powerhouses, and his body flickered as he tried to dodge. However, the star energy flowers exploded at the same time, and although they did not have any destructive power, the hunter spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had been injured, but the black blade had already descended upon him. This was a well-coordinated killing intent, and even a hunter could not block it. Lu Yin had guessed that this was an inheritance from the Yu bloodline, and with his physical body, his speed could tear through the void. This was not the void from the beginning, but rather the current void after the inner verse and outer verse had been separated. Peach's joyous laughter shocked Pockmarked Z and made him furious. She was looking down on him. In the next moment, he attacked. Pockmarked Z was also a hunter, but he had just broken through. He was old and did not want to fight, but Peach was truly detestable, especially with her mouth full of yellow teeth. She was truly disgusting. Peach was not afraid of Pockmarked Z, but Gong Ku was displeased. A mere pirate had actually dared to attack the young master of the Hall of Taimo. Gong Ku thought about it and knocked an arrow. An indescribable force shot into space, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. At this moment, whether it was Pockmarked Z, Qian Yan, or the experts from the Phantom Sword sect and the Umbral Butterfly tribe, they all looked at Gong Ku in shock. This power was too terrifying. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Gong Ku's power level was only around 130,000, which was far from Aiden, Yin Yen, and the others. However, the power of this archery technique could not be underestimated. This arrow was enough to make a peak hunter vigilant, and aside from Qian Yan, no one else could block it. The bowstring trembled, and Gong Ku did not do anything. Pockmarked Z's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood along with his heart. He slowly collapsed to the ground, dead. That arrow had been shot, but almost no one had seen it. This was the battle technique of the Hall of Taimo, an archery technique that had been passed down since ancient times and had been comprehended from those 3 arrows. Gong Ku was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Qian Yan carefully retreated a few steps. All of the pirates were frightened. That black blade did not appear again, and the petite hunter from the Umbral Butterfly tribe did not attack again. Instead, she slowly retreated, clearly afraid of Gong Ku. If I'm not wrong, that's the Hall of Taimo's archery technique. Qian Yan flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his golden teeth. His smile was full of flattery. When the 3 words, Hall of Taimo, were mentioned, all of the pirates retreated. Many of them looked at Lu Yin's group strangely. Hadn't they robbed the Hall of Taimo before? Had they robbed them of their battle technique as well? Were they stupid? No, they were from the Hall of Taimo. The hunter from the umbral butterfly tribe did not hesitate to flee. Catch her! Peach shouted. Gong Ku raised his bow and fired another arrow. This time, many people saw that Gong Ku had not fired a real arrow, but rather an arrow formed from star energy. The arrow pierced through the void, leaving the hunter with no way to avoid it. She could only take it head-on. Blood blossomed from the hunter's back. Gong Ku's arrow had pierced through her, and her body crashed into a pile of white bones. On the other side, Lu Yin flicked his finger and sent a figure flying out from a corner. A black blade flashed as countless attacks rained down on the figure. Aiden stepped forward and blocked the attacks with his thunder shield. He then charged forward and punched out. There was a thump as Aiden's fist collided with the black blade, causing it to crack apart. Aiden's punch tore through the void and sent a figure flying out of the void, crashing into the ground. 2 hunters were instantly heavily injured, but Gong Ku and Aiden had only been able to attack once. The difference between the umbral butterfly tribe and the Hall of Taimo was too great, and the Ghost Shadow Sword sect and Aiden were similarly far apart. In the entire Ghost Shadow Sword sect, only the Gemini ghosts were qualified to exchange blows with Aiden. All of the pirates stared blankly, as this was a completely one-sided battle. Where did these people come from? Were they really from the Hall of Taimo? They were so terrifying. Little Aid raised his head with a smug look on his face. A bunch of ants deserved to end up like this in front of the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master. Little Eight licked his lips and bent down to massage Lu Yin's shoulders. Lu Yin naturally sat down at the main seat at the long table and waved his hand to disperse the other pirates, leaving behind Qian Yan and a few other hunters. I really want to know what exactly you know. Lu Yin placed his legs on the table and looked at Qian Yan curiously. Qian Yan smiled, and his golden teeth dazzled everyone once again. I don't know, not at all. Right, I'm planning to withdraw from the pirate world. If this brother wants my information network, that's easy. I'll give it to you. Lu Yin was amused, and he pointed at pockmarked man's corpse. Who's behind him? Qian Yan immediately shook his head. I don't know. Aiden calmly walked behind Qian Yan and looked at him. Qian Yan's lips curled up, and he looked at Lu Yin with a fawning expression. Brother, why do you need fugitives like us to be cannon fodder in a battle between big shots like you? We're just pirates who want to make a living. If you don't want us to stay in the surrounding weaves, then we'll just leave. We definitely won't cause any trouble for you. Why? Do you know who I am? Lu Yin asked. Qian Yan sighed. I don't, but I know this brother behind you. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the newly appointed captain of the Great Yu Empire's 4th Imperial Squadron, Aiden. He's one of the few hunters who can fight against an enlighter. You can only have one identity to have him as a follower, the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded and removed the black cloth from his face, revealing his true appearance. Smart. You know Aiden, so Qian Yan's nickname is not for nothing. You also know who's behind the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. Qian Yan sighed. It should be Armament Weaves Wei Rong. He's been very active in the Central Weaves recently, and he has a close relationship with the Ghost Shadow Sword sect and the Umbral Butterfly tribe. There's even a rumor that he's about to marry the Umbral Butterfly tribe's young matriarch, Angie. Wei Rong used pirates to infiltrate the Great Eastern Alliance. That was the right move, but unfortunately, his luck wasn't good. Guess what I want to do? Lu Yin grinned at Qian Yan. Qian Yan blinked and smiled fawningly. Actually, I have a dream. Once I've saved up enough money, I'll go home and become a landlord. Sure, armament weave it is. I'll give you a piece of land, Lu Yin said straightforwardly. Qian Yan was speechless, and he begged, Alliance Master Lu, you're all top figures in the outerverse, and a single word from you can influence countless people. Why do you need to care about pirates like us? Lu Yin tapped his finger on the table. Everyone has their own uses, and I don't know how to use them. I just didn't think of it. Now that I've thought of it, I'm just lacking a suitable person to help me. I think you're not bad. Qian Yan replied, I won't get involved in your affairs, or else I'll easily die. If you don't agree, then you'll die right now, Lu Yin said casually. Qian Yan laughed. Alliance Master Lu, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but if I, Qian Yan, want to leave, no one can stop me. At worst, I'll just be a fugitive in the universe, but it's still better than being a sacrificial lamb for you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Try it. If you can escape, then I'll consider you amazing. Qian Yan stared at Lu Yin, as if trying to discern something from Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin stared back at him, his eyes filled with confidence. Little Mina swallowed his saliva. Looking at the great pirate leader that he once revered bowing to him, he felt a sense of exaltation. Although he was only a small pirate, who asked him to follow the right person. After a while, Qian Yan became dejected and begged again, Alliance Master Lu, I'll give you all of my information network, alright? Wei Rong just wants my information network. Lu Yin waved a hand. Everyone, leave. Everyone felt that this was strange, but they did not hesitate and left one by one. Lu Yin blocked the sound barrier and looked at Qian Yan. Do you admire the Pirate King a lot? Qian Yan nodded. The Pirate King is the idol of all pirates. It's not just me, but many other pirates revere him. We pirates are looked down upon by others, but he forcibly supported the pirates. If not for the Pirate King, then our survival would have been much more difficult. He then glanced at Lu Yin in dissatisfaction. If the innerverse and outerverse weren't separated, then Wei Rong wouldn't have dared to force me like this. Leave no one alive, including that Hunter Realm pirate, Lu Yin said coldly. He was not a soft-hearted person, and these people were pirates, so they were not good people either. Qian Yan did not hesitate. Getting rid of them is easy, but what can I use to fight against Wei Rong? It's impossible for pirates to fight against a weave's power. You can only resort to guerrilla warfare. Just don't let the Western Weave's pirates easily infiltrate. When the time is right, I'll give you the power to counterattack. I'll also inform the commander of the Allied forces to help you as much as possible without exposing ourselves. However, I hope that you don't need the Allied forces' help, as there's a risk of being exposed, Lu Yin said. Qian Yan was helpless. How could today's matter be resolved without your help? Wei Rong will definitely investigate this thoroughly. Lu Yin looked at Qian Yan in amusement. I don't believe that Uncle Reuben can't even deal with a hunter from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect or the Umbral Butterfly tribe. I believe in you. You can handle this well. Lu Yin then prepared to leave, but before he left behind 5 ultra flashes. These things are very useful, and they can save your life if you use them well. In the future, your intelligence network will be directly connected to King Zishan's palace, and I'll have the 2nd Imperial Squadron communicate with you. He then left. Where's my reward? Qian Yan shouted. I'll leave you a piece of land in Armament Weave. Lu Yin waved a hand and then left Sheephead Harbor with Aiden and the others. Whether or not Qian Yan could use him would depend on whether or not he was willing to hand over his intelligence network. However, even if he did, Lu Yin would not completely trust him. Trust required time, and Lu Yin had yet to fully trust the bespectacled Miss-child. Lu Yin left Little 8 with Qian Yan, as the fellow was too much of a hooligan. Leaving him in the pirate group would be a good idea, as he could also help Lu Yin monitor these pirates. As for whether or not Little 8 was willing to stay, that was not Lu Yin's concern. Right now, he was heading to Bush Tree Planet. Bush Tree Planet was in the Wuri Weave, which was close to the Dark Mist Weave and not too far from Sheephead Harbor. The natural treasures that Lu Yin had obtained from Bush Tree Planet had all been given to the old smoker, and he urgently needed to upgrade another batch. There were many natural treasures on Bush Tree Planet, and Lu Yin had spent nearly 10,000 star essence to upgrade 100 natural treasures to the point where they could avoid danger. This was enough to hire the old smoker dozens of times, and Lu Yin naturally had his own uses as well. Bush Tree Planet was like a treasure trove to him, and he repeatedly emphasized that it should be protected well before returning to the Great Yu Empire with Peach and the others. During this trip to the Temple of Tai Mo, Lu Yin had witnessed the greatest power in the Outerverse, and this power even surpassed Elder Lohar's. There were also two other powers that were on par with the Temple of Tai Mo, the Dark Phoenix Tribe and Wan Qianqing. The Outerverse was not as simple as it seemed. Wei Rong had infiltrated the Great Eastern Alliance with the pirates, which made Lu Yin feel a sense of urgency. Wei Rong had made a move now, which showed that he had great foresight. Lu Yin also needed to take action. Relying on the pirates alone was not enough, and Wei Rong had set his sights on them. Lu Yin needed to think of something else. Less than 2 days after returning to King Zishan's palace, Bei Qing requested an audience. Lu Yin had only treated Bei Qing as a hostage and forced him to fully support Ming Yan. He did not make any special arrangements for Bei Qing, and he was just like Yu Xianzi, and Xiao Hua, and the others. This time, Bei Qing requested an audience in hopes that Lu Yin would allow him to join one of the other squadrons of the 13 imperial squadrons. The first squadron was completely made up of Lu Yin's personal guards, and they did not need to do anything. Yu Xianzi and the others were so bored that they had gone to train Yu Academy. Lu Yin had not spoken much with Bei Qing when Gavin requested an audience with a depressed expression. "Your Highness, the items that you handed over previously were not easy to sell," Gavin said bitterly. Lu Yin was puzzled. "What items?" "The items that were taken from your palace's storehouse," Gavin replied. Lu Yin recalled that Zhao Ran had not been easy to organize, and he had been short on money. Thus, he had given Gavin some of the items that he did not need and had asked him to think of ways to sell them for money or natural treasures. Even now, he had not been able to sell them. "No one wants to buy them." Lu Yin frowned. Gavin smiled bitterly. "The robbery at the Mavis Bank has spread to other banks, including the ones established by the Great Yu Empire. Many people only want to save their resources, and no one dares to spend them recklessly. Your items are mostly antiques and paintings, and they would naturally sell well in peacetime. But now, no one wants to buy them. Is it because no one wants to buy them, or is it because you don't know how to sell them?" Lu Yin asked unhappily. Gavin smiled awkwardly. It was not that he did not know how to sell them, but rather that he did not have the face to do so. The items that Lu Yin had given him had been sold in the blink of an eye, and the only people who had the money to buy them were the same people. If someone else bought back the items that they had given away, that would be too embarrassing. It would be the same as telling everyone that King Zishan was short on money, and he was too embarrassed to sell them. As for Shamrock Enterprises, they really did not sell natural treasures. To Lu Yin, those items were a pity to throw them away, and they were useless to him. There was no way for him to sell them for money, and he could not even make good use of them. Your Highness, I have a way to help you sell them, Bei-ching suddenly spoke up with an excited expression. Lu Yin and Gavin both looked at him, and Gavin was puzzled. Wasn't this person a hostage from the Shenwu continent? What is it? Lu Yin asked. Bei-ching explained, set up an auction house and sell them with high-quality goods alongside substandard ones. Your Highness should have some natural treasures that can help you avoid danger, and you can take out a few of them. You cannot sell them individually, but rather in combination. For example, a natural treasure can be paired with a painting or calligraphy piece. No one will complain about having too many natural treasures, and those who want to buy them can line up all the way to other weaves. Buying a few paintings or calligraphy pieces for the sake of natural treasures is nothing, and it won't cost much anyway. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had never thought that he would often be able to obtain things that he did not need, such as the things he had obtained in the Hall of Insight or old Gouda's relics. There were many things that were useless to him here, and this method could help him get rid of them. Nonsense, Your Highness is the royal regent. How can you set up an auction house? Gavin reprimanded. Lu Yin raised a hand and looked at Bei-ching with a smile. I'll set up an auction house in your name, and I'll leave this matter to you. In the future, you'll be responsible for dealing with things that I don't need. Bei-ching was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. He had nothing better to do, and having something to do would help him kill time as well as provide him with a path to advancement. He had heard many legends about the royal regent, and he knew that the man loved money. As long as he managed the auction house well and earned money for the royal regent, he would definitely have a bright future. Lu Yin had Gavin hand over the inventory to Bei-ching so that Gavin could fully support Bei-ching in setting up an auction house. At the same time, Lu Yin made a list of his own treasures, and it would not be a problem to sell them off along with the inventory. The main thing was that the first item to be auctioned had to be the absolute best in order for it to be a hit. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Yin listed 10 natural treasures that could help him avoid danger. Ever since the old smoker had assassinated many of Aegis' top assassins and forced them to admit defeat, his conditions for employment had spread. Natural treasures could be used for more than just cultivation or healing. The old smoker was the #1 assassin in the Outerverse, and anyone who hired him would be able to dictate the fate of others. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 778. Countless wealthy tycoons trembled in fear, but at the same time, they were eager to hire the old smoker. As a result, the price of natural treasures that could avoid danger continued to rise. Originally, heaven and earth treasures of that level were already quite expensive. Depending on their different functions, they could be sold at outrageous prices. At this moment, the price was even more outrageous. In addition, pharmaceutical giants like Shamrock Enterprises had always been collecting heaven and earth treasures, so no matter how high the price was, heaven and earth treasures were still in demand but not in the market. Countless people were eager to get even one. Even if they couldn't hire the old smoker, they could at least save their lives at a critical moment. If worse came to worst, they could just keep the treasure and sell it to Shamrock Enterprises. Many people were speculating about natural treasures in the outside world. At this time, the auction house was selling 10 natural treasures that could avoid danger at once, which was enough to shock the various weaves. With Lu Yin's strength, he wasn't afraid of being targeted. In fact, he was eager for people to cause trouble for him. However, just listing natural treasures was too monotonous. After thinking about it, Lu Yin listed the Ink Jade Lake Spring Water, which was a lock-breaking tool that was stored in the Hall of Insight. He only had 25 drops, and selling 5 drops would be enough to attract many lockbreakers, as lockbreakers were all wealthy people. He then listed a bottle of elderwood poison, which was enough to threaten an enlighter. He wanted to use this bottle of poison to tell the various weaves in the outerverse that this auction house would sell and accept anything. It didn't matter if it was something honorable or something shady. He wanted to turn this auction house into a money-making vault. When Lu Yin passed the list to Bei Qing, he was stunned. "Your Highness, are there really 10 natural treasures that can avoid danger?" Gavin was shocked. "So many." Lu Yin nodded. "Publicize them according to the list." Bei Qing asked, "Can this poison be sold? Can it really threaten an enlighter?" "The auction house's name will be the Great Continent Auction House, and these items will be enough to make it famous. I'll have Xiaoya and the others cooperate with you in publicizing the items and selling them as soon as possible. Only when you're famous enough will others send their items to you for auction. Keep an eye on all the items being auctioned, and we can buy whatever we need," Lu Yin said. Gavin hesitated. "Your Highness, can't things like poisons be sold in secret? That would damage the Empire's image." Lu Yin casually replied, "Just change the name. It's easy to change it to a life-saving item." Gwen stopped talking. Bei Qing left in high spirits. The establishment of the auction house was very simple. With Lu Yin's support, Bei Qing directly set up the auction house in the most bustling area of Xenu Star. However, it had only been 2 days, and the main purpose of the auction house was to promote the event. Bei Qing had already met with Sister Ye. With Lu Yin's support, Sister Ye had already become one of the top reporters in the Empire, and she was powerful enough to influence the Great Eastern Alliance's media. Thus, it would not be difficult for her to spread Bei Qing's auction list. As expected, the entire Great Eastern Alliance was shaken when the auction list was sent out. Soon after, the news spread out at an extremely fast speed. Soon, even the neighboring territories and the Central Territories knew about it. The influence of heaven and earth treasures was too great. Lu Yin did not even expect them to have such a great influence. In addition, Sister Ye had people secretly hyping them up. It was foreseeable that the price of these heaven and earth treasures would definitely double. The name of the Continental Auction House quickly spread throughout the various major territories, and it was still spreading even further. The first auction would be held a month from now, as Bei Qing needed enough time to gather all the wealthy people on Xenu Star. Actually, an online auction was not a bad idea, but establishing an auction house was not as simple as just making money. He needed the auction house to attract more people. The Continental Auction House's communication system exploded with calls, as countless people tried to contact them to purchase the items they needed in advance. However, they were all rejected by Bei Qing. Right now, it was a seller's market, and there was no need to be afraid that people would not buy what they wanted. If they wanted to buy something, they could only come to Xenu Star. Bei Qing's attitude made many people grit their teeth, but they did not dare to do anything. This was Xenu Star, and even Aegis had given in to Lu Yin. Even an enlighter would not dare to make a move, let alone these people. On planet Hydrodink, Phelan looked at the auction list with an ugly expression. Only the Hall of Insight had a stockpile of Lake Elysium spring water, so this Continental Auction House definitely belonged to Lu Yin. He was the one who had stolen some of the Hall of Insight stockpile. To a lockbreaker, the importance of a lock-breaking tool was self-evident. Even Phelan hoped to obtain Lake Elysium spring water, let alone the other lockbreakers. There was the sound of hurried footsteps as Master Kai walked over. "President, the Lake Elysium spring water must belong to our Lockbreaker Society." Phelan replied, "I know. Let's wait for the auction to begin." In terms of resources, although the Hall of Insight has been stolen, that's only a portion of it. There are still some resources left. Master Kai's expression turned ugly. I've already contacted the Continental Auction House, but the owner, Beijing, actually refused to sell it. He's not giving us any face at all. Phelan was helpless. The owner behind that auction house is Lu Yin. Master Kai was shocked. Lu Yin? How could it be him? No wonder he's so arrogant. He even has 10 natural treasures. Not only did they want Lake Elysium spring water, but they also wanted natural treasures as well as life-saving medicines that could threaten enlighters. In Armament Weave, Yi Feng looked at the auction list and immediately contacted Wei Rong. He wanted to purchase some resources, but Wei Rong refused. They also had Lake Elysium spring water, and Lu Yin had only obtained a small portion of it, so there was no need to compete. As for natural treasures, Wei Rong was not confident that he could compete with Shamrock Enterprises, so it would be a waste to go there. In the land of darkness, a cold voice muttered to itself, there are actually 10 natural treasures. Fortunately, we didn't fight to the death with Lu Yin back then. Otherwise, that old smoker would have become our nightmare. No matter what, we have to get these natural treasures as well as that bottle of life-saving medicine. It can actually threaten an enlighter, so this Lu Yin definitely has someone supporting him. Who is it? Could it be the Hall of Honor? In outer space, aboard a giant spacecraft, Dino was calculating his expenses. He was lucky to be in charge of Frostwave Weave on behalf of Endless Borders, which was the heart of the Great Eastern Alliance. He needed to improve his business and suppress others, or else he might be replaced. At this moment, his gadget buzzed. Dino looked over, and his expression changed. Captain Yankee, what is it? Have you looked at the Continental Auction House's list? A low voice asked. Dino hurriedly replied, yes, I've looked at it. At least buy me 3 natural treasures and a drop of Lake Elysium spring water. Also, do your best to buy that bottle of life-saving medicine. Beads of sweat dripped down Dino's forehead. Captain Yankee, I don't have that much money right now. I'll ask the headquarters to transfer it to you, Mr. Dino. You should be aware of the hardships and dangers that our development team faces. These things are all life-saving treasures that are extremely important to us. Dino hurriedly replied, I know. Rest assured, Captain Yankee. I'll do my best. After the call ended, Dino's expression turned bitter. He was well aware of how big of an impact this auction would have, and countless eyes would be watching. Although Endless Borders was one of the 4 major corporations, there were still behemoths like Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, and Aurora Spacecraft Corporation above them. How could they compete? With so little money, it was going to be troublesome. He contacted the Continental Auction House and tried to purchase them in advance, but he was mercilessly rejected. He was not angry, though, as this Continental Auction House was obviously Lu Yin's property. If there was really no other way, then he would look for Lu Yin. On Shamrock Enterprises' green planet, Shen Fu was leisurely rocking back and forth in his recliner when his secretary, Xiao Qin, walked over and handed him a list. Shen Fu was shocked when he saw the list. 10 natural treasures that can avoid danger. What's the origin of this Continental Auction House? According to our investigations, the owner, Beijing, is from the Shenwu continent and is a member of the Great Yu Empire's first squadron, Xiao Qin coldly replied. Shen Fu replied, isn't the first squadron Lu Yin's private army? It looks like Lu Yin has found a good place with quite a few natural treasures that have been growing for hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps it's the ruins of some ancient sect. Do your best to find out more. As for this auction, Shamrock Enterprises will definitely participate. This is a matter of face, so you can represent me and buy them all. Xiao Qin frowned. The Continental Auction House has done a good job of advertising this time. All the weaves know about it, and the prices might be inflated. Shun Fu laughed. Shamrock Enterprises isn't afraid of money. Go. Yes, Mr. Shin. Countless people stared at the list of items, calculating how much they would need to buy them all. Lu Yin didn't care too much about it. Based on the changes in the market, the prices of these items would definitely be inflated, but they wouldn't be too outrageous. Every item had a price limit, and those who were qualified to participate in the auction were all smart people. If the prices were too outrageous, they would definitely stop and try to buy them from him. The prices on the auction house were just a reference for future transactions. However, Lu Yin wouldn't release too many natural treasures, as that would cause the market to go haywire. He believed that Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, and the other major powers definitely had plenty of natural treasures that could avoid danger, but they would never reveal them. This was their foundation. He had no choice. He was short on money. Many people had contacted him during this time, and even the old smoker had taken the initiative to contact him once to ask if he wanted to upgrade his membership. Lu Yin was left speechless, but he really did upgrade his membership and gave the old smoker 10 more natural treasures. He didn't lack them anyway. But why did the old smoker need so many natural treasures? Lu Yin was very curious. Time passed quickly, and there was still half a month before the auction. The auction house was completely sealed off, and the Imperial Court's first squad of guards aroused the curiosity of many. During this time, Xenu Star was bustling with activity. All sorts of rich people from other weaves had arrived, and the busiest streets of Xenu Star were packed to the brim. The Mavis Bank and other major banks were urgently transporting money to Xenu Star to prevent too many people from withdrawing their money. The Amethyst Company's reconstruction was accelerated, and it was almost complete. The silhouettes of rich people were everywhere. Many people visited King Zishan's palace, but they were all turned away by K's. It had to be said that the dire barbarian clan's ferocious appearance was very useful, and many people were intimidated by K's status as a member of the dire barbarian clan. Thank you for your support. The fourth update will be posted at 2 p.m. Please donate and support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 779. The Dire Barbarian Clan was one of the strongest clans in the Interverse Spirit Seal Flow Zone. They were tyrannical and unreasonable, but they had actually been used as gatekeepers. Once the Interverse and Outerverse were connected, there would definitely be a good show to watch. In many people's eyes, Lu Yin was the happiest when the Interverse and Outerverse were separated. He had become one of the most untouchable people in the Outerverse, but once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, he would be the first to bear the brunt, and the Innerverse great powers would easily crush him. They did not know that the Innerverse was on the verge of collapse. Lu Yin was often worried that the Sixth Mainland's progenitors would act and wipe out the Innerverse great powers. 4 months had passed since he had left the Daosor sect's ruins, and he planned to return after this auction. He hoped that he would not be as unlucky as he had been the last time. Within King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin received Bei Qing. After a short chat, Bei Qing walked out with a depressed expression. Lu Yin's head hurt. Shamrock Enterprises, Endless Borders, and many other famous powers were all looking for him to purchase natural treasures. Even Aegis had approached him, as well as Madame Naylan. 10 natural treasures were definitely not enough to go around, and these people were certain that he still had some in stock. It was not easy for him to refuse, as he had gained 100 natural treasures during his trip to Bush Tree Planet, and he could not just give them all away. After thinking about it, he sorted out his cosmic ring. Most of the items were normal, but there were also some that were not. For example, the stinky fruit-like item that he had obtained during his previous lock-breaking session. If it could become a sourcebox, it meant that it was not trash, and it was even a perceptive intermediate sourcebox. However, Luin did not know what it was used for. It couldn't be eaten, right? He had asked many people, but no one knew what it was used for. He wanted to throw it away, but he could not bear to do so since it was something he had obtained during his lock-breaking session. Helpless, he put it away and then took out a transparent crystal bottle. His expression turned serious, as this bottle contained Death 91's life poison, which he had obtained from the Neo-Human Alliance. This thing had killed Ming Zhaoshu and nearly killed Ming Yen as well. Every time he looked at this bottle, Luin would feel a chill run down his spine. The Neo-Human Alliance's darkness made him shiver. Metal pieces, jade, progenitor Wushang's hide, scarlet eyes, and Yao Gu's bank card, true insight, and so on. There were too many good things in his cosmic ring. At that moment, Luin took out a small blood-red bell the size of a thumb. It Lu Yin's bells Lu Yin's, and he had felt it once again. The bell ring shooks trembles. Luin wasn't the only one who heard it, the entire Xenu star, and even the entire Frostwave Weave, could hear it. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines, and their scalps went numb. It was as if they could see the shadow of the heavens raising its hand and pressing down on them, and a bone-deep fear arose. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were all immersed in the heavenly might. Aiden, Yen, Phantom Sting, and everyone else in Frostwave Weave felt the same way. Even Lord Egret, who had just entered Frostwave Weave, felt a chill run down his spine. He was so terrified that he didn't even look back. Luin was stunned for a moment, but soon regained his senses. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. What was going on? Where did that unparalleled pressure come from? Could it be? He looked at the blood-red bell in his hand. It seemed that Luin had guessed correctly, as this blood-colored bell was related to some important person. Dice 1 Point had stolen something incredible. I still have matters to attend to, so that's all for now. Right, if you need any help, just contact me, Elder Lohar said. He then looked at the blood-colored bell in awe once again, but his gaze was strange and filled with doubt. Luin suddenly said, Elder, Xenu's star was attacked, and I'm sure that you know about it. I was just thinking that it would be better if Xenu's star had an enlighter to oversee it. Elder Lohar did not hesitate. All right, I'll send an enlighter to oversee it for you. Luin was shocked, as the old man had agreed so readily. He had only been testing the waters. Elder, do you know the origins of this bell? Luin asked. Elder Lohar looked at Luin with a complicated expression. That voice didn't tell you. Luin shook his head. Elder Lohar laughed. That's right. If you knew, then you wouldn't have. He then changed his tone and said, All right, I still have matters to attend to. That's all for now. The enlighter will arrive at Xenu's star as soon as possible. Luin looked at the blood-colored bell and fell into deep thought. What exactly was that thing? How could it scare an expert from the Hall of Honor whose power level was over 300,000? At this moment, Aiden barged in with Case behind him. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I couldn't stop him. Case shouted in panic. Luin waved for Case to leave and then looked at Aiden curiously. His impression of Aiden was that he was calm and never panicked. Even when facing an Enlighter Realm astral beast in Iron Blood Weave, Aiden had never lost his composure. What's the matter? Luin asked. Aiden's face was solemn, and there was even a trace of incomprehensible panic in the depths of his eyes. There's trouble, Glory. Just as he spoke, Aiden's gaze was attracted to the blood-colored bell, and his reaction was the same as Elder Lohar's. In fact, it was even more exaggerated than Elder Lohar's. He pointed at the bell in disbelief. That. Why is that thing here? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You recognize it? Aiden stared at the blood-colored bell and walked over step by step. He stopped when he was less than 2 meters away from the bell and gulped. This feeling. There's no mistake. This is it. He then looked at Lu Yin and widened his eyes. Your Highness, did you shake it just now? Lu Yin's heart trembled. No way. Could it be that he wasn't the only one who had experienced that feeling? How do you know? Aiden smiled bitterly. I'm here because of this. It's not just me, the entire Great Yu Empire, no, the entire Frostwave Weave, and even the other weaves could feel it. It's that heavenly might. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Aiden asked solemnly, how did your Highness obtain it? Lu Yin repeated what he had told Elder Lohar, and Aiden stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How is that possible? How could that person give you that bell? He wouldn't even give it to his own son. That shouldn't be possible, Aiden muttered to himself and then looked at Lu Yin with a probing gaze. Your Highness, tell me the truth. Were you really born in the Outerverse? Lu Yin lowered his voice. Tell me. What exactly is it? Aiden glanced at the blood-colored bell again and said, Hall of Honor, Interstellar Arbitration, Chief Inquisitor's Warrant. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his brain heated up. He instantly understood why Elder Lohar and Aiden had reacted the same way. No wonder the heavenly might had shaken the entire weave. The Hall of Honor was the overlord of the entire human domain, and it had the power to rule over everything. Below it were the Interstellar Arbitration, the Lockbreaker Society, the 10 Arbiters Council, and so on. Any organization that had the power to decide certain matters in the universe was under the Hall of Honor. The most terrifying organization was the Interstellar Arbitration, as it was the enforcer of the Hall of Honor. It was the Hall of Honor's sword, and it had the power to rule over everything. No matter who it was, as long as they were judged by the Interstellar Arbitration, there would be no escape. The Hall of Honor was the most terrifying law enforcement force in the entire universe. Even the Interverse Day-Night Clan, Sword Sect, Cosmic Seas for Tyrants, Starfall Seas Sea King's Dome, and Greyweed Continent did not dare to provoke the Hall of Honor. Chapter 5. Thank you all for your support. Please give me a tip. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.